Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Luce realized he seemed to be frozen in place. Looking down, he saw that everything below his chest was already covered in frost without him even noticing. His feet were completely encased in thick ice, frozen solid to the ground, unable to move. Song of Ice and Fire, legendary weapon. Description: all skills require spirit to activate. The more powerful the skill, the higher the base spirit needed. However, Song of Ice and Fire only requires a trace of spirit to activate and can unleash ice-fire magic far beyond the user's spirit level. After 3 games, this was the only legendary weapon in Daehan Mingo territory. And due to a combination of luck and coincidence, this weapon had ended up in Park Bu-sung's hands, giving him the confidence to represent Daehan Mingo and challenge for the top spot. Originally, this was meant to be his trump card. Once he realized how much authority he had within the game, he let it go to his head. Let's just say, when the heavens want someone gone, they first make him arrogant. This was Luce's first time taking a proper magic hit. Growing up in a purely magicless era, he found it hard to adjust instantly. Even though this damage might not surpass getting your leg sawed off, the context was completely different. Just a split second of hesitation, and the frost had already crawled up to his neck. The bone-chilling cold made it feel like even his soul was frozen. Chosen of Agony. Pain points +1. Before Luce could even react properly, his pain points had already increased. Bang! With a solid punch to his own chest, he shattered the thick ice, scattering it across the ground. He casually twisted his right foot, and even the nearly half-meter thick ice beneath him cracked apart. Still, it had managed to hold him back for a few seconds. Around him, the demons began their charge. Maybe in this horror mystery, this was the first time they'd encountered such a capable fighter. A hellhound lunged forward. It was called a hound, but it looked more like a giant tadpole. Its enormous head took up nearly 90% of its whole body. Its meter-wide mouth opened and chomped down toward Luce like it wanted to swallow him whole. Luce reached out with both hands and grabbed the top and bottom rows of razor-sharp teeth. Under the enhancement of Song of Ice and Fire, those teeth were ablaze and instantly pierced through Luce's palms. Chosen of Agony. Pain points +1, Chosen of Agony. Pain points +5. Due to the Hellfire enhancement, the creature's bite carried a toxin that amplified pain, which translated into more pain points for Luce. Once it drew blood, the Hellhound went berserk, increasing its bite force dramatically. But it found its mouth stuck open. It was even getting bigger. The giant head twisted wildly with its tiny body, letting out cries that sounded eerily like a baby's wail. But did Luce feel any sympathy? With a face like that, even if it looked exactly like a baby, if it came at him, he'd still strike first. Rip. With a gut-wrenching tear of flesh, the Hellhound was torn clean in half by Luce's bare hands. Black-red blood and greenish-yellow guts splashed all over him. His pale green mask was now dyed crimson, making his already terrifying face even more disturbing. On the mask appeared the same grin that had once appeared with gluttony. Pitch-black eyes, a gaping black mouth stretching to the ears. But this time, Luce wasn't smiling. But one thing was clear. When wrath is allowed to run wild without consequence, it brings a kind of pleasure. Another goat-like demon charged at him. Luce snapped off its horns and stabbed them straight into its eyes. A meatball-like creature rolled over. Luce smashed its head into its belly. With Scholar's right hand, he could make a monster with dozens of tentacles tie itself into a death knot within seconds. Park Bu-sung kept casting his ice-fire magic. Flames for buffs, ice for control. Plus what seemed like an endless horde of demons. It looked like Luce's defeat was only a matter of time. But the more he fought, the more nervous Park Bu-sung got. The Luce in front of him seemed to have entered some kind of state. A pure killing machine. Every terrifying demon looked like nothing more than a side dish. Related badge triggered. Chaotic Berserker, triggered upon entering a large-scale war mode. Rationality decreases, bloodlust increases, personality becomes manic, and all physical exhaustion and non-fatal injuries are ignored. However, all fatigue and pain will erupt at once after battle ends. With the combined boost of the Wrath Mask and the Chaotic Berserker badge, Luce had completely abandoned rational thought. Only one thing filled his mind. Fight, kill, madness. The battle in the alternate dimension didn't affect the outside world. Soon, an hour had passed in the real world. This had already surpassed Bum-in's record. Since both Luz and Xiantong had entered the final stage, both in alternate dimension levels, they had essentially vanished. Which meant Bum-in was now the only person left in the entire school. He had nearly explored the whole silent campus. Not even a shadow of a person remained. No chirping insects or birds either. Back when Luz had been fighting in the arena, he could at least hear walls collapsing and the like. Though terrifying, those noises still gave him some sense of safety. Now, the eerie atmosphere made his scalp tingle. Anyone there? Is anyone going to check on me? Park Bu-sung? Sin? Chapter 98, 18 Soul-hooking ghosts, Lord of Slaughter badge. In the end, Bum-in had no choice but to start shouting Sin's name. That killer might be ruthless, but at least he's still human. Made Bum-in feel a little less like he'd been dumped into another world alone. Besides, that guy had sharp senses. If Bum-in called for him, he'd probably come out soon to kill him. And then he could just beg for mercy. Bum-in's plan sounded great in his head, but reality couldn't have been more different. From his initial cautious testing to eventually yelling at full volume across the campus, not a single person responded. There were moments when Bum-in honestly felt that if he turned around and saw that terrifying pale green mask, he might even feel a bit relieved. But in reality, no one appeared. Opponent, teammate, game, audience. It all felt like a dream now, no trace left behind, and he had no idea which way to go. Sin, you're such a DM bastard. Why'd you take my exit token? Bum-in muttered under his breath, eyes darting around sneakily, as a terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. What if the game already ended and no one told him? And he was stuck here forever? In the alternate dimension. 13th step. Park Bu-sung was now on his 4th physical transformation. At this point, he had a dog's head on a human body. His previous demon forms either couldn't handle the demonic backlash and collapsed, or were literally beaten to pieces by Luz. He turned his head slightly, eyeing the large hole next to him with a bit of dread. There, a section of the staircase wall had collapsed, revealing a 10-meter wide hole. Through it, you could see endless dark space. Beyond the hole was a turbulent temporal storm. This was an alternate dimension after all. And it had been shattered by Luz's high-energy blast. Park Bu-sung didn't know what kind of weapon that was. It looked just a bit bigger than a handgun. Sin held it and shouted, 50. Then, his previous body, along with a horde of abyss demons, were instantly wiped out. The terrifying blaze still made his blood run cold just thinking about it. Good thing this was his home turf. Otherwise, that one blast would have meant certain death. What deer was that weapon? Another legendary one? Park Bu-sung's thoughts were a mess. Suddenly, his legs gave out, and he plopped down on the ground. His strength was fully drained. Even with a legendary tier boost from Song of Ice and Fire, he had nothing left in the tank. And now, the horror mystery 13th step had reached its power peak. The strongest summonable demon had appeared, the 18 soul-hooking ghosts. Each had the head of a beast and the body of a human. Griffins, lizards, and so on. And Park Bu-sung was now one of them too. His mouth opened as if to taunt, but when the words reached his throat, he couldn't say a thing. The gap was just too wide. This stage wasn't meant to be brute-forced. But Sin insisted on brute-forcing it, completely ignoring his own safety in the process. Now, most of the major demons were already dead. And he was still standing. Are there really players like this in the world? This was far beyond human. Does the human race even deserve to have someone like this among them? On Park Bu-sung's dog face, fear and desire intertwined. Fear. Because the pitch-black hallway was now splashed with colors. The red was dominant, accented by others. It was the blood of demons and the carnage of scattered brains and guts. Over the past hour, Sin had been like a mad painter, using demon lives to color the entire space. If dead demons weren't absorbed by the alternate dimension, the place would have been piled sky-high with corpses. No one understood Luz's strength better than Park Bu-sung. Not even the audience. Only he knew what kind of beast he'd been facing this past hour. Luz's figure now looked like it might collapse at any moment. Park Bu-sung felt like victory was finally within reach. But he had that illusion a few times before. Fighting, killing, taking damage. Then gulping down a healing potion and continuing to fight. Even just watching him was exhausting. Park Bu-sung didn't even want to lift his head to cast another ice-fire spell. Still, desire sparkled in his eyes. If he really won, the world would know what kind of monster he defeated. Don't ask how he won. Just whether he did or not. So, he didn't dare make any extra moves. Just kept up the stalemate. Inside the horror mystery, the scene looked bizarre. No one moved. Each of the 18 soul-hooking ghosts had an iron hook chain that pierced through Luce's body and latched onto one of his bones. Luce's explosive power, combined with the constant buff from the Wrath Mask, had already pushed him past the game's upper limit. Even 18 demons couldn't tear him apart. Still, he couldn't move recklessly now either. Everyone was in a deadlock. Luce's mysterious cloak was no different than being soaked in a river of blood. The 18 bones the chains latched onto were slowly bleeding. He sat on the steps, feet relaxed. One on the step above, one below. The wounds on his body were too many to count. The mysterious cloak, like the most caring lover, concealed all his wretchedness. Even with 18 chains impaled through him, he still carried that unmatched, king of the world aura. In this horror mystery, Luce never saw himself as a challenger. Neither Park Bu-sung nor the demons dared see him that way anymore either. He was the real problem here. And now, Luce, chained by 18 iron hooks, was reading a book. Each chain pulled on his bones, weakened his body, and tainted his soul. But as he read Confessions of the Disillusioned, the soul corruption vanished entirely. To the 18 soul-hooking ghosts, the person they'd hooked had a will like iron. Unshaken. His soul was even sturdier than his body. Meanwhile, he was building up rage points. Player Sin has triggered an in-game achievement and received the legendary badge. Lord of Slaughter. For the first time, amid the wails of demons, the game system prompt rang out in Luce's ear, interrupting his thoughts. He immediately snapped, "Can you shut the fuck up?" With a tilt of his head, he decided to go big. He chugged an advanced healing potion, starting the frenzied healing of his wounds. Chosen of Agony, Stat Boost. Chapter 99, The First Meeting Between the God's Lair and the God, Strength, 50, Luce didn't had anything else. He simply increased his strength. Up to this point, his magical attack power had never been his forte. It had all been about his physical body, so he wasn't going to mess around. Today, he was going to crush everything with brute force. What does it mean to get stronger as the fight goes on? Luce was the definition of it right now, because this was a physical battle. Not some spirit form duel like before. In this kind of battle, he'd get injured, he'd bleed, and he'd gain pain points. He was sitting there now, already somewhat regaining his senses. In other words, he was out of combat. The side effect of the chaotic berserker had completely kicked in now, giving Luce a ton of pain points and an overwhelming sense of weakness. It felt like the time he had no strength, and after running a kilometer, still had to do 30 pull-ups. Totally drained. But injuries were the easy part. The potions in the Chosen's Paradise were basically a bug when it came to healing. Luce even used a charge device originally meant for weapons on himself. But the pain points. That was some next-level shit. Park Bu-sung and the other 18 soul-hooking ghosts had been locked in a standoff with Luce in the center for who knew how long. No one dared make a move, not knowing what breaking the deadlock would bring. But Park Bu-sung just had this gut feeling that while the guy was reading, the black mist around him kept getting heavier. Also, just now. He didn't know why. But the claw in his hand suddenly tightened. Maybe it was just his imagination. One hand gripped the claw, the other held a small statue about 10 centimeters tall. That was his last good item. Like Xiantong had said, Park Bu-sung definitely had a stash of good stuff on him. But this thing? He had no way of controlling it. If he used it, sure, Luce would probably die. But the horror mystery for this stage would probably be completely screwed. That was only if the other mystery didn't go wrong too. Besides, he really didn't want to waste it. Park Bu-sung started talking to Yi-Ah on the other end, opening with, "Hey, what's going on over there?" Still not settled. Just then, Sin, who'd been sitting on the steps reading the whole time, happened to look up. Park Bu-sung flinched instinctively. Facing that pale green mask again, he no longer felt the confidence he once had. Only a deep, unwelcome fear. Truth was, he had already lost this fight. He no longer believed he and Sin were in the same league. Without realizing, he gripped the statue a little tighter. "You guys are down to just a couple of scrappy cats, right?" From beneath the wrath mask, a cold, emotionless voice came out, stunning the 18 beast-headed humanoids. 18 soul-hooking ghosts. Maybe they just hadn't expected to be described as a bunch of scrappy cats. "I just want to ask something." Luce tilted his neck forcefully, revealing his sharp jawline, and his neck cracked loudly. "What are you all waiting for? Why did they all act like NPCs in a game?" "I'm waiting for my stamina and injuries to recover, and for my pain points to be allocated." "What are you waiting for? Waiting to die?" His voice suddenly jumped a pitch. The balance shattered instantly as he yanked hard on one of the hooked chains stuck in his body. The other 17 chains instantly pulled back in opposite directions. His scapula, collarbone, pectoral bones in all sorts of places popped out of place. A normal person would have lost all ability to resist by now. But Luz was never normal. His entire skeleton groaned under the strain, but he didn't care. He forcefully dragged the chain he'd grabbed. The lizard head felt like his body wasn't even his own, pulled by a terrifying force. Blasting forward at high speed. The next second, he was right in front of Sin. The lizard's triangular pupils contracted to pinpricks. Before he could react. Boom. He looked down. Luz's arm had pierced his chest right up to the elbow, punching straight through. Looking up, in his blurry vision, he saw the grinning mask. One down. The 18 soul-hooking ghosts were caught completely off guard. Park Bu-sung hadn't expected it either. No one understood how this man's strength had suddenly doubled. Did he still have something in reserve earlier? But that made no sense. Luz didn't hold back. But the power of Immortal Lu didn't grow linearly. No one could answer their confusion. Luz, now thoroughly high on battle, was already wrapping things up. Honestly, this stage was pretty tough. No wonder Park Bu-sung had been so confident before. But it's over. With one person down, the formation of 18 crumbled instantly. They went from being 18 soul-hooking wraiths to 18 bouncing balls, yanked back one by Luz and smashed with a single punch. Heads exploded. Chests punched through. All about that efficiency. When he got to Park Bu-sung's dog-headed man, Park Bu-sung just severed his connection to the chain entirely. Total coward move. Defeat came like an avalanche. What's your status? I can't deal with it right now, she won't even open her eyes. Yeah's weak voice came through. Fuck. Cursing at the top of his lungs, seeing his plan about to fall apart, Park Bu-sung angrily threw the statue in his hand. Sequence A001, Reflection of the Old God. When released in any scene with demonic or twisted power, it can draw its attention, a simple description, but it was the number 1 A tier. The next moment, space froze. It was a powerful law. Even Luz stopped his slaughter. Everyone's eyes turned in the same direction. Then, in the silence, they could hear their own heartbeats. It sounded like their heartbeat. But also not. Like it was coming from outside their body. An oppressive force from the soul came from that direction. Amidst the spatial distortion, a vertical eye slowly opened. Instantly, all 10 remaining soul-hooking ghosts, including Park Bu-sung, dropped to their knees. And I mean full-on collapse. Limbs on the floor, heads pressed against the ground, bodies trembling. Like they were facing their natural predator, an overwhelmingly superior being they couldn't resist. On the stairs, the only one still standing was Luz. He was confused too. His eyes glowed with golden light, not understanding what had just happened. Legendary badge, Godslayer, activated. Effect, when facing any superior being, immune to all effects except direct damage. Description, I never thought I was born a king. But in my bones flows the blood that will never let me bow. Chapter 100, Invalid Divine Might. Live stream interrupted at the moment, because this was the number 1 challenge in the world. There were several million chosen players currently watching Luz's game footage. It was an incredibly terrifying number, made up of audiences from over 100 countries, of different races and different beliefs. And now, something was happening. Something that had never occurred in any previous game before, a global phenomenon. When that golden vertical eye appeared, everyone watching Luz's footage fell into a daze, as if mesmerized and unable to look away. A few seconds later, those in the real world who upheld science and rationality and had no religious belief began to snap out of it, looking at the screen in confusion. What just happened? Why did they all kneel down? Is this some kind of ritual? Then why is Sin totally fine? The barrage of comments was very sparse. Most of the surprised messages came from Hueco folks, since their cultural foundation wasn't rooted in religion. Meanwhile, many others with religious beliefs suddenly felt spiritually awakened, like they realized something. Staring at the golden eye on the screen, they began doing their own rituals. Some drew a cross on their chest. Some muttered Allah Akbar. Some ascetics even knelt down in front of their screens in real life and began praying. Even though they couldn't feel that oppressive aura, just looking at it made them sense that something was very wrong. But after those devout prayers, an even bigger question arose. Why is that guy in the green mask totally fine? Luz, wearing the wrath mask, looked a little confused, not knowing what that eye was or what the light it emitted was supposed to do. He checked his status. Nothing seemed abnormal. No pain points triggered. That meant this thing didn't seem to be attacking. So what about the others around him? Luz's screen looked kind of strange now. He was the only one standing on the stairs, golden light shining down from above. That weird eye. Everyone else was kneeling and trembling. But he, right then, stood upright, 1 foot on a higher step like a climber. He didn't know what was going on, but seeing his Godslayer badge activate, he had a rough idea. He climbed 2 more steps and stopped beside a griffin-headed guy, who was trembling all over with zero resistance left in him. Luce paused, then slowly lifted his foot. The guy still didn't move, only trembled harder. Luce. He stomped down with force. With a loud crack. Like smashing a watermelon with a sledgehammer. It was another scene that made many viewers feel queasy. Luce thought, is this thing here to help me? Feels like this just got a whole lot easier. So, stepping on the stairs, he kept killing with 1 stomp per ghost, not even looking down, calmly muttering, thanks. Park Bu-sung? Golden vertical eye? Park Bu-sung was cursing up a storm inside, angrily swearing at the game, wondering why his final trump card ended up just giving his enemy a boost. Why can he still stand? Aren't you an old god? Even the golden vertical eye looked confused, its pupil dilating as it saw Luce ignore its presence. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful aura burst forth. The golden light intensified, and black smoke began pouring off of everyone kneeling on the ground. Screams of agony rang out. Park Bu-sung felt like his soul was being roasted. Far worse than when Sin tore his arm off. With a twisted expression, he glanced at Sin, only to find the guy still completely unaffected. Like nothing was happening. Is this a fucking joke? He was about to die. There was no time to think anymore. Without hesitation, he screamed run. In his heart and vanished from the spot. This horror mystery was completely out of his control. First Sin, now an old god's gaze. None of them could be messed with. He had to retreat and regroup. Time to check on Ya. Seriously, is Blink that hard to deal with too? Luce saw the dog-headed man vanish and knew it was time to wrap this up. It had been way too long, and his earpiece hadn't received any sound at all. He had no idea what the eye was or cared whether it was divine or not. But his gut told him this thing was pissed. Oh, you're mad now? Wrath mask, hash. Totally ignoring the thing in front of him, he walked up to the remaining ghosts and stomped them all to death one by one. Finally, he stood before the golden vertical eye and raised his gun at it. Suddenly, Luce's game screen went black. Millions of viewers lost visual. Like the screen had crossed some forbidden line. What the hell are you still doing? Why haven't you solved it yet? Park Bu-sung came out already shouting, chugging a potion as he held his severed arm, drenched in sweat. He had never experienced pain like this. The agony and fear had wiped out his ability to think rationally. He didn't have the energy to suck up to this little starlet anymore. The horror mystery's effect won't trigger. No matter what I do, she just won't open her eyes. I can't activate it. Ya's voice was a little timid. She knew the situation wasn't looking good. At that moment, the women's restroom scene had become a full-on monster room. The bloody mirror scenes kept changing, and shadowy heads were piled up on the ceiling. The ground was soaked in crimson blood, flooding up to Xiantong's ankles. Just above her ankles, her skin had already started bleeding from corrosion. Hair had spread across the walls, wrapping around Xiantong's neck, with strands probing around her ears and nostrils. But they couldn't go any further. The hair around her neck couldn't tighten fully, nor could it pierce her ears and nostrils to enter her body. Xiantong stood like she was in a meditative trance, unmoving in the terrifying restroom like a statue. Suddenly, the door opened. A beam of light shone in, and Xiantong's heart sank. Because the presence approaching wasn't filled with that terrifying wrath. Which meant. Then, an in-game announcement made her lips curl into a smile again. 7 Mysteries of the Campus, 13 Steps at Night, Black Side Challenge successful, Challenge progress, 6 out of 7, remaining time, 21:04:13, Chapter 101, Open Your Eyes, I'm here. Hearing the voice in her ear, the one who reacted the most wasn't Xiantong. It was Park Bu-sung, who had just barged in. He'd only been gone a few minutes, and that guy already cleared the stage? Damn it, an 8-year sealed artifact, and that's it? The so-called gaze of the old gods. What the hell did you gaze at? Did that guy really not cheat? Why didn't it have any effect? Wasn't it supposed to favor me because he chose hell mode, so the rules and freedom of the game would lean toward me? Park Bu-sung didn't have time to dwell on all that. If he wanted to win. Or rather, if he didn't want to die. This was the only move he had left. Spill. Little let me in. This stage was tough, sure, but it didn't compare to the 13 steps. After witnessing Sin's power firsthand, Park Bu-sung had already let go of all his illusions. He knew. His only path to victory was to deal with the blank in front of him. This was his final desperate struggle. But Ya clearly no longer trusted him. Even after Park Bu-sung threw out all his cards and got the game's favor, he still lost. And he was in this sorry state, with a broken arm. He looked downright terrifying. But Ya's voice faltered as she tried to act cute again. Normally, that little move always worked, and Park Bu-sung would immediately cave and buy her whatever. But now. Useless. Cut the crap. I don't have time for this. Park Bu-sung roared, and the ugliness of human nature began to show. Eyes wide, he strode toward the mirror. He knew Sin was making a move. The second he heard that stage-clear sound, he felt that masked devil was about to appear right behind him. That sense of urgency. He'd never felt anything like it. Back in Daehan Mingo, he had power, status, a family, background, and money. No matter what kind of trouble he caused, it could always be handled. Because he knew exactly what kind of power was behind him. Even in this challenge to become number one, he had the universe's most powerful country backing him. He had never known fear. But now, he felt utterly alone. Nothing could help him. He was like a stray dog being hunted. He didn't dare think. He could only charge ahead, hoping for a shot at victory. Xiantong's face was calm, and her muscles relaxed as much as possible. She suspected Park Bu-sung might attack her, but she didn't plan to react. She was going to stick to her plan. Wait for Sin to arrive. It wasn't even really a plan, honestly. Kinda pathetic, even. But there was one good thing about it. It was a guaranteed win. As long as she didn't move, didn't look, didn't trigger anything that could boost the power of the horror mystery, she could hold out. The pain in her ankle came in waves, but it was bearable. The hair around her neck made it hard to breathe, but that wasn't fatal. All of it was fine. Just paper tigers. Annoying, but not enough to make her lose. She could have started solving the puzzle, figuring out how to clear the stage. But she wasn't going to risk it. She still didn't know this place well enough. If she lost, she couldn't imagine how she'd face Sin's gun barrel. What she didn't expect was that Park Bu-sung didn't even have time to attack her and waste time. He headed straight for the mirror. In that moment of crisis, his brain actually worked for once. He knew he couldn't beat blank by force. It'd just be venting. So he didn't waste time. Don't, Parkapa. Yea's voice carried fear. Park Bu-sung's drastic shift made it clear that something was seriously wrong. Something big. Shut it, we'll talk later. As he spoke, Park Bu-sung stepped into the mirror. Technically, in this game, he was the protagonist, the one with the highest authority, the leader of the white side. So even if Yea wanted to resist, she couldn't. So, Park Bu-sung took control. The next second, a long-haired ghost girl was forced out of the mirror. She looked terrifying, yet somehow lonely. That was Hueco possessed by Yea. And now, she was in a state of being controlled by Park Bu-sung. Control. A pretty interesting kind of play. But neither of them was in the mood for play now. And Yea's so-called control was basically just being turned into cannon fodder. Still, she didn't dare exit the state easily. Without it, she wouldn't even get the horror mystery buffs. Just an ordinary player. Honestly, even Xiantong could probably kill her then. The permissions for the horror mystery controlled by Park Bu-sung had definitely increased. Even though Xiantong hadn't triggered anything, the damage she took was already higher. The hair around her neck started tightening. The liquid on her ankle felt like knives slicing her skin. She started to suffocate. Her instincts screamed at her to fight back. But doing that might increase the game's difficulty, make her more likely to lose. She was torn. Luckily, the struggle didn't last long. Just a few seconds. Her throat loosened. The pain in her leg faded. And then, that familiar pressure returned behind her. A voice echoed in her ear. Open your eyes, I'm here. Xiantong's eyes flew open. The all-seeing eye activated, scanning everything in the game scene. And the figure behind her. She spoke, took you over an hour. Tough fight, huh? Not bad. Welfare Bureau. Luce replied coolly. His mysterious cloak was intact, and his wounds were already healed with some pills. He looked totally fine. As he spoke, he casually pulled out his gun and shot a nearby mirror, shattering it. Intensifying the horror mystery in the scene. He was here for the win. He didn't have Xiantong's caution or hesitation. He'd just faced demons and gods. You think he's scared of some mirror in the women's restroom? The atmosphere in the restroom went wild. The Hueco formed from Yea let out a sharp screech and lunged forward. She didn't want to. But this was Park Bu-sung's command and task. She had no choice but to obey. Rush in, burn out, die. All that previous talk about love? Worthless now. Luce was already in combat mode. The Wrath Mask activated. He didn't care about any of that. Just slapped Yea straight into the wall with a scream of pain. Xiantong stood to the side, the all-seeing eye showing her the control Park Bu-sung had. Her voice dripped with disgust, the rotten nature of privileged kids. At another girl who's lost her mind. The Sen mask beside her suddenly glowed. It spoke calmly, what, you're not the same kind of people. Chapter 102, Don't Retreat or Die. Headshot. Xiantong froze instantly, as if her whole body had turned to stone. That sentence was like a sharp blade, bypassing all her defenses and stabbing straight into her heart. After spending several hours in the game, along with her previous lengthy analysis and observation, she thought she had already figured out Wrath's behavior pattern and could cooperate with him on relatively friendly terms. But that sentence. Undeniably a bucket of cold water dumped on her head. What? It wasn't that she didn't hear clearly. Just that when the brain locks up, people tend to instinctively ask again. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying you're both idiots. It's just, you hate him because he's a privileged kid. But at the core, how different are you from him? Honestly, that explanation only made it worse. This was probably the most coherent and calm sentence Luz had said since entering the game with the Wrath mask on. And it still managed to completely petrify Xiantong. No one knew what she was thinking. By now, Luz was used to that raging sensation. As long as it didn't go too deep, he could maintain some balance. He'd wasted half a day already. Now he just wanted to drag out the person who dared challenge him. And kill them. And kill them. Even Park Bu-sung probably didn't understand why Luz was so furious with him. It wasn't just the Wrath mask. Ignoring the now stone-still Xiantong behind him, Luz raised his gun and strode forward. Hellroar ramped up to second gear. He opened fire on the restroom's interior, shattering everything that could reflect. Everything that could be a mirror. Hair extending from the walls, ghostly heads from the ceiling. All surged toward Luz to attack. But after surviving the high-level 13 steps stage, he honestly didn't even care if he took a few hits from this stuff. The entangling hair lacked power. Once the collar of the mysterious cloak popped up, it completely nullified the damage. That's an epic tier weapon, after all. It had real defense. The ghost heads got one shot each. If that didn't work, one flash of Confessions of the Disillusioned and it was over. Nearby, Ya, still manifested as Hueco, charged again. Luz fired, but the bullet passed right through her head without leaving a mark. Without even blinking, he pulled out the book single-handedly, flipped to page 3, and aimed it at the red-dressed, black-haired ghost girl. She didn't even try to dodge. Just let out a scream and was blasted backward, slamming into the ground in a heap. It looked like she got hurt on purpose. Just to find an excuse to give up and stop fighting. Luz was even momentarily stunned by the act. Those who lose their way will find no allies. Thankfully, his rage hadn't clouded his mind completely. Luz still had some brain power left and was fighting with a bit of strategy. Since this stage was Hueco in the restroom, and based on what Xiantong had said earlier, it was basically a ghost lurking in mirrors. So Luz focused on blasting all the mirrors. Then shattered the tiles, and didn't spare the glossy stall doors either. He destroyed them all. Any place that could be called a mirror. Luz blew them up. It was violent, sure, but there was a touch of puzzle-solving logic in it. However, even after everything that could be considered a mirror was reduced to rubble, the horror mystery still hadn't ended. It lingered. Park Bu-sung was still nowhere to be seen. Huh? Luz paused, masked face still, deep in thought. Inside the inner space, Park Bu-sung, who had merged with the horror mystery, realized his hiding place was getting smaller and smaller. That terrifying devil was about to reach him. And he couldn't do anything. His mind was pure chaos. In the inner space, he kept inputting his final restriction. A right he earned after clearing the 13 steps. But he'd never used it, because he didn't know what to write to win. His heart was already in disarray. Black side player Sin stops breathing. Just die already. Restriction exceeds scope. Not approved, black side player Sin cannot move. Restriction exceeds scope. Not approved, black side player loses all current abilities for 24 hours. Restriction exceeds scope. Not approved, attempt after attempt. Rejected. Park Bu-sung was in total despair. Sure, what he asked for was extreme, but this wasn't just stupidity. At the edge of death, people face ultimate terror. Not everyone can stay calm and think straight. Many, in life or death moments, collapse with fear, unable to save themselves. Bystanders call them fools. But put those bystanders in the same position, and would they do any better? Park Bu-sung was collapsing from fear. There was no longer any reasonable restriction he could impose. SSH. Ball. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. What kind of permissions did this game even give me? This is bullshit. Just let him die already. Park Bu-sung had gone full manic. Ya, injured and unable to resist him, could no longer be used for control. He was truly at the end of his rope. He fired random fireballs and ice blasts at Luz using the only thing he had left. Song of Ice and Fire. Huh? Luz frowned. He looked down and saw that the blood pool on the floor was actually shooting fireballs at him. Blocking them, he paused. Then slapped his forehead, thinking to himself, this mask is seriously lowering my IQ. That blood pool. That's the final spot, isn't it? He glanced at Xiantong. She said nothing, just silently summoned a flying device, crouched on it, and floated upward. Luce also leapt up, grabbed a handful of hair from the ceiling, and then switched Hell Roar to third gear, firing a shot straight at the blood pool below. 10% power. He tossed down a fireball. No deeper reason, just using the high-energy blast to dry up the blood. A one-time shield formed around Xiantong. Luce simply wrapped himself in the mysterious cloak to block the heat wave. Looking down again, the entire restroom had collapsed. It no longer resembled what it once was. Luce blinked into position in front of a sunken patch of floor. And stomped hard. Space warped. Park Bu-sung came tumbling out, soaked in panic. Without saying a word, he started to run. But how could he possibly outrun Luce? Desperate, he dove at Yi-Ah, who had just exited the horror mystery as well. Grabbed her delicate body, and hurled her towards Sin like a human shield. Luce raised Hell Roar, the muzzle locking on instantly. In midair, Yi-Ah and Luce locked eyes. Her gaze full of fear and softness. Maybe it stirred something in him, because the trigger hesitated for a moment. The next second. Gunshot. A hole appeared dead center in Yi-Ah's forehead. Headshot. Chapter 103, because that's fair, this was still a combat state. The battle hadn't ended yet. Luce raised his gun, and that brief pause of 1 second was his mercy, giving the other side a chance to exit. If you're willing to give up everything and leave the game now, then this shot of mine won't go through your skull. But Yi-Ah didn't. She wanted everything. Wanted it all. And even in that moment, she still hadn't let go of her delusions, still trying to play the pitiful girl using her so-called advantage. Keep in mind, even Gamin out there was in a state where he wanted to quit but couldn't. And Luce's mercy while under the wrath mask lasted only that 1 second. There wouldn't be another. Compared to the 3 Korean players before, Yi-Ah was definitely the dumbest. She held her head high, eyes wide open. Even in the end, she didn't close them, staring at the sky in disbelief. She probably didn't understand even in death why the other party wouldn't let her go. Clearly, from all the previous encounters, his main target was Park Bu-sung. When Park Bu-sung sent her charging at Sin, it didn't even look like Sin was going to finish her off directly. Why wouldn't he let me go? The moment Yi-Ah collapsed to the ground, Xiantong, standing behind, trembled slightly. And Park Bu-sung, who had used Yi-Ah's bait, was so terrified he was shaking like a leaf. Wait. We can talk this out. You win. Park Bu-sung jumped straight off the ground, no longer caring that Daehan Mingo was watching, and started backing away step by step. He didn't want to quit. With all the stuff and abilities he had, losing everything wouldn't just mean going back to square one. It would mean losing everything he had ever possessed. That was something he couldn't accept. A challenge between players. How could someone end up dead? Why so bloodthirsty? While he was thinking that, he completely forgot that when setting up all those game options earlier, he was constantly thinking about how to eliminate Sin and Blank. Both hands behind his back, quickly retreating. In his left hand was an epic tier self-detonation item, something that looked like C4. His right hand, a barely formed psychic clone, was clutching an exit token. And he still had one last restriction he hadn't used. The next second, before his naked eye could even react, that pale green figure appeared right in front of him. Bang. Crack. The gunshot and the slicing wind rang out at the same time. His left hand was instantly blown apart. The epic tier equipment dropped to the floor. His right hand was straight up sliced off by a sharpened blade. Luce reacted quickly, kicking the fallen right hand into the air and catching the exit token that flew out of it. Your sense of life preservation is too low. Amid the others' screams, Luce said calmly. He looked down at Park Bu-sung with disgust. Already furious to begin with, the wrath mask amplified that anger several levels. Park Bu-sung kept squirming backward, desperate to get away from this man in front of him, spouting the classic nonsense. Saying stuff like you can't kill me, killing me won't do you any good, my family will avenge me. This could even escalate into a diplomatic issue between two countries. But what he didn't know was, every word he said was basically fueling Luce's rage meter. Park Bu-sung couldn't even understand why this guy was so pissed off. What made Luce the angriest? Was the guy's weakness. If he were a true expert, there'd be nothing to complain about. That's what challenges are. Spear versus spear, a battle to the death. Luce had always been prepared for that outcome. But Park Bu-sung was just too weak. Whether it was his abilities or his mindset, he wasn't cut out for this game. And yet, he was ranked 79th. 79th in the world. Judging by his performance, it didn't even seem like he considered death as a possibility. He never thought about the cost of trying to steal another person's honor and status. Luz, on the other hand, entered every game with the mindset of succeed or die. He never once thought that the ever-increasing exit tokens meant anything. It was all or nothing. That was his bet. But Park Bu-sung? He'd never had that mindset. He rode on family background and influence, throwing his weight around in the real world. And it seemed to work just as well here. A legendary weapon. An 8-year sealed artifact. A whole squad of teammates centered around him. This guy, in a state where he hadn't once thought about the consequences of failure, tried to take away what Luz had risked his life to earn. The weaker and dumber he was, the angrier Luz got. That rage didn't just come from the fight, or from confessions of the disillusioned. It came from himself. That nameless fury had started long ago, when Xiantong showed her value and said, "I have a legendary weapon." And that line. The privileged always have the upper hand, no matter how much the world changes. It was all true. There was nothing to argue about. But ever since then, Luz's anger had never cooled. Through hours of this game, he'd been holding back his fire. Park Bu-sung felt a chill run through his whole body. As he dragged himself backward, that pale green sin mask stared at him, silent. Everything blurred for a second. A foot suddenly stomped onto his chest, slowly applying pressure. Crack. His ribs shattered and caved in. Park Bu-sung's life began to ebb away. His lips trembled violently, like he was trying to use the game's rules to save himself. BL. Black side player. But in the end, he didn't even have the strength to finish a sentence. Everything got stuck in his throat. In the end, with his last breath, he rasped out one question. Why? Why did he have to die? It didn't seem like there was any benefit to it. In the real world, he'd killed people before. He'd caused disasters. But when he killed, he never saw his victims as people. And those disasters? Totally whatever. Everything could be settled. Business was business. Everything had a price. Did this guy not even want to negotiate? Thoughts flashed through his mind like a carousel. Eventually, Luz's foot touched the ground, and all of Park Bu-sung's thoughts were swallowed by darkness. Looking at the corpse, Luz bent forward slightly. Behind the wrath mask, his voice was just as suppressed and seething with fury as ever, as he softly said, "Because that's fair." Chapter 104, The upper class will never truly love the lower class who. After letting out a long breath, Luz stood where he was, feeling a bit empty, like something was missing. He had won, once again, and now all he needed to do was quietly wait for the rewards and settlement. Aside from the 13 steps, this challenge didn't seem any harder than before. In fact, it was even slightly easier in comparison. Park Bu-sung wasn't even as tough as Tom. But even now, having won it all, he still felt that the anger hadn't fully subsided. He couldn't tell if it was because of the mask's influence or something else entirely. The feeling wasn't pleasant. Since the fight was over, Luz started trying to suppress the wrath mask's influence on him. Only those with experience knew. Once anger took hold, it was hard to push it down purely by reason. Even if nothing showed on the surface, the burning heat of that emotional spark still scorched inside. Papa. He patted the mask on his face. Luz kind of wanted to take it off, but when he remembered that Xiantong was still behind him, his hand froze midair. Then dropped back down. Better not. 7 mysteries of the campus, Hueco in the restroom, black side challenge successful, challenge progress, 7 out of 7. Challenge mode complete. Black side wins, the game has ended. Live stream barrage is now closed. Players have 30 minutes to collect loot on their own. You may enter settlement anytime or be forced into settlement after 30 minutes. Several minutes passed before the in-game announcement finally arrived. A horror mystery decryption game had, with the help of a few bizarre players, become something completely different. The live stream window had closed. Every viewer staring at the screen was still frozen in a daze. There hadn't been any real high-level duels in this battle. What left the deepest impression was Luz's unexpected slaughter. And that divine light no one had ever seen before. It was the first time a game's in-world activity had caused such a global-level effect outside the game. Numerous religious organizations had already begun intense mobilization. Luz himself might not yet have the strength to go against the world, but the uniqueness of his game was already tugging on many threads within the global order. Watching Sin, Xiantong landed from the air, her feet gently touching the ruined ground. She rubbed her fingers across the rubble absent-mindedly, her mind a little dazed. In this game, the only place she truly used her abilities was one of the horror mysteries. The rest had been resolved in ways she could hardly understand. The highest level match in the world hadn't really given her much of a chance to grow. Side effects from the sealed artifact? Looking at Sin in his current state, she made a casual remark. Sharp observation. Luz replied, lowering the hand that had been covering his mask. Truthfully, Xiantong didn't really want to talk to Sin. She'd intended to jump straight into settlement, but part of her was still brooding over what he'd said earlier. Maybe trying to prove something, he took the initiative and said, "You're right. At our core, he and I both rely on family background. Only with top-tier weapons and gear did we have a shot at getting a piece of the pie in this high-level game. But at the very least, I don't think I'd do something like sending the person I care about to die at a critical moment." I never denied that. Luce's pale green mask showed no emotion at all, like they were just having a casual chat. But the fact that you said, you wouldn't abandon, means that deep down, you never even considered that you could be the one abandoned. Right? Xiantong's pupils shrank in an instant, as if struck again. She hadn't expected that this guy, whose violence spoke louder than words, could be just as skilled in psychological warfare. The effects of the brainwave amplifier had already worn off. Her once agile mind was starting to slow down, sink into gloom. Even the all-seeing eye didn't seem to be helping right now. She forced a small smile and, after confirming the audience view was shut off, opened her mouth, "Because I trust my judgment. The person I like wouldn't have the kind of character Park Bu-sung does." She didn't know why she was saying all this to Sin. Judging by his appearance, he probably wasn't someone who'd care about this kind of thing. He might not come from a great family, and he doesn't have terrifying power like you do, but... So tell me. How is he any different from the other guy? Luce interrupted, giving Park Bu-sung's body a kick. What? It was the first time Xiantong felt like her brain couldn't keep up. The little performance those two put on earlier. Didn't that feel familiar to you? An upper-class person can have 10,000 kinds of feelings for someone lower. But love will never be one of them. That young master gets everything he wants, and the only reason he liked that girl over there was because he hadn't gotten her yet. His urge to conquer and his curiosity hadn't worn off. So let me guess. You probably like someone like that too. Someone from a rough background, who feels different from all the men you grew up with. Those guys constantly trying to get close to you in every way. A rich girl suddenly meets a bottom-tier guy who doesn't care about her at all. And boom. Your interest is piqued. A curiosity bubbles up, a feeling you've never had before, the thrill of the unattainable. The more you probe, the more fun it feels. So that curiosity starts spiraling out of control. And you even mistake it for love, to the point where you're now trying to justify it as something real. My guess? Not far off, am I? Xiantong was stunned. Since the start of the game, this violet, quiet guy had never spoken so much to her. But these words were like the most terrifying weapons, striking her heart again and again. Far more intense than any horror scene from before. What the hell are you even saying? Xiantong, who had kept her temper perfectly until now, suddenly erupted like a furious cat, confronting this deadly presence head-on. On the all-seeing guy, blue data streams began surging wildly. What? That overblown confidence of yours makes you think you've seen through everyone? Well, I've been observing you for more than just one game. Yeah, the privileged class consumes the world's resources by default. Just being born, they're already guilty. People like you are born their opposites, right? So you think they can never be sincere? Just a bunch of disgusting monsters using money and power to devour everything around them. And themselves too. And you. See yourself as the natural opposition. The Godslayer badge, right? What a glorious name. To gain ultimate power, you've gambled your life. You've thrown away love, humanity. Everything. Just to dive into the abyss of slaughter. But have you ever thought about this? When you sacrifice everything to gain ambition and power, how are you any different from the people who sacrifice their conscience and humanity for money and influence? How are you any different? Chapter 105, Public Declaration. Infamous name. Xiantong had no idea what kind of courage she possessed to say something like that in front of this guy. Every previous interaction she had with him, she was constantly considering his mental state, afraid of triggering this embodiment of wrath. But this time, maybe it was the intense mental drain, or maybe his words hit the nerve so hard it shattered her defenses. Her reason slipped for a moment. Or maybe, under the enhancement of the all-seeing guy, some instinct deep down told her. This is the moment to fight back. For no reason, she gritted her teeth. You're a fucking freak too, just like your name. Then, as calm and rationality returned a little, she broke into a cold sweat. The man in front of her didn't suddenly snap and kill her just now. No one could say for sure, but when he heard her retort, he didn't react violently. He just stood there, like he was thinking about something. Then, he nodded slightly. You got a point. Thanks for the compliment. Xing. No further dialogue. Xiantong exited the game scene immediately and entered the final game settlement screen. As soon as she regained her calm, she made a break for it. Just in case this guy suddenly flipped and started killing again. She felt that the fact he didn't kill her on the spot was already considered good temper. Xiantong's sudden exit caught Luce off guard for a moment. Standing alone in the deserted campus hallway, it felt a little cold and lonely. In this horror mystery campus, he was officially the last one left. Turning back to look at Park Bu-sung's corpse, along with the epic tier weapon that could be instantly detonated lying on the ground, he thought. Well, that's convenient. No need to think about loot distribution anymore. The game was down to just himself. And for the first time, Luce took off his mask in the game. He held the mask in both hands, staring at the ferocious markings on it, like he was locking eyes with another version of himself. How long had it really been? His mindset had changed more than he realized. Now, even looking at Park Bu-sung, who he had just cut down at his feet, he barely felt anything. Before entering the game, he wasn't like this. Not exactly. He couldn't remember anymore. After staring at the mask for a while, he put it back on. Facing the spot where Xiantong had left, he said, "Sorry. I didn't mean to insult you. Settle." As the words left his mouth, Luce's figure vanished from the school, and the once empty campus became truly deserted. In the now familiar space, that feeling of floating in the void returned. Luce's body hovered quietly in the air. Challenge mode ended. Participants this round: 7. Finishers: 2. Perfect completion player: 1. Your clear rating: SSS tier, perfect completion. Current perfect streak: 4. Calculating rewards: special event triggered, fierce battle with a hell demon, countless kills, achievement badge unlocked, Lord of Slaughter, legendary, reward points this round, 5,000, reward items this round, 3 basic healing potion, 5 intermediate healing potion, advanced healing potion, a exit token, a legendary weapon lottery ticket, epic tier weapon, self-destruct core, self-selected hell mode reward, 1 slot of 2 world backpack space, spirit +2, among them, the self-destruct core was the item Park Bu-sung had dropped right before dying. He never got the chance to use it. Well, lucky for Luce. It's his now. Self-destruct core, epic tier weapon, effect, explodes automatically 5 seconds after activation. Its power is likely strong enough that slow users won't escape in time. Yeah, that's a pretty dark-humored weapon. This time, the rewards weren't too flashy. The real highlight was that golden, gleaming legendary weapon lottery ticket. This thing was insanely rare. As Luce listened to the system prompt, he healed his body while immediately using the ticket. No point holding onto it. 1 game, 2 people got legendary weapons. If he didn't get one, it would have been hard to swallow. Legendary lottery ticket used, legendary weapon obtained. Black Knight. Before Luce's eyes appeared a large, majestic-looking motorcycle. Seeing how tall it was, he doubted an average person could even climb on. Matching item detected in backpack. Combine now. Hearing the system prompt, Luce froze for a second. This was the second time he'd seen this. The first time, it was when he upgraded Tom's notebook into Confessions of the Disillusioned. With the reminder, he was surprised to realize he actually did already have a legendary weapon. Or rather, he had a legendary weapon component, but because it was unusable on its own, he'd thrown it into his inventory and completely forgotten about it. Legendary weapon core. Mechanical heart. Use it. Luce didn't even think twice. Game Gear is all about quality. The higher the individual quality, the better. It beats a whole bunch of mediocre stuff. And then, more system prompts popped up. Before he even finished handling the current stuff, a new message came in. Dear top player Sin, the challenge from contestant number 79 has garnered widespread attention. Next, the result of this challenge will be broadcast publicly. Please pick a statement to leave behind for future challengers. The system voice even softened, sounding like a waiter. Luce. Across the globe, Luce, aka Sin, was top-tier fame. Because this wasn't part of regular game time. It was a bonus challenge mode. People were eager to see how rewards and punishments played out, and witness the power of the top player. Those who watched the livestream footage were already in awe. Within Daehanmingo, the place was practically in chaos. The Blue House looked more like a noisy market. The Park family had multiple women faint from crying. No one expected that the person carrying the hopes of Daehanmingo, ranked 79th in the world, would die. Those who hadn't watched, along with many unchosen ones, were frantically searching for the outcome. Challenge mode, number 79 Park Bu-sung challenge number 1 Sin. Sin wins. Game difficulty was chosen by the challenged Sin. Hell mode. Number 79 had extremely high game privileges. Game rewards have been distributed. Since number 79 was slain in-game, no further penalties will apply. This news spread globally. Everyone was shocked. No complex reward punishment system. Just one sentence. He was simply killed. Instantly, An infamous name was born. Chapter 106, Depressive Feedback, Legendary Black Knight. Most people probably just felt fear and awe, but the distance was too great, and from so far away, they didn't really feel anything more. But everyone on the peak ranking list, almost all of them felt an odd sense of crisis and frowned a little. You have to understand, this is the world's top 100. There are no real weaklings. Most of them have 3 consecutive perfect completions under their belts. Either they're naturally skilled, have powerful extraordinary powers, or are equipped with top-tier gear. Every one of these 100 players is proud and sees themselves as someone destined to change the world. With that kind of confidence naturally comes comparison and competition. No one wants to admit they're truly below someone else. And yet now, someone had actually chosen hell mode for themselves and managed to directly slay another top 100 contestant. That revealed at least 3 things. First, this person's personality must be absolutely ruthless. Not the kind to show mercy. Second, he strikes with such extreme precision and finality that the other guy didn't even have time to use an exit token. Third, even under the restrictions of hell mode, with all the rules against him, his strength still completely overpowered his opponent. For top-tier players, the existence of someone like this felt like a thorn in their backs. They couldn't help but wonder, what if it had been me? And right after that, the system voice broadcasted the global announcement. It was Sin's victory statement. Hope the next one isn't this week. Also hope you're mentally prepared like I am. It wasn't even a very arrogant line. Since he wasn't wearing his mask, Luce kept it relatively calm. But even that one short sentence carried overwhelming confidence that hit everyone head-on. What kind of mental preparation was he talking about? Once the challenge begins, it's life or death. In an instant, among the top-ranked players, some grew wary and observant, others were eager to fight. Top players all over the world had their eyes locked on this strongest player. So much bloodlust. Interesting. Someone this fun actually exists in the world, haha. Sooner or later, we'll meet. He wears a mask. Hides his identity. There's no way he's a lone wolf. Better keep observing until we know more. Are we sure he's from Hueco? Many voices surrounded that violent and mysterious figure. Another player wearing a helmet, blank, despite having legendary tier gear, was selectively ignored. Meanwhile, Xiantong had already been teleported back to her own room after a quick settlement. Only this time, her usual routine of gathering and compiling intel. She didn't do any of it. The empty study room had only one screen in front of her. Behind that screen was a supercomputer ranked among the top 100 in all of Asia for processing power. No extravagant decorations. Just this pinnacle of human engineering said everything that needed to be said about wealth. She sat in her chair, quietly lowering her head. Her hands were still trembling slightly as she tried to calm her heart. Her mind had almost nothing in it. Just Sin's words, replaying over and over again. Was he right? Was he really right? His judgment must have been wrong. Her mind was now filled with endless self-doubt and denial. Emotionally, she was also going through the side effects. Using sealed artifacts comes with obvious side effects, but that doesn't mean everything else is side effect free. Just like how prolonged sword use causes fatigue. Fatigue is the side effect of swords. The all-seeing eyes boost to the brain also came with a heavy mental drain. And the effect of the brainwave amplifier drug had completely worn off. Her current state was like a genius slowly regressing into an idiot. A depressing drop that hit hard. This was the biggest after effect of using the all-seeing eye. Depressive feedback. Usually, after using it, the worst she felt was a temporary low mood. But this time, it was truly serious. Sin's words had struck her to the core. Something she hadn't anticipated at all. Right now, she just wanted to break down and cry, even go hysterical. But clearly, that was something she couldn't allow herself to do. Under rational control, she just curled up in her chair, gently trembling. Letting out a long breath, she confirmed no one else was in the room. Then, with one hand over her face, tears slowly seeped through her fingers. So fucking pathetic. The thing she'd always been proud of had been shattered. Her earlier rebuttal felt like a panicked, desperate flail. The room fell quiet, leaving her alone to slowly digest everything. Over on Luce's side, things were a little better. After exiting the game, he didn't think about what the other person had said. Power always comes first. If everyone will eventually be consumed by desire, then he chooses power. No matter the cost. He glanced at his phone. No messages like usual. After thinking for a moment, he turned it off. Then, he summoned his Black Knight. Now he had two world backpack slots. One held his mysterious cloak, the other now held the Black Knight. It was his first legendary weapon, so he still needed to get used to it. In this cramped little room, the massive object looked even bulkier. Nearly touching the ceiling. Luz had no choice but to curl up on his little bed. This thing looked like a motorcycle, but Luz was pretty sure it'd never be street legal. The body was too solid, the design too monstrous. It just didn't look like it followed any traffic rules. Especially the edges. They were almost as sharp as blades. But what was really bugging Luz right now was the weapons tier, so he started checking the game's basic item description. This thing. So it's the result of combining the original Black Knight with the mechanical heart, right? Correct, but I don't really see any changes. Aren't the functions the same? Also, the original Black Knight was a legendary, and the mechanical heart was also a legendary tier component. So now this thing's rank is legendary tier. The game system gave a firm answer. Fuck. Luz felt like he'd been ripped off. He muttered to himself, so it's like I added it and nothing changed? Not even the appearance. It's not even as good as the mysterious cloak. Totally useless. As soon as he finished talking, another voice echoed through the cramped room. Whoa whoa whoa. What do you mean useless, bro? That kinda talk hurts, you know? Luz. Chapter 107, 4th Game, Ocean Casino. Hearing the sudden voice in his ear, Luz's gaze instantly sharpened. He was already prepared for battle. This kind of crisis response didn't require any training for him. It came from his early experiences, even without the baptism of the game. And now, he was confident in his own strength. Who is it? Want to come out and meet face to face? Luz clenched his fists. In-game, only his cloak and tire came out with him, but it didn't matter. He himself was the strongest weapon. What he did regret a little now was not bringing confessions of the disillusioned. That kind of supernatural stuff really was hard to handle. Are you blind? Why the hell are you yelling? If you've got cognitive issues, I can take you to the mental hospital. If your brain's just senile, let's hit up a retirement home, we're almost there anyway. That flippant voice rang out again, echoing around the small room. On the second listen, Luz could pinpoint the direction it came from. Black Knight. His eyes widened slightly as he stared blankly at the Black Knight in front of him. This thing's that advanced. Legendary weapon comes with eye now? What do you mean eye? Why are you low-level species talking with that arrogant tone? Said the Black Knight with clear discontent, shifting slightly in the room. You all aren't even that smart to begin with, and you treat intelligence like it's a human privilege. Real funny. You're the fucking robot. I'm starting to regret. This Black Knight looked like a vicious brute, but when it talked, it just wouldn't shut up. Luz said one sentence, and it fired off 3. Luz was kind of dumbfounded. How was this thing's intelligence level so high? But he accepted the setting quickly and went straight to the point. You. What do you do? Me? I'm useless. I'm trash. I just wanna lie down. The Black Knight flopped down onto the ground with a loud bang, sending dust falling from the ceiling. A baby that weighed who knows how many kilograms. Luz's expression darkened. He clenched his fist and stood up from the bed. Hey man, come on, what the hell's this? If you've got something to say, spit it out. The Black Knight got up from the ground in blatant defiance of the laws of physics and started speaking more properly. In the relatively quiet classroom, the students were doing self-study. It had been a long time since Luz had been at school, and suddenly it all felt like another lifetime, watching the distracted classmates around him. Ever since Chosen's paradise descended, the scope of the Chosen Ones had gradually expanded, and its influence increased. The whole world felt like it was grinding to a halt. Forget school. Even basic industrial production was struggling. Chosen's paradise was the most critical issue worldwide. A few more Chosen Ones had appeared in the class, and some had vanished without a trace. Even the homeroom teacher, who used to keep trying to talk them out of participating and persuade the school, had stopped showing up. Maybe there were new policies or decisions from the higher-ups. And today, the seat next to him was empty again. Xiantong didn't come to class. Luz's long silent phone finally got a message from her. Xiantong, did you go to school today? If you did, say something on my behalf. There's some stuff going on at home. Luz stared at the message, wondering if last time's incident had affected her more than he thought. He finally replied with a simple okay. Bzzz. The vibration sound came. Not from his phone this time, but from the metal sphere in his other hand. That was the Black Knight. Last night, after their nuclear-positive conversation, Luz finally learned more about the Black Knight. Mechanical heart, as the name implied, gave machines a heart. Only after merging could it achieve this level of intelligence. Another benefit. It could also turn into a heart-sized metal sphere at will, making it easy to carry and communicate. A faint electric current flowed through Luz's palm, across his body, reorganizing the signal in his ear to form spoken words. Bro. Just okay? That's it? You got a hormonal imbalance or something? Low on testosterone maybe? Shouldn't you be asking what's going on at her place? Make a bold move, spark things up, heat up the relationship. Marry next year, have a kid the year after. Luz realized this thing was seriously out of line. He squeezed the metal sphere hard. In his hands, that was a serious threat. But the Black Knight couldn't care less and kept going. You crush me, that's 2 legendary weapons down the drain. Your call, bro. Luz. Really wanted to punch this guy. But was worried he'd enjoy it. After seeing Xiantong's legendary weapon, Luz had a deeper understanding of her background. So he didn't plan to pry. Families like that always had their own issues, especially in a world teetering on chaos. They'd be way more on edge than normal folks. It had nothing to do with him. All he had to do was fight his way to world number 1. He was already zoning out, tuning out the chatter from the Black Knight, just waiting for the next game. Challenge mode counted as an extra game, so this time, his schedule was tighter than ever. Bro, you're just heading back to your doghouse. Not taking me somewhere fun? On the walk home from school, the Black Knight was still babbling. Maybe because it was the first day it could talk, it was scared of wasting a single word. What, drop you off at a motorbike repair shop so you can pick a cutie? Luz shot back. Why a repair shop? Can't I get a brand new ride? Amid the banter between the two people, the time for the 4th game had arrived. That familiar countdown appeared again before his eyes, and Luz focused completely. Please make the necessary preparations in advance, please choose whether to join as an audience member or as a player. Even though it wasn't his first time, every time Luz felt like he could hear his own thunderous heartbeat. He belonged here. This was his paradise. Hello player, you have a short window to prepare, send mask in use. Please choose whether to use an unlocked form, greed, gluttony, or wrath. No. Confirmed. A previously unused form will be randomly selected during the game. Game initialized. Preparing to begin. Welcome to Chosen's paradise. A wave of dizziness hit him. When it passed and he opened his eyes, another wave came. It felt like he was somewhere swaying non-stop. As soon as he entered, before he had a chance to observe the surroundings or people around him. Suddenly, a golden spotlight illuminated everything in blinding brilliance, and a booming voice exploded above everyone's heads. Welcome, players, to Hell Mode's Chosen's game. Ocean Casino, Chapter 108, Lust. Deranged Narcissist Ocean Casino. Which meant, this casino game in front of him was apparently located on a ship. Although the outside situation wasn't entirely visible, it could be guessed that the weather was probably rough. With all this rocking, if someone who gets seasick came here, they might not even be able to stand upright. The whole room was decorated in an extremely upper-class style. Or maybe just gaudy. 60% of the area was gold, and the rest was dotted with glittering splashes of other colors. A lot of the furnishings inside were completely unfamiliar to Luz. This was a world his former social class had never touched. But he didn't need to understand. It already gave off a vibe of indulgence and decadence. He didn't know what material the floor was made of. It looked polished like a mirror. The room was filled with people standing all around. The moment Luz heard that casino voice, his heart skipped a beat. This one might be too much. Maybe it would have been better if he'd drawn greed. But things were what they were. He could only accept it. Then he looked down at the reflection on the floor. And was instantly hit with another critical blow. Purple. Lust, Gakpo. Huh? Before he could be overwhelmed, even Luz's mouth twitched a little at the corner. This thing. Sin mask form, lust, mode, normal, personality influence, narcissistic, OCD, lust disorder, ability, emotion control. Can perfectly guide or even manipulate others' emotions, especially in the direction of lust. Love is a stronger force than hatred, mental focus increased. Intelligence increased. Perverts are smart too, you know, side effects, extremely high levels of narcissism and show-off tendencies. Mood swings. Disordered desire. Luz glanced through the description and immediately understood one thing. This didn't seem like a combat-type mask. Compared to the ones he'd used before, lust and greed clearly leaned more functional, while gluttony and wrath boosted combat strength. The rest of the traits were fine, but what the hell was disordered desire? Hormonal imbalance? Let's see how it goes. All things aside, this lust mask looked damn good. Way better than the 3 ugly ones before. Unconsciously, Luz stared at his reflection on the floor. And dazed out for a moment. Snapped back to reality with a jolt. Yeah, that narcissism effect really hit hard. The next second, something over 2 meters tall and pudgy like a slime plopped into the center of the arena, twisting its body and shouting excitedly. The room was lit like a stage set, and countless spotlights beamed down on it, drawing all eyes. Welcome to the Ocean Casino. Players, I know. You might have realized this is a hell mode game, but that's just a joke. This is your ultimate paradise. Here, you can win everything you ever wanted. Stand out among all the handsome men and beautiful women. Losing might be a bit troublesome. Nobody likes losing, right? But as long as you're still in the game, a temporary loss might not be all bad. This place welcomes true gamblers. Joy and thrill. That's our main theme here. As it spoke, the massive slime kept wriggling and twisting. It looked like it was dancing. Full body and limbs. Combined with that tone of voice, it was downright sleazy. Alright, take a look around. Notice anything? Everyone around you looks pretty damn hot. At its words, everyone instinctively glanced side to side. And yeah, it was weird. Everyone was dressed to the nines, like some elite society ballroom gala. Formal wear all around. Whether male or female, everyone looked like they stepped out of a comic book. And only you looked totally out of place. Like you didn't belong here at all. The creepy part? Everyone was thinking the exact same thing. I bet you've all noticed, huh? Why are all the people around you so good looking, so well dressed? And you look like such a mess. Hey, don't feel inferior. In their eyes, you're just as hot. Here, everyone's outer appearance is a mask. A preset look assigned by the game. It's not your real face. Why, you ask? Because in such a high-end setting, we obviously want everyone to look good. Not like those busted potatoes from your phone camera. Alright, so before the game officially starts. Anyone confident in their looks and wanna unmask? The slime stood in the center, twisting around in exaggerated motions, like a complete lunatic. Oh right. Players who unmask will get a ×2 multiplier. That means, during the upcoming game, all rewards and punishments will be doubled. Tempting, right? Any brave souls? Silence. The slime was basically performing a one-man show in the spotlight. Twisting, dancing. Nobody responded. Nobody played along. Everyone just stared coldly, unmoving. Who'd unmask now? So many people around. If you stand out now, you're instantly everyone's target. And that ×2 multiplier. Just the sound of it was terrifying. Rewards. Sure. But punishments ×2? That's some fucking instant death street. Nobody here was a noob anymore. No one dared mess around in a hell mode game. And the slime didn't wait long. After less than 10 seconds of dead air, it immediately spoke again. So boring. I knew you people had no gaming spirit. Sigh. In that case, I'll unmask. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd, shocking the slime. It whipped its head around, excited. What? Really? But before it could finish, a black shadow dashed forward at lightning speed. Didn't even have time to react. Bam. A kick landed straight on it. The over 2-meter wide slime was launched into the air, bouncing around the gold-covered hall, ricocheting like a damn rubber ball. A figure took its place, standing dead center under a dozen spotlights. Shining like the brightest star. This stage belongs to me. You think some piece of shit like you has the right to take my spot? The words landed. Everyone was stunned, frozen, eyes locked on the center. They didn't expect to see this kind of player. Standing in the spotlight, a tall, handsome man. He slowly raised his head, and with a smile cracking open across his face, like a magician doing a dramatic reveal, showed his real appearance. The high-collared cloak, the striking purple mask. None of it stood out more than the words he spoke next. Sorry, weak, stupid, ugly trash. Pity I have to be in the same space as you. But on the other hand, you should feel honored. This will be the greatest glory of your pitiful lives. No one here doesn't recognize me, right? The strongest player. Sin. Chapter 109, the only one who unmasked. The peak of scene stealing. Everyone was fucking stunned. This kind of development? Is this shit a dream? Looking at the slime still bouncing around in the room, if it weren't for the special status of the person on stage, everyone would seriously doubt if this was just part of the game. But the problem is, that's Sin. Just a few days ago, he made a name for himself across the world, ranked #1 on the peak ranking, and slaughtered the top 100 players. This guy's identity is so unique it's impossible to doubt. But, is the strongest player really like this? This is way too arrogant. His personality is seriously awful, totally different from what everyone imagined. A lot of people twitched at the corners of their mouths. Normally, when someone steps on stage to speak, they at least bow slightly. That's basic gentlemanly etiquette. But this guy? Not only did he not bow, he stood ramrod straight. And even had his chin raised. What the hell is this? Among the crowd, a few people didn't show any expression on their faces, but their feet involuntarily stepped back a few paces. To the left of the stage, hidden behind his dashing appearance, Jiao Tian trembled, staring wide-eyed at the person on stage. His eyes nearly popped out. He never expected that the person they'd failed to find using national resources would randomly show up again through game matchmaking. And hell mode games aren't exactly common. How come every time he's matched with this guy, it's always fucking hell mode? Are you sure it's him? Beside him, another official organization member whispered. The two had met in-game, and used special methods to confirm identities. They already cooperated. Positive. Keep watching. Just don't piss him off. Jiu Tian said with a headache. Got it, show-off guy, the teammate teased. Jiu Tian was speechless. Seems like that one game clip was all anyone remembered. Behind the spinning champagne tower, a woman lowered her head and picked up a glass. Xiantong, hiding her thoughts behind her auto-generated avatar, felt her head swell. Last time she got matched with the world's #1, she'd thought it was a stroke of luck. She planned to get close, show her value, and maybe recruit him. Everything had gone so smoothly. Until her mental defense collapsed at the end. She panicked and ran, didn't even send a friend request or anything she'd planned. It was the most humiliating moment in her life. With the world in chaos and family matters weighing on her, she'd entered the game to escape after shaking off her depression a little. Either she'd power up, or if she was unlucky, just die and be done with it. And now she runs into him again. Looking at the mask on his face now. Lust. Somehow it felt even worse than wrath. She lowered her head and positioned herself to shield the others. In the distance, someone stared fixedly at Luce standing at the center of the field, murmuring, "Target acquired, huh? The world belongs to the Tandui." There were just too many people in this game instance. The name Sin already stood out, not to mention Luce had just done something totally insane. Players hiding under holographic avatars all frowned, eyes on this spot. They came from different backgrounds, different organizations, all deep in thought. But outwardly, no one reacted to Luce's rudeness. No shit. Who wants to be the one to stand out and get targeted? I just delivered such a brilliant and perfect opening speech, and no one's kneeling and bowing? Even if you're all that rude, how come there's not even a round of applause? After mocking everyone under the lust mask, Sin still looked displeased under the spotlight. Duang, the slime that had been bouncing finally stopped and bounced back next to Sin. It wasn't hurt at all. And throughout its bouncing, it hadn't damaged a single item in the room. Its body was a perfect shock absorber. Truly worthy of being the strongest player. So full of that gamer spirit. But hey, calling me an ugly freak is too much. I've been told I'm quite the looker where I'm from. Well then, let us announce. Halfway through the slime's sentence, a furious roar suddenly erupted from the center of the stage. I said, I finished talking. So how come no one's clapping? Boom. The voice was full of rage and madness. The next second, with a deafening blast, Luce raised hell roar and fired a shot straight at the ceiling. The central chandelier was blown to bits. Colored glass shimmered gold, flying beautifully in the center of the Grand Casino. Everyone was shocked again at the sudden gunshot. This guy's behavior was so unhinged, it was hard to make sense of. You do realize this is a hell mode game, right? Isn't his basically provoking the rules of the game? Bathed in the spotlight, Sin stood there radiating overwhelming bloodlust. The gun in his hand made everyone feel uneasy. As expected of hell mode. The slime at his side didn't get mad, instead took the lead, clapping with a flattery-laced tone. Hee, such passion. We now announce, player Sin has chosen to participate under real identity from the start and receives a ×2 multiplier. A glowing ×2 appeared above Sin's head, blindingly bright. As he spoke, the crowd began to respond with scattered applause. No matter what, better clap first. No one wanted to be gunned down by this lunatic. This guy. Mentally he's really. The teammate next to Jiu Tian was dumbfounded, pointing at his own head. You'll get used to it, Jiu Tian chuckled bitterly. Honestly, I think he's doing better than last time. At least he hasn't eaten anyone yet. Teammate. Hiding behind the champagne tower, Xiantong focused her all-seeing eye on him. She disliked it, but she couldn't take her focus off Sin. She was one of the rare few who didn't think Sin was a nutcase. He was intentionally playing to the mask. Judging from how he used rage last time in-game, he was clearly trying to activate the mask's ability again. Shooting the ceiling. Such force, yet the ceiling didn't break, only the lights. That proved the game scene was locked to this room. Even his exaggerated behavior and the attack on the slime were deliberate tests of the game's limits. She had reached a conclusion. This version of Sin was a rational mode version. And to her, that was even scarier. Well then, since unmasking is confirmed, may I ask you to? The slime's voice sounded tentative, trying to get Sin to move aside so it could announce the first game rule. What? Got something to say? Hand over the script. I'll read it. Chapter 110, Fake Humans. The false beauty behind the mask. The slime stood still, and at this moment even looked a bit flustered. Its large gelatinous body trembled slightly, making it look kind of pitiful. Well, this doesn't seem very appropriate. What's inappropriate about it? Does the game rule say I can't be the one? Sin replied impatiently, the lust mask on his face showing a smug expression. Well, if you put it that way, I guess not, but what? Just a moment ago, after hearing the applause and neatly adjusting his collar, Sin had returned to his calm and elegant self. But now he was back to full-on rage again. He even pointed his gun directly at the trembling slime. Totally unpredictable to the extreme. In the crowd, quite a few people were secretly hoping the slime could represent the game and punish this rogue player. But it didn't. The slime's body stiffened slightly, then wobbled a little, and in the end, could only let out a smile. With a wave of its hand, a golden, translucent holographic sheet appeared in Sin's hand. Not bad. This thing's pretty clean. Looking at the screen in his hand, Luce found it a bit interesting and made a satisfied remark. Sigh, it's the least I could do, the slime instinctively responded, like it was reporting to a boss. As soon as it spoke, it realized it slipped up, then shut up. And so, the scene stealing was pulled off flawlessly. The purple mask sparkled under the spotlight, and the slime quietly stood behind him, like a doorman or bodyguard. All the other players were dumbfounded. You can do that? You're making the rest of us look like NPCs. Luce, of course, didn't care what the others thought. Holding the glowing panel, he had already started reading it. This is kind of interesting. This round's game is the Ocean Casino, with 100 participants. However, if you pay close attention, you'll notice that in this room. As Luce spoke, he lifted his head and showed a strange smile. There are 200 people here. As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone instinctively shook their heads and looked around at the handsome men and beautiful women. In an instant, something felt off. Under the dazzling lights of the casino, it felt like the place was haunted by designer brands. Among these 200, 100 are players. The other 100 are fake humans. So in the next 1 hour, it's your free time. Feel free to enjoy the food and drinks. Of course, at the same time, you'll all be playing a little game. Who the hell wrote this script? So wordy. Luce turned to glance at the slime. Really sorry, alright, the game rule is identity guessing. Each player has 3 stars. You must make 3 guesses. Guessing whether the people around you are players or fakes. If you guess someone is a player and you're right, they must unmask without resistance. If you guess someone is a player and you're wrong, you have to fulfill one non-excessive request from them. If you guess someone is a fake human and you're right, they must fulfill one request of yours. If you guess someone is a fake human and you're wrong, you lose a star. Just 4 simple rules, and 3 stars appeared on everyone's chest at the same time. Alright, the game begins. Luce didn't waste time. After speaking, the golden paper in his hand disappeared, and he began strolling casually across the venue. Even as he walked into the crowd, the glowing ×2 above his head still clearly marked his position. Bright as day. Plus, everyone else instinctively avoided him like he was the plague. This guy's too powerful, and clearly unstable. Better keep your distance. Of course, most people were already thinking hard about the game. A 1-hour countdown had already appeared overhead. The game was officially on. No one paid attention to that feel free to eat and drink line. Since everyone had to make 3 guesses, this was clearly an integral part of the game. Nobody believed hell mode games were simple. Many were already mentally chewing over the 4 rules and planning their moves. 3 stars. Even an idiot could tell these things would be important later. But Luce was different. He gave off an extreme sense of calm, leisurely wandering the hall, sampling sweets from the dessert section. He even walked up to a gaming table and picked up a dice cup. Rolled 3 6s. Looks like today's my lucky day. Dear players, feel free to take a page out of our strongest players book. Loosen up a little and have some fun. The slime returned to the center of the hall, trying to liven up the atmosphere. But it didn't work. In the end, the first to break the silence was still that Sin. After rolling the dice, Luce turned to a nearby female player and asked, "Miss, do you think you're beautiful?" The woman clearly froze, seemingly surprised that the strange top player would speak to her. She hesitated, then covered her mouth and laughed. "I think every girl believes in her heart that she's beautiful. But truly beautiful women are few and far between," Luce replied sharply. "Perhaps. Even though your current shell is painfully average, I still hope that beneath this projection, you're a beautiful person." Luce looked her in the eyes. "I guess. You're a player." He guessed already? That fast? Everyone in the casino turned in unison to look in Luce's direction. Even the slime looked visibly shocked. Nobody expected that after just a few minutes, this guy would make such a reckless move. The girl being questioned was also dazed for a moment. Then she slowly shed her outer disguise, her voice becoming hoarse. "That's unfortunate. You guessed wrong." With her raspy voice, the temperature in the hall seemed to drop. Nearly everyone sucked in a sharp breath. The beauty standing in front of Luz revealed her true form. She was a skeleton. Chapter 111, Seeing a Beauty as One Sees Bones. Seeing bones as one sees a beauty in the grand and luxurious hall. Almost the moment the other party unmasked, a strong stench filled the air, forcing everyone nearby to step back a few paces. It was the smell of a corpse that had sunk to the bottom of the sea for who knows how long. Perfectly matching the current appearance of the fake human. The entire being was just a skeleton, but not the clean, white kind you'd find in a hospital or anatomy room. It looked more like a whole corpse that had been tossed into the sea for years and just dredged back up again. Though the flesh had been eaten away by fish and broken down by the ocean's ecosystem, the untreated bones weren't white. They were covered in various dull and murky colors. Anyone who frequently retrieves bodies from the water knows. That's what the sea, the fish, and even the body's own decaying muscles leave on the bones. Some spots deep within the skeleton even showed faint traces of muscle, as if melted plastic had been seared onto the bone by intense heat, fusing together tightly. Inside its hollow eyes were some strange, foreign substances. No one could tell if they were parts of the skull that hadn't fully decayed yet. Best not to think too hard. Just gross. It hadn't done anything else yet, but just its presence here made it clear to everyone why this was a hell mode game. An unnatural tension spread through the crowd. People instinctively kept a wider distance from one another. Underneath those handsome and beautiful masks, something like that existed. No one could be sure if the person next to them was one of those things. But Sin didn't react like everyone else. On the purple mask, an expression of delight appeared. He stepped forward, getting even closer to the fake human. As expected, you didn't let me down. Beneath the mask is a truly beautiful face. Among so many vulgar and ugly people, I spotted your beauty at a glance. I think this might be fate. To see bones as one sees a beauty. Compared to the discomfort caused by the skeletal figure, what Sin said probably had an even more shocking effect. The fake human seemed like it had never encountered this kind of player before. After a 2-second freeze, it resumed its scripted NPC-like dialogue. Regardless, it's unfortunate. You lost. No, I think I won. Luz stepped forward again. His mask was almost touching the skull. And even grabbed the other's hand. The fake human skeleton trembled. It didn't dodge in time. Just seeing you means I've already won. Luz held the skeleton hand, gazing affectionately at the skull, his entire body radiating an almost explosive hormone vibe. Fake human. Its preset processing logic clearly never accounted for this scenario. Its system just completely froze, like the CPU had fried. Not just it. Everyone was fried. The whole casino felt like it had been hit with a paralysis spell. No one moved. Everyone was staring stone-faced at that spot. You being the strongest player. We're not jealous at all, really. This instantly humbled those who previously thought they were top tier and had trouble accepting the first player's position. They bowed their heads in silence. They behaved. Jiao Tian's teammate beside him looked like he was about to wet himself. Watching Sin almost press against that skull, his pupils were quaking. Turning to Jiao Tian, he said, "Show off guy. I feel bad for you." Jiao Tian? The filthy air of the mortal world makes me feel dirty, unwilling to touch anything. But holding your hand. It's different. It's like the polluted air has suddenly become fresher. Luz didn't seem to care about the game or anything else. Holding the fake human's hand, he kept talking, like putting on a show for the slime on the side. Duang, duang. It started bouncing with excitement. The fake human subtly pulled its hand back and shyly took a step back, saying, "Let's proceed with the game's buffer phase first. You need to agree to a not-so-excessive request from me." "None of your requests could ever be excessive." Luz replied immediately, pointing Hellroar at his own chest. "Want to see my sincerity?" Fake human. At this point, it didn't even know how many times it had gone silent. Just chose not to respond, then turned to look at the slime and nodded. "Alright, then the game is signed, rules set by the fake human, carried out by player Sin. Breaking the rules equals losing, the wager. If the player loses, they lose 1 star, if the fake human loses, the player gains 1 star, due to the ×2 rule. What the hell do I need your worthless star for, you blind and ugly piece of shit? Don't you know what's needed?" Just a moment ago, Sin was releasing charm like a gentleman. Now he exploded in rage, spinning around and cursing out the slime. The fake human jolted again, terrified, backing away a bit more. The slime froze stiff. After thinking for a moment, two chubby, fleshy hands stretched out of its body and started scribbling something in midair. Alright then. Due to Player Sin's reasonable request, and to keep the game fun and exciting, the wager has been revised. The wager: if the player loses, they lose 2 stars. If the fake human loses, it must unconditionally agree to one request from the player. After finishing, the slime bounced over happily, facing Luce, and said, "How's that? Perfect?" Luce nodded in satisfaction and gave a thumbs up. The two were discussing terms like a business deal. Everyone else had no clue why this Sin guy had such high game privileges. Was it just because he unmasked? Is there really a benefit to voluntarily unmasking? Since entering the game, everyone had been hit with blow after blow. Their minds were starting to go numb. Nearly 10 minutes of the 1-hour countdown had passed, and no one had made a move. They all just stared at Sin, waiting for this unstoppable guy to blaze a trail for them. The slime shot a cold glance at everyone, then muttered under its breath, "What a bunch of people who have no idea how to enjoy a game." Alright then. The game is sealed. Let's begin. Right as the slime finished speaking. And maybe because it couldn't stand Luce's flirty mask anymore, the fake human in front of him hurriedly announced the game start. A little game test. I need 3 players. Then it stretched out a bony finger and pointed 3 times into the crowd. You 3, come forward. Chapter 112, Draw Lots Game. I think you love me. After announcing the start of the game, 2 beams of light came down, enveloping Luce and the fake human, as if 2 beams of rules had locked them in place. But after the fake human pointed at 3 people, beams of light appeared above each of their heads too. Like they'd been chosen. The 3 of them froze at the same time, like they hadn't processed it yet. Then they looked at each other and stepped forward. Everyone, sometimes a game needs more participants, and you'll be randomly selected. You can't refuse, but don't worry. Winning or losing has nothing to do with you. You're just participating. It's a game. Let's all have some fun, hey. Luce scoffed, looking at the skeleton opposite him. Does this guy always talk so much nonsense? Must have been rough on you. The fake human's whole body trembled again, and it quickly raised its left hand. In its left hand, a sphere appeared out of thin air. It was a transparent ball about 50 centimeters in diameter. Inside it were several small balls, moving and colliding rapidly. Just like a lottery machine. The fake human held up the big ball and spun around in place, like it was showing it off to everyone. In the next second, the outside of the ball turned pure black, hiding what was inside. Only the sound of the small balls colliding could be heard. The fake human turned to face Luce. In its hollow eyes, it was like a faint ghostly flame flickered. That raspy voice echoed once again. I'll only explain the rules once. No questions or objections during the process. After I finish, a countdown for your choice will begin. From the moment I stop talking, you'll have 30 seconds to decide. Draw lots game. There are several small balls inside. There are 5 of us. We'll each draw in turn. No matter how many the first 4 take, the last one will take all the remaining ones. In the end, all the balls will be distributed among the 5 people. You'll go first. If the number of balls you end up with is the highest or the lowest, you lose. Otherwise, you win. I've explained the rules. You have 30 seconds. Game start. By the end, its speech got faster and faster, like it didn't want to give Sin any time to think and just shoved the problem at him. Above the 5-person circle, a 30-second countdown had already started. It's already starting? Since no one was in a rush to guess identities at this point, everyone was watching. When the 30-second timer popped up, they all thought, this is just too unfair. Wasn't this because he provoked the slime earlier? Now they're targeting him. Wait. Aren't games like this rigged to be unwinnable? Jiu Tian's teammate whispered beside him. Don't get too close to me. What if someone sees? Jiu Tian was speechless. Among the crowd, the lust mask made a thoughtful expression, then flashed a smile again. Oh, closing parenthesis, so as expected, such a perfect person like me. You fell in love with me at first sight, didn't you? To think you'd go this far for me. The fake human might have been confused too. A cold voice came from the skeleton. 25 seconds left. To think you'd even remind me of the time. I really think you love me. The smile on the lust mask got more and more suggestive. What the hell is he wasting time for? Jiu Tian's teammate was digging into the floor with his toes, grinding his teeth. Can you not be more anxious than the Emperor himself? Jiu Tian had played the same game as Luce before. He knew this guy probably wasn't as crazy as he acted, so he stayed calm. Right now, watching the timer tick down, everyone thought, yep, it's hopeless. This first player probably doesn't even care about winning or losing. But just then, Luz suddenly reached out his left hand and grabbed the fake human's right skeleton hand. Held it tightly. The fake human reflexively tried to pull away, but with Luz's strength? If he really wanted to hold on, there was no getting away. They say there's a vein in the ring finger of the left hand that connects to the heart. I'm grabbing you with my left hand, hoping you'll feel my sincerity. As he spoke, he reached his right hand into the big sphere. Half the time had already passed. Under the gaze of 200 people, under the spotlight in this golden hall, Luz held the skeleton's hand with his left while reaching into the ball with his right. That scene, that atmosphere. Perfectly executed. If only the other party wasn't a terrifying skeleton. Xiantong, who had been staring the whole time, couldn't hold it in anymore. Compared to the last game instance, this was way too different. What the hell? You're spitting pickup lines now? And if you want to use your dominant right hand to draw, just say so. What's with all that vein in the ring finger leads to the heart crap? Isn't every blood vessel connected to the heart? She held herself back from reacting differently than the others, trying not to attract attention. In her mind, Sin had probably won. She was just curious what he'd request from the fake human. Surely he wasn't actually going to hook up with a skeleton, right? He couldn't be that insane. Right? Do you want me to win? 10 seconds left. Luz was still talking nonsense, and the fake human was basically frozen. It had tried pulling its hand away a few times but couldn't. This guy's strength was insane. Of course I want to win. Reluctantly, the fake human replied along with his topic. Don't lie. I know you're just giving me a reason to win. After all, women always fall in love with the man who defeats them. Fake human. This guy's mentally unstable. I'm done talking. It looked up, focusing on the countdown. 3. 2. At the very last second, Luz pulled his right hand out. Every gap between his fingers held a ball, with more clutched in the center of his palm. Take a look. Are you satisfied? The fake human lowered its head to count the balls in Luz's hand, its body stiffening slightly. I think you love me. Otherwise, why give me a guaranteed win and let me show you my sincerity too? If perfection is a crime, then I apologize. But falling for me. That was the right choice. A wide grin spread across the lust mask. That narcissistic voice had never stopped since the game began. But now, to the fake human, it sounded like the voice of a demon. The next moment, a hoarse voice came from the skeleton. You won. No need to keep playing. State your request. Chapter 113, The Fall of Love is the Fall of Free Will. The black ball was placed on the ground, and the fake skeleton-like body actually looked a little hunched at the moment, appearing very downcast. It couldn't make expressions, but even just looking at it, you could feel its gloom. Whether it was the players present, or the audience watching Luz's game perspective, listening to the fake's words. Many people didn't react for a moment. How did we win? Weren't all 5 supposed to grab the balls? The rest haven't even made a move yet. Why'd you bring them in then? Is this rigged? Wait. How is this a win? Can someone smart explain? 1, 2, 3. 10 balls in total. Is there some deeper meaning? Not really seeing it, the more I watch the more off this feels. From the host's initial favoritism, to suddenly winning now, don't tell me something shady's going on? Isn't blank watching the stream anymore? Why isn't she jumping in to break this down? Blank couldn't analyze it anymore. Because she wasn't just watching the stream, she was in it. After the champagne tower, Xiantong had been quietly observing how things developed. When she saw the 10 balls in Luz's hand, she already knew he had won. Average. So that hand of his is off. She muttered under her breath. It wasn't a particularly complicated logic puzzle. Xiantong had figured it out almost from the start. There were several small balls rapidly moving inside the big ball. In the few seconds before the exterior turned black, people could still see inside. It's just that regular human eyes couldn't make out the details. But the all-seeing eye saw it clearly. There were 50 small balls inside that big one. And there were 5 people drawing balls. If you take the average, that's 10 each. In this game, it didn't really matter whether you drew first or last. As long as you drew 10, only 2 outcomes could happen. First, if everyone took exactly 10, they'd split the balls evenly. No one would have more or less. Second, if it wasn't even, and you took exactly 10. The average. Then someone had to have more than you, and someone had to have less. So the only real challenge of this game lay in those 30 seconds. In that time, you needed to figure this out, and once the ball turned opaque, you had to grope around and pull out exactly 50. After all, without the all-seeing eye, most people couldn't possibly count how many were inside in those few seconds. Luz didn't count the balls precisely at first either. But it didn't matter. The scholar's right hand could turn someone who'd never touched a gun into a marksmanship master. Counting? Easy. Which meant, for Luce, this game was a guaranteed win. Even now, though, most of the crowd still hadn't figured out what the hell had just happened. Xiantong's gaze passed through the crowd, landing on Luce's long, clearly jointed right hand. At this point, she was almost certain. There was something special about that hand. Now, she was curious about his demand. Make your request. Anything at all. The fake spoke again, its hollow eyes staring straight at Luce. Even spending the night with me? The lust mask teased. The fake. Anything, it repeated. The slime bounced as it looked this way, seemingly very intrigued. Even if you can stir up my desire, without emotional connection, it's meaningless. What I want is love. Not just the body. Far off, the corner of Xiantong's mouth twitched. She thought, there is no body. Isn't this just a skeleton? Well, at least he's still rational. He didn't let the lust mask make him actually want to sleep with a skeleton. As she was thinking this, Luce's next line completely floored her. So, my request is, I want your unwavering love. The fake? Xiantong? Everyone? The fake was, after all, an in-game entity. The biggest resource there was. And it still had 3 stars on it. Everyone figured that after that twist, Sin was bound to make some serious demand. Crazy or not, when it came down to core benefits like this, he'd have to be serious. But this result completely caught everyone off guard. What kind of weird-ass thing are you even asking for? The slime suddenly started clapping, yelling in excitement, nice. That's the spirit of a game. Now that's a player, why do the rest of you act like miserable office workers? Isn't the game supposed to be fun? What are you yelling for? Luce turned around and gave it a blank look. The slime went silent. Yes. At that moment, the fake, as the loser, accepted the request. A pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping it. Like a contract had been signed. The lust mask still held that lazy smile, nodding as if very satisfied, and said, You've always loved me, haven't you? Even picked a 5-person group game just for me. And found 3 more to help out. Those 3 were players, right? Pretty obvious. They hesitated when picked. And just now, when you said I won, they reacted a bit weird too. Luce deliberately said those 2 lines loud and clear. The fake's skull lifted, just as it was about to speak. Not far from Luce, another player hesitated, but couldn't hold back any longer. Without thinking it through, he rushed forward, pointing at one of the 3 remaining participants from the draw lots game, and said, I think you're a player. The air seemed to freeze for a second. Then, the lust mask on Luce's face stretched into a grin that reached his ears, followed by loud laughter. Ha 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 ha. Someone really bought that? Told you, you're all damn fools. Who the hell would believe I'd actually pick 3 real players? The player who had charged out stiffened. The one he'd pointed at now had her veil slowly dissolve, revealing another set of white bones underneath. Too bad. You guessed wrong. Luce, under the lust mask, was still laughing. Ha 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 ha. What kind of brain do you have to believe what I just said? If I really picked 3 random players, the game wouldn't even work. If someone wanted to deliberately help me win, I could have pulled any number and still won, right? Honestly, your brain's probably better off turned off. His laughter was full of mockery and scorn. Then, Luce pointed at the player who had already turned to stone. I'm guessing you're the player. Chapter 114, Vile Trolls. Let's make this game more exciting then. Luce pointed at the remaining 2 game participants. You 2 are fakes. As soon as he finished speaking, the veils covering the 3 people began dissolving almost simultaneously, revealing a middle-aged man and 2 skeletons. All 3 guesses were correct. The middle-aged man, having been identified as a player, wasn't directly punished or harmed, but he became the second human in the room to reveal his face. This sense of being singled out, and the feeling of being played, instantly made him feel flushed with embarrassment and frustration. He was usually a mid-level executive at a small company, always preaching to subordinates about things like taking initiative, finding work yourself, seizing opportunities, and so on. Always lecturing people like scolding dogs. And to a certain extent, he'd brainwashed himself too. So just now, when Sin seemed to casually drop a line, he thought, this is it, my chance. He didn't even think it through. He believed if he didn't act now, someone else would beat him to it. You gotta be ruthless. As he dashed out, he was even a little proud of his own bravery. Who knew? This Sin, known as the strongest player, was just bullshitting for fun? Are you fucking nuts? What do you get out of this? Looking at the lingering smile on that purple mask, his mental breakdown couldn't even be put into words. He felt like everyone in the hall was staring at him, mocking him. Among the newly revealed fakes, one approached the middle-aged man and said, You lost. You have to agree to one not too excessive request. The other two walked over to Sin, bowing slightly and saying, "You've won. I can grant you one request." Faced with this contrast, the middle-aged man couldn't take it anymore. Blood rushed to his head, and his face turned red as he roared, "Objection! I object. Why does the strongest player get so many privileges? And besides, their game wasn't even finished. Why was it declared his win? I think there's something shady here. He cheated. Rigged it." Of course, he still had some basic rationality left. Though angry, he didn't dare aim his fury directly at Luz. Instead, he yelled at the slime. Clearly, this man was one of those who still hadn't figured it out. In a way, he was voicing what part of the audience was thinking. The slime had been grinning, but upon hearing this, its expression instantly turned cold. It glanced sideways and said coldly, "Privilege? What, you think if we don't favor the strongest player, we should favor you? As for why he's privileged, it's because excitement and fun are the core of this place. He's the only one actually playing the game. You all don't have the right mindset." Luz suddenly turned to look at the slime and said, "You've been favoring me? No, not at all. Totally deserved." Hee. The slime immediately switched to a sycophantic tone, rubbing its hands and groveling. Then, it instantly went back to being cold as it looked at the middle-aged man. "Cheating, you say? When has a casino not cheated? Who said cheating's not allowed here? As long as you don't catch it, it's fine. Besides, there didn't seem to be any cheating just now either. Also, you're seriously lacking any gaming spirit. No fun at all." By the end, the slime was dripping with disdain. Duang. It bounced away, ignoring him. The middle-aged man was stunned. Standing there dumbfounded. All his past pride and authority meant nothing here. The rules and power structures of the normal world had been completely deconstructed on this ship. The fake who had fallen in love with Luz now seemed to have developed some instinct to defend him, and looked at the man with the same disgust. The black shroud on the large ball's surface was removed, revealing the remaining small balls inside. There were 50 in total. He took 10. Go home and count them yourself. See how that makes him the most or least. With that, he kicked the ball over. The small balls rolled out and stopped at the manager's feet. Luz also dropped the small balls in his hand, smiling as he said, "Go play at home. This game's not for you." Then, he turned to look at the two new fakes in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. "As for the request, let's keep it simple. I now grant you the right to love me too. Let's all love me together. But since you're late to the party, you'll have to settle for being side pieces. Can you accept that?" The fakes. Staring at this completely unserious guy, the fakes were clearly a bit stunned, but what could they say? They had no choice but to accept. And thus, fake number 1, number 2, and number 3 were born. Then Luz started wandering around the field, trailed by 3 bored skeletons. After watching this whole series of moves, the other people in the game more or less understood how the identity guessing worked, and hesitantly began preparing to act. But just then, Luz suddenly turned to the slime, who was still hyping the atmosphere. "Hey, you sticky fat guy. You want excitement? How about we make this game a little more exciting?" Nobody knew what he meant yet, and before the slime could even reply, Luz walked straight up to an unrevealed person and casually said, "I guess you're a fake." Incorrect guess. As the voice rang out, the 2 stars on Luz's chest vanished into smoke. The person he had guessed ran off into the crowd. But Luz just shrugged, looking like he didn't care at all. He randomly grabbed another player and started guessing again. He had no logic to his guesses. They were pure random, like he was just playing around, not caring whether he won or lost. A lot of people were confused. Like Jiu Tian's teammate. What a weirdo. What the hell's this guy thinking? Didn't he already do his 3 required guesses? Not good. Jiu Tian's eyes narrowed suddenly. Hurry, there's not much time. Huh? There's still over 40 minutes left, isn't there? On the other side, Xiantong was also on the move. She quickly set down her champagne glass, splashing a few drops. This mask. What a nasty personality. Muttering in her heart, she quickly began weaving through the crowd, heading toward people she'd previously observed. The smart ones had realized something. This game required every player to make at least 3 guesses. But even counting the fakes, there were only 200 people total. Now, that grinning mask wearer. The troll. After completing his own 3 guesses, was still going wild, rapidly guessing without a care for wins or losses. Chapter 115, Time Trap. The pit dug by Sin. At this moment, the hall looked like it was hosting a cocktail party. After watching Sin's mind-blowing performance, everyone finally started to move. Though it wasn't lively enough for toasts and cheers to fill the air, people had already begun forcing themselves past the unease and were striking up conversations. Since they were already in the game, they had to follow its rules. This 1-hour identity guessing phase still had to go on. So far, the slime hadn't said what the chips were actually for, but since they were called chips, they had to be important. Therefore, under the requirement to guess, and with bad luck, it was entirely possible to lose everything. That meant the rules of this game needed to be fine-tuned carefully. Each guess had only 2 options, one was guessing a person, the other was guessing a fake human. If we assume that stars are the most important thing in this game, then everything makes sense. Guessing a fake human and being right came with big benefits, and being wrong had downsides. As for guessing a person, getting it wrong didn't seem to have major consequences. After all, you didn't lose stars directly. But getting it right didn't bring much benefit either. It just forced the other person to unmask. So, balancing the pros and cons was a matter of game theory. Many people hadn't figured out whether to gamble or not. But truly smart people weren't wasting time on that anymore. They were focused on playing it safe first. Take Xiantong for example. She didn't even bother figuring out who was a fake human, because fakes were hard to confirm. She only looked at people. Human behavior is recognizable. There are common patterns. Xiantong didn't rely on her own eyes alone. Floating invisibly in the air, a metallic ball kept its gaze locked on Luce, while others focused on different people. Tiny movements when thinking, walking pace, and even the crowd's physical reactions while watching Sin's episode. All of it was information she used for her judgment. Fake humans could pretend to be shocked, even pretend to ask the people around them about their identities. But some things just weren't that easy to fake. She collected all the data from everyone present into her mind. Through a quick comparison and analysis, she picked out 3 who looked the most like real people. I guess you're a person. Her figure darted through the crowd quickly. After making her guess, she left behind a single line and moved on, not lingering at all. 3 times in a row. As long as the game confirmed the guess as valid, that was enough, right? Some of the 3 didn't even react in time. By the time they turned their heads, Xiantong had already vanished without a trace, leaving only the holographic images of the guess targets slowly fading. 3 hits. Seeing that she'd used up her 3 mandatory guesses without taking any losses, she let out a sigh of relief and turned her gaze back toward that obnoxious man in the field. The ×2 headlamp on top of his head was glaringly eye-catching. Wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Not to mention, he was wearing a purple mask. No one knew how many people he'd already guessed. He'd won more than he lost, and somehow, he seemed more relaxed now, not even caring about wins or losses. He really did look like he was just here for fun. Stumbling upon a gambling table with a game he hadn't seen before, eager to give it a try. The slime even had to act as his tour guide. You, fake human. In the middle of playing, he casually pointed at the person beside him, not even bothering to look. Wrong guess. A player's voice responded, signaling that Luce was about to lose another star. No, 2 stars, because of the ×2 multiplier. But right now, Luce only had 1 star left. He'd already lost 1 from a forced deduction earlier. Ah, not enough left, huh? The purple-masked Luce shrugged, looking like a total scoundrel. Got so caught up playing, I forgot about that. Boring. So what now? You guys gonna kill me? Or maybe chop off my hands and feet to pay the debt? The last line was aimed at the slime. Slime. Well, about that. The slime looked awkward, trying to speak but hesitating, raising a hand to point beside Luce. Luce turned his head. Fake human number 1 was reaching out with his skeleton hand, holding out a star and offering it to Luce. Here, use mine. Oh dear, I couldn't possibly. The lust mask said righteously. It's okay. What's mine is yours. Huh? Fake human number 1 hadn't finished speaking before the star disappeared from his hand and appeared in Luce's. While saying I couldn't possibly, Luce had already snatched it. He moved so fast that the fake couldn't even see it clearly. After pinning the star to his chest, it immediately dissolved into the wind. Fake human. He silently retracted his skeleton hand. Fake human number 1 didn't say anything. What could he even say? Luce's current image was maxed out. Obnoxious, cynical, a total troll. Just looking at him gave people a headache. From afar, Xiantong watched him and thought, was this how Emperor Jayazu of Han looked to others back in the day? But when she saw the fake human voluntarily offer his star to Sin, the truth hit her like a flash of light. So that's how it is. In other words, this so-called love was just a way to tie fake humans to his side, meaning their stars were basically his as well. Then why not just ask the other side directly for 3 stars? Did these skeletons even serve a purpose? Sin didn't seem to need them for his own strength. But no matter what. She turned her gaze back to the crowd. At this point, more and more people were unmasking and guessing. But there were still targets left to guess. Guessing a fake human brought big rewards. Then let's make this game even more chaotic. With that thought, Xiantong, who had already completed her 3 guesses, turned around and dove back into the crowd to continue guessing. Time passed quickly. Some of the more dazed players soon realized something was wrong. They hesitated. They tried to think rationally, to find a way to break the game. But the game was already spiraling out of control. At some point, the pace of unmasking skyrocketed. Where once the crowd had resembled handsome men and pretty women from anime, suddenly, it all changed. Player after player's true appearance, horrifying skeleton forms, started emerging rapidly. People suddenly realized something was off. Too late. Hesitation leads to defeat. The massive pits and dug. Many could no longer escape. Chapter 116, Unconditional Exit. Cursing the strongest player inside, there was the massive landmine laid by Luce the Troll, and players like Xiantong, who after understanding everything, decided to dig for benefits and join in. In short, everything just exploded now. It was like a joint execution. A chokehold targeting those who weren't smart enough, who hesitated, who refused to face reality. In truth, this game was always a process of selection. 200 people, each with at least 3 guesses. And even the fake humans had to guess to maintain their disguise. That meant some people were bound to be unable to complete their 3 guesses. Hell mode games are brutal. No one's going to look out for you. Everyone is a competitor to some degree. Weakness and hesitation will only get someone killed. Of course, being decisive but stupid? That gets you killed even faster. Anyway, when there was only half an hour left, the entire hall broke down into chaos, noisy like a wet market. Lots of people were pointlessly arguing, shouting, no one could tell what was even going on anymore. Just a complete mess, enough to make your head throb. Very few people had finished all 3 guesses. Though many had started, most only guessed once or twice. People who didn't feel the crisis still thought they had time, playing it safe. Even worse, plenty of people hadn't guessed even once. But this kind of thing doesn't change in a straight line. Available targets to guess would suddenly plummet. I guess. You are. Who the hell stepped on my foot? The crowd's noise had completely lost its earlier elegance or class. The remaining people didn't even have time to think anymore. They were blindly guessing, gambling on that 50-50 chance. And the one who started it all had already stepped back, picking up a glass of crimson wine and sipping it slowly. Surrounding him were 8 fake humans. 8 skeletons formed a circle around him, blocking others out. He stood at the center, like a nobleman watching a play. Keeping the others out? That was just hygiene. Dirt and ugliness should stay far away from him. In the first 10 minutes of the game, no one did anything. They were all watching. Watching Sin's one-man performance. In the second 10 minutes, Luce finished his part of the game. Jiao Tian, Xiantong, and others in the crowd started to make moves. In the third 10 minutes, the game began to speed up. The later it got, the messier it became. Eventually, it turned into total chaos, and Luce, the instigator, started enjoying the show. Finally, when 30 minutes remained, a bell rang throughout the room, striking the hearts of everyone. "Lalala, game over, there's still time, but the masks are gone," the slime's cheeky voice rang out. By now, all the handsome men and beautiful women were gone. Left were 100 skeletons and 100 players. Still half an hour left. Seems like everyone was very efficient. The game was a total success, so, who are our little cuties who didn't finish? The slime bounced around with a duang, looking around the room. By now, many people in the crowd were drenched in sweat. Not from physical labor, but sheer mental stress. Those who had completed 3 guesses and kept all 3 stars let out a sigh of relief. Those who finished 3 guesses but lost stars were all uneasy. Those who hadn't finished at all stared hard at the slime. And at a few special individuals. For example, Xiantong with 7 stars pinned to her chest, Jiao Tian with 5, and Sin with 0 stars, but 8 skeletons standing beside him. The slime wiggled its pudgy body again and spoke up, "Alright, that's the end of our first warm-up game. I'm sure everyone had a blast. Happy, right? I told you. This game is paradise, a welfare round for you all, something to enjoy. So now, no one wants to quit, right? Anyone want to quit?" Silence. No one responded. Everyone felt like something was missing in this scene. They looked at him. A woman timidly asked, "There's no price to pay?" "Oh, right," the slime jolted like it just remembered. "Forgot to mention. Those who didn't make all 3 guesses will have the corresponding number of stars deducted." With a wave of its chubby hand, quite a few people saw 1 to 3 stars vanish from their chests. "Okay, anyone still want to quit? No need for an exit token, by the way. In-game exits just mean you stop playing. I told you this was a welfare round. Why won't you believe me? The slime hollered. That's when people finally understood what it meant. The woman who spoke earlier lit up, then eagerly asked, quit freely? No cost at all? Cost? What cost? The slime looked totally confused. Players with 3 or more stars can quit without paying anything. Of course, you cowards who quit won't get any benefits either, if you've got fewer than 3 stars. Then you might lose a few things. However many stars you're short, that's how many things you lose. The light in the woman's eyes suddenly flickered. What's the matter? What's the matter? The slime got anxious. If you use an exit token, all your gear and perks get wiped. I'm only taking a few things over here. Hearing that, a lot of the people who had lost stars wavered again. The woman who asked decided on the spot. She was done playing. She couldn't handle hell mode, especially not with that nasty, despicable guy around. Thinking this, she glared hatefully at the relaxed and carefree Sin. And just at that moment, Luce happened to look back at her, speaking in a lazy tone. I suggest you guys really think about what that ugly thing just said. My advice is to use an exit token. If you don't have one, you can buy from me. I've got plenty. With a flick, 4 exit tokens appeared in Luce's hand. From the game giveaways to the ones he snatched from Fanren, he practically had them in bulk. Shut up. The woman had made up her mind. She couldn't hold it in anymore. Strongest player, my ass, you're just a monster feeding on everyone else. We're all players, but you just had to take the lead guessing like crazy. That's what got us here. Now you're pretending to be nice, selling exit tokens? You think we're all scared of you? You'll get what's coming to you one day. After that outburst, she shouted to exit. Like blocking someone after cursing them out. There was nothing the strongest player could do. Her figure vanished on the spot. She had no stars, so when she disappeared, 3 things dropped to the floor. A shoe. An ear. A liver. Chapter 117, It's your misfortune to be in the same game as me. The 3 things that fell to the ground were clean as new, especially that plump liver. There wasn't even much blood on it, it looked fresh and tender. Everyone was silent, staring at the liver on the ground, imagining the state that woman must be in now. What happens to someone who loses their liver? What's the rush? I told you, think carefully before speaking. You're getting worked up over a word game. Good thing it was just a liver. If a whole head had been left behind, now that would have been seriously gross. In the quiet atmosphere, Luce's carefree voice rang out again, echoing in everyone's heart. Right, why don't you see if you can use it? As if something had just occurred to him, Luce turned to the nearby fake human number 1 and said. Fake human number 1. As the group remained silent, the slime suddenly started shouting loudly, what do you mean by word game? How can you say that? How can you say that? I explained it very clearly, okay? Besides, 3 items. That's already merciful. Look, she even dropped a shoe. This thing also depends on their own luck. If you're lucky, you're fine. And honestly, I think this price is still better than losing all your current abilities. This is the gamble. This is the spirit of the game, isn't it? Yes. Exactly. The moment it finished speaking, a loud shout came without hesitation. That was Luce's voice, agreeing with what it said. Spreading his hands, an excited smile on his purple mask, he continued, Ocean Casino. That's the real name of this game. Wager everything you have. Whether you stay or exit. The word gamble has always been part of your life. Even going out to eat is a bet that you won't get hit by a car. If there really is a god in this world, it's the god of probability. She controls everything. Even Einstein once glimpsed her form. Placing everything you have on the unknown, on a mystery about to be revealed. That's true. Thrill. Now that's interesting. Yeah, now that's interesting, the slime echoed him, wriggling its body. The 2 of them looked genuinely excited. Completely at odds with the mood of the scene. Everyone remained silent, staring at the liver on the ground. The hand called fear had already gripped most of their judgment. To exit or not to exit? That was the question. I'd like to ask something. Just then, Xiantong suddenly spoke, turning to look at the slime. If someone has more than 3 stars, can they exit? Amid the previous chaotic guessing, she had already unmasked. Luce had recognized her, as had Jiao Tian from afar. He thought, what a small world. To get matched with the same people twice randomly. Still, he showed no reaction, as if he didn't know them at all. Yes, 3 or more stars. If you choose to exit now, there will be no punishment, the slime answered flatly. Just no punishment? What else? You cowards who quit halfway. Do you still expect a reward? The slime's tone instantly rose. It turned and saw Xiantong. Oh, you've got 7 stars, huh? Then don't quit. Stay and keep playing. It'll be fun. Its tone softened just a bit. From the moment this game started, it had constantly shown off its extraordinary power. Instant face changing. It could immediately adjust its attitude completely based on who it was talking to. Of everyone present, those with more than 3 stars were the minority. Many, caught between hesitation and resolve, had already made their decisions. Those with 2 stars were the most likely to exit. It's a hell mode game. Who knows what's waiting ahead? Might as well try their luck now. Some got lucky and only lost some clothes or gear. Others weren't so lucky. Losing hands or legs. One person even had a heart appear on the ground when they exited. Seeing that heart, everyone went pale. This game might not have the usual blood and torture of a typical hell mode, but its psychological torment was brutal. A few of the 3-star players also started to exit. Xiantong was hesitating. By nature, she leaned toward caution. But a casino. This should be her strong suit. A non-combat scenario. And she currently had 7 stars. Aside from Sin, she probably had the most. In that moment, even if she had the all-seeing eye, she couldn't see through her own heart. No matter how high your IQ, it's hard to contend with human nature. Honestly, everyone has a greed mask. It's just not always worn on the face. Let's go. Honestly. While everyone was still struggling, Luce suddenly spoke again. Don't worry about wasting your stars. It doesn't matter. You don't belong here. You don't have that kind of aura. My final reminder to you. Think of it as my last bit of mercy for you low-grade creatures. Hey. Luce stood in place, leaning on a table, speaking with biting sarcasm, not caring at all whether he was making enemies. Truth is, this was Luce reigning in his own vile lust mask, trying to speak with genuine mercy. Though judging by everyone's reactions, it might have backfired. Even with all eyes on him again, Luce behind the lust mask didn't feel uncomfortable. In fact, he kind of enjoyed it. His need for attention was greatly satisfied. I have a question, game host. Suddenly, a man with a gloomy face looked at the slime. In this casino game, are players allowed to kill or attack each other? Oh, unless it's required by the game, then no, it's not allowed, the slime explained. Alright. The gloomy man responded, then looked at the others and said, at this point, I don't think any of us are willing to just leave like this. Or to risk what we might lose. Folks, I don't think we need to be scared by the so-called strongest player title. He's strong, sure. His personal combat power has surpassed human limits. But here, it's a game. A gamble is what really determines the outcome. Once you've lost the power you're most proud of. Who are you then, strongest player? His tone was calm, but that last line was directed at Sin. Who am I? Don't you know? Suddenly, Luce snapped his head around, his sharp gaze piercing the other man's eyes, making him flinch instinctively. I'm the strongest player, the fear in your hearts, the one you pretend to challenge with bravado, yet never dare confront directly. Meeting me is your honor. Being in the same game as me. That is your misfortune. Chapter 118, Self-harm is a bet too? Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Now, do you know who I am? A sick grin spread across the purple mask, locking eyes with that sickly-looking man. The man swallowed hard. Even though the slime had already assured him nothing would happen, staring at this person in front of him still filled him with fear. A voice in his mind kept screaming at him to fight back, to say something in return. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't open it at all. Facing this person head-on brought a pressure that was simply too much. Alright, since all of you have decided not to exit, I'll assume you've all mentally prepared yourselves. Here's a friendly reminder. The sin purple mask swept over everyone's faces, and almost instinctively, people looked away. In the next phase, I might not go easy on you, no way. Why does this guy's personality feel so extra this time? He's basically just making enemies for himself. Doesn't seem very rational. If this backfires, now that would be interesting. The main issue is, his insane combat strength is useless here. This game doesn't seem very friendly to Sin. The lust mask was the flashiest of all the masks, and its overwhelming need for attention was starting to make even the viewers feel uneasy. Not to mention the people present. During a shared game, the weak tend to band together to fight the strong. He was clearly painting a huge target on his back. But it looked intentional. Alright. Now it's getting fun. This is the vibe we want. The slime immediately started dancing excitedly, like it was afraid the others might change their minds, so it quickly continued, I'll count to 3. After that, the exit portal will close. 3, alright, closed. The number of remaining players is 47, just a single round of identity guessing had already eliminated more than half the players. The first wave of exits was the lightest psychologically. People hadn't yet fallen into that gambling madness. A lot of folks, seeing the Hell Mode label, chose to leave. They weren't willing to wager their entire lives on this game. The remaining 47 players fell into two groups. Those with 3 stars or more, and those with none at all. Afraid that exiting now might mean dropping a heart on the floor. It fit the two types you'd find in a casino, those who'd won big and gotten hooked, and those who'd lost everything and gone bloodshot with desperation. What can you say? This game was incredibly educational. Sure, the price was steep. Alright. Now let's move into the next game mode. Duration, 3 hours, free trade. In this phase, the entire space becomes a fully open paradise for the players to enjoy. Here, we've got all sorts of game machines available. Your chips are the stars you're carrying, or, you can play with the fake humans, or, you can place bets with each other. The game content can be randomly generated by the casino based on the number of people, or you can negotiate the stakes and rules yourselves, and sign a contract. In short, make the most of your time. Play, have fun. For these 3 hours, this hall is completely yours. As it spoke, the severed hands and legs scattered across the floor, the various organs, the stench of blood and seawater. All vanished in an instant. The hall returned to its original grandeur, golden decor, gourmet food and fine wine, piano music, and a bunch of gaming machines with inscrutable rules. Also, there's one more thing worth discussing. If you make it to the end, the more stars you have, the bigger the reward. If you've got too few stars, well, that's just unfortunate. The slime didn't spell it out, but everyone understood exactly what it meant. Alright. Game now. Wait a second. A small voice piped up. I want to ask. What happens if you have no stars left right now? A short man asked, his chest completely bare. No stars at all. He hadn't dared to exit earlier, so he had no choice but to push through. Oh? So we've got people like you too, huh? TCH, forgot about the dead weight. If you have no chips, then you are the chip. Pick one. As it spoke, several items suddenly appeared in the air. No, not items, torture devices. There were arm braces with needle-loaded springs that could instantly punch bloody holes into your arms. Boots filled with acid. A helmet lined with spikes. Even an earpiece. Basically, all kinds of creatively deranged contraptions. The moment the short man laid eyes on them, he went completely stiff with fear. His body trembled like a leaf, clearly not ready to accept this reality. Pick one. Or a few, if you like. Oh right, these will only let you stay in the game. Each use adds a penalty point to your score. The short man's legs could barely hold him up. Just imagining it was already too much to handle. Is it too late to exit now? Of course it is, the slime answered cheerfully. Everyone's mood sank. Honestly, they had all expected something like this to happen. After all, this was hell mode. How could there be no torture at all? Shaking uncontrollably, the short guy began reluctantly making his choice. Right then, an angry voice suddenly rang out. Hold on. What the hell did you just say? When you're out of stars, you can use those things instead. The eyes behind the Sen mask widened, staring at the slime like he'd just been lied to. It's not about replacing your debt. It just adds a penalty point, and then you can continue. Why? The slime looked confused. You think Park, you absolute bastard, why didn't you say that earlier? I don't have any stars either. Give me a set. Slime. No one knew why Luce was doing this, but whatever the reason, the slime was happy to oblige. A few minutes later, a pair of arm braces appeared on both of Luce's arms. Game start. The slime didn't waste another word. A 3-hour countdown appeared on the wall. The crowd dispersed immediately, no one daring to come near. Especially keeping a safe distance from Sin. As they started thinking about what to do in those 3 hours. What's your plan? Jiu Tian finally dropped the act and directly asked his teammate. The teammate stared at Sin, eyes locking in with growing determination. I want to challenge him. Jiu Tian? You do know it's really hard to get recognized as a martyr when you're the one who gets yourself killed, right? Chapter 119, Reason for Confidence. I have no reason to lose, teammate. What the hell are you even saying? Why are you acting like he is already a martyr? The teammate had never known Jiu Tian to have such a dark sense of humor. I told you, unless it's absolutely necessary, don't provoke him. Stay away for now. Jiu Tian said expressionlessly. I wasn't provoking him, I just wanted to chat a little, try to make contact. Want to join me? Who knows, maybe we could work together later or something. It's rare we're in the same game, and right now he's being rejected by everyone. Shouldn't we seize the opportunity? Jiu Tian. He didn't respond, just took a step back, clearly showing his stance. Wait, what kind of attitude is that? Didn't the organization always say that if we encounter him in the game, We should try to make contact and win him over. The organization also said that once in the game, life comes first. Don't risk it, Jiao Tian replied. After all this time observing, he also knew that the different mask colors of Sin definitely represented different personalities. This mask felt even more hostile than the last time's gluttony. The other party might not even recognize him. His mind turned quickly as he spoke. Yan Hong, if you really want to talk to him, I suggest you be polite, and don't butt heads with him. As for me, I'll be cheering you on from here. Be careful. Don't put too much faith in the game rules when you're in front of him. Saying that, he gestured for Yan Hong to go ahead, and immediately shrank back, completely shameless. It was obvious. He was pushing his teammate to be the cannon fodder. Yan Hong's scalp tingled. He thought, this guy actually called me by my full name for once. That's never a good sign. Spineless bastard. He muttered, touching the 4 stars on his chest and pulling one out. Just 1 star. Win or lose, it's just for contact. He steeled himself and stopped overthinking. He lifted his feet and walked toward Sin. Behind him, Jiao Tian gave him a thumbs up and muttered in his heart, good job, brave warrior. In the game field, Luce's figure was always prominent, with not many people around. Yan Han quickly reached his side. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm with Jiao Tian. We're both from the official organization. Don't know if you still remember him. As soon as he got close, Yan Hong took the initiative to speak, stretching out his hand. But he didn't get to stand in front of Sin. A few fake humans surrounded him, blocking his approach, just like bodyguards. Except, their actions were basically pointless. After all, with Sin's combat power, it's hard to imagine he'd need bodyguards. Probably the most useless job in the world. From one perspective, their interception seemed more like they were protecting Yan Hong. Luce glanced at this guy in red clothes, looking him up and down, then his eyes landed on the extended hand. Behind the purple mask, a mildly disgusted expression appeared. Did you wash your hands? Yan Hong pulled his hand back very naturally, not looking embarrassed, and let out a casual laugh like he didn't care much. Jiao Tianhe. Kinda rings a bell. Seeing your outfits, I figured. Red Masked Man Organization? Why is it that your aesthetic still hasn't improved even now? Hearing that, Yan Hong's smile instantly froze. How did he end up getting lumped in as a red masked man in just a few lines? God knows how many colleagues were watching the live stream. He definitely lost face with that one. Keep your distance, thanks. So, what do you want? Despite the disgust, Luce still held back harsh words under rational control. After all, they were part of the official organization, which made them slightly less of strangers. Why didn't that guy come? Luce nodded subtly toward the far-off Jiao Tian, who was peeking over. Him? He's been talking shit about you behind your back. Yan Hong seized the chance to snitch, bad-mouthing his teammate. Far away, Jiao Tian's ears were sharp. He heard everything and instantly started shaking his head violently. No idea if Sin could see it. He's slandering me. That little comedic act quickly passed, and Yan Hong got to the real issue. I came to ask. You seem so sure you won't lose, even without knowing how the game will develop or what the rules are. Do you have some kind of gambling-related ability? Or what? Luce looked up strangely, swept his gaze over him, and spoke. Are you a reporter or something? What is this, a date with Liu? Where am I even acting confident? It's just a logical conclusion based on facts. I'm the strongest. There's no possible way I'll lose. If you're here to chat, then step aside. Don't disturb my gameplay. As he spoke, Luce picked up a piece of sashimi from his meal tray and put it in his mouth. Watching his refined eating manner was a stark contrast to what Jiao Tian had seen last time. He could hardly believe it. Meanwhile, the fake humans had started pushing Yan Hong away again, seemingly following Luce's earlier attitude. Wait. Then let's place a bet. Seeing the other party had no interest in chatting, Yan Hong panicked and pulled out his trump card. Just 1 star, head-to-head. The fake humans stopped pushing, finally allowing Yan Hong to stand before Sin. Sin sneered, you've got guts. Then he pointed to the big ×2 above his head and said, but you'll lose 2 stars. What do you want to bet on? Let's make our own bet terms. I don't think I'll lose, Yan Hong smiled. I know you're strong, so let's play something fun. Guess the time. Yan Hong spun around, pointing off into the distance, and whispered, see those people over there playing the slot machines? Yeah. Luce replied disinterestedly. See that guy in green? If you've got something to say, just say it all at once. Don't drag it out. The voice under the lust mask sounded rather annoyed at Yan Hong's pacing. We're going to bet, without letting him know. Guess how long he'll stay at that slot machine. We each guess a time, start the timer. and whoever's guess is closer wins. Dare to try? Chapter 120, a bet. Strength is my destiny, dare? That last sentence almost made Luce laugh out loud. Such a lousy provocation tactic. The guy was actually afraid Luce wouldn't take the bet. Hey. Luce chuckled and looked at Yan Hong. You may not be very smart, but that performance amused me a little. Guess I should thank you for the laugh. Up to you. Set the bet, the stakes, even guess the time first if you want. Doesn't matter to me. Luce said casually, then picked up a white towel from the table nearby and began wiping his hands. The lust mask. Honestly, it took some getting used to. The previous masks were mostly just amplifications of human traits, but the lust mask included things like obsessive cleanliness. Something Luce would never normally have. Someone who grew up in an orphanage was unlikely to develop such a rich man's neurosis like germophobia. Yet now, he had to wipe his hands after every bite. Even if it was a reflex driven by the lust mask's influence, it was still something he couldn't quite adapt to. Please don't let this be real germophobia. This shit is annoying. Yan Hong saw the same indifferent attitude as before, like Luce wasn't interested in the tropic at all, and he felt a bit lost. He'd already tried hard to find a game of pure luck. One where Sin's abilities wouldn't interfere. In his eyes, Sin's confidence, even arrogance and narcissism, couldn't be due to mental issues. On one hand, it was confidence in his own powerful strength and peak ranking. On the other hand, he suspected Luce understood gambling techniques. Or more precisely, sleight of hand. Some kind of related skill. He'd figured out the small ball grab earlier. It was essentially a math logic trick. But what he hadn't figured out was how the guy managed to feel out the right ball and grab it within seconds. So now, he suspected that Sin had some ability like magician's hands, tailor-made for a casino setting. Hence the total calmness. But at this moment, he was starting to feel uneasy again. Alright then. 1 star. But Sin sits you, the bet doubles. So 2 stars. Fine. Luce replied. The moment both agreed, 2 beams of light enveloped them. Bet confirmed, no backing out under these terms. Yan Hong glanced at Sin's pale, slender hands, but didn't dwell on it. He looked toward the slot machine in the distance. The slot game was simple. Single bet per round, amount was up to the player. Then, 3 spinning reels would start and could be stopped at any time. If all 3 showed different icons, the bet was lost. If 2 icons matched, the player could either try again or walk away with no loss. If all 3 matched, the bet was doubled and returned. Very simple rules. No skill involved. And in Yan Hong's eyes, the man in the green clothes had been standing in front of that slot machine for nearly 10 minutes, playing non-stop since the beginning. The guy's personality was easy to read. A bit timid, not very confident in his own abilities. Afraid that gambling with others or with a fake human would end badly. So he chose to keep playing that one slot machine, leaving his fate in the hands of a machine. At first, he only had 1 star. After playing so long, he'd only reached 2 stars. Win some, lose some. But never bet big. It also showed that the slot machine had no tricks. It was a relatively fair game. But now, the guy's gambler's mindset had started to take over. He looked rooted to the spot in front of the machine. Gesturing with his hands, like he was calculating odds. Just like those experts at lottery shops analyzing patterns. Yan Hong had been watching the guy for a long time and could tell. This man was addicted. Yan Hong wasn't dumb. When he chose this bet, he'd thought it through thoroughly. It won't be a short wait. Are you brain dead? Staring this long? How hard is it to just guess a time? Yan Hong had been so focused on the slot machine guy that he forgot the time. Luce was getting impatient. Haha, don't rush me. I'm just thinking. Alright then, I'll guess. 30 minutes. He turned his head, smiling at Luce. Honestly, how long you think doesn't really matter. Since it's just about who guesses closer, the optimal move is for you to guess 1 second longer or shorter than me. That way, the bet turns into, does he leave before or after 30 minutes? Each of us has a 50% chance. No big deal. I never thought I had to beat you. I'm fine losing 2 stars to you. I just want to see if, standing in front of you, I have a 50% win rate. If this casino is ruled more by fate, or by strength. Yan Hong spoke sincerely. He wasn't trying to challenge Sin. Just trying to make contact. As long as Sin picked 1 second more or less than him, he'd consider it a win. That tiny interaction would be enough for gauging strength and establishing a connection for future contact. After all, the guy didn't seem interested in talking to weaklings. Just ignored him the whole time. From afar, Xiantong also turned her head. The all-seeing eye transmitted all the data. She didn't have much faith in Yan Hong. Because he was too straight-laced. From experience, she knew, trying to beat Sin using fair, proper methods was impossible. Done yapping? Who asked you? Luce looked at the slightly long-winded Yan Hong with a deadpan stare. So your final answer is 30 minutes? Yes. Yan Hong confirmed. Oh, cool. Then I'll guess 3 seconds. Before Yan Hong could even process whether he'd misheard, Hellroar appeared in Luce's hand. Boom. He fired a blast straight at the ceiling. The violent roar made everyone present flinch. Every head turned, including the green-clothed man who had been glued to the slot machine. That man quickly realized in horror. The gun was aimed right at him. Bang. No time to think. Instinct took over. He dove away, rolling and crawling more than 10 meters, finally hiding under a table and shouting wildly, gesturing at the slime in the distance. Luce turned to look at the now frozen Yan Hong. Fate, or strength? Strength is my fate. Chapter 121, Li Wei, Danwei sends you greetings. A green protective shield enveloped the slot machine room, protecting everyone and everything in that area, and also blocked Luce's attack. That green film looked weightless, like a layer of light. It rippled like water at that moment, completely neutralizing the power of Luce's shot, slowly fading into nothingness. Ah, the rules inside the casino are still rules, they can't be casually changed. Sin, let's talk things out, why do you always have to resort to violence? Slime twisted its body and waved its hand again, undoing the damage from Luce's previous shot fired at the ceiling. It was like time had reversed. The hole in the ceiling instantly restored, just like it had never happened. Effortless. The green film vanished, as if nothing had happened. Slime kept wriggling as it spoke. Alright, let's leave it at that, don't ruin everyone's gaming vibe. Let's keep going, keep the music playing, keep gambling. Slime looked all cheerful, as if nothing was wrong at all. But everyone else was stunned. Except for Sin, almost everyone stared at that blob of green in disbelief. This thing? Is that strong? From all its past behavior, everyone thought it was just an in-game NPC, maybe holding some in-game privileges or rules. But from the way it was simping for the strongest player from the start, flipping moods depending on who it faced. Opportunistic, playing favorites. It had always come across as annoying. Nobody expected this, now this is what a hell mode game should be like. Every entity in it is no ordinary thing, I knew it, this nasty green snot blob definitely isn't something simple, so now the real question is. Between him and the strongest player, who's more powerful? The mindset of the viewers and players was different. The viewers were just here for the drama, wanting simple comparisons. But the players in the scene, after a brief shock, all looked away, heads down, avoiding eye contact with Slime. They were all extremely wary. Especially the man in green, who felt like he'd just brushed past death. He ran off immediately, trying his best to get out of Sin's line of sight. He didn't even know when he'd pissed the guy off. He was just playing slots properly and still got shot at. Only Sin seemed to have known about Slime's strength from the start. He let out a light chuckle, then looked at Yan Hong. Yan Hong had just snapped out of his daze, staring blankly at Sin, then shouted in protest, "Hey wait, what are you doing? We already agreed on the bet earlier." The terms of the gamble weren't supposed to be known by him. What? Luce gave him a glance. He knows now? No. I mean. Yan Hong choked, momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. But. Does this even count? Luce ignored him, leisurely ate a piece of beef, and then, attended by the fake, started wiping his hands again. 2 stars burned away from Yan Hong's chest, while on Luce's side, 2 stars appeared out of thin air. No need to say more. The result was clear. Yan Hong. Just as he was stunned into silence, a voice suddenly came from the side. Yeah, how could you possibly beat the great strongest player? You really overestimated yourself. Turning his head, Yan Hong saw that it was the same guy who talked back to Sin earlier. The one with the perpetually gloomy face. Yan Hong instantly frowned and replied a bit stiffly, "What do you want?" "Oh, nothing. Just came to mock your overconfidence. Everyone here knows betting against the strongest player is just asking to die." The guy's words were sharp, unpleasant to hear. It sounded like he was insulting Yan Hong while praising Luce, but anyone with half a brain would find the tone disturbing. Yan Hong instinctively disliked him, frowned again, and was about to speak, but the guy had already turned toward Luce. Going against the strongest player. Even if it's just flipping a coin, I believe he can make it stand on its edge. Don't you agree? The gloomy man stared at Sin with an unnerving smile. Next second, a gunshot rang out. Luce flicked his hellroar, fired directly at the coin. Blasting straight through it. That shot grazed the man's fingernail, which started to smoke slightly at the tip. Slime turned slightly, but did nothing else. Clearly, that didn't trigger his intervention. The gloomy man froze, staring at his smoking nail, not saying a word for a while. Hey, Luce wiped his hell roar and looked at the man. If you want to play with me, come up with something more interesting. The man's expression instantly returned to normal. He tossed away the coin and laughed loudly. Who would dare? How could I risk angering you? Everyone knows there's no winning against you. Best option is to stay far, far away. He said that loud enough for others to hear. Less like talking to Luce, more like sending a message to the rest. By the way, I wonder if you still remember me. I'm Li Wei. I actually sent you a challenge request. But my ranking was only in the top 10,000, not top 100, so you picked that dumbass Park Buching instead. Which was honestly lucky for me. If I'd been chosen, I'd probably be dead meat. Li Wei kept talking, but his face didn't show any fear. In fact, there was a bit of a mad gleam in his eyes. Like a total sociopath. Under the mask, Luce frowned slightly. He didn't remember the guy, but back then, aside from Park Buching, some other top 10,000 players did try challenging him. Then, hell roar lifted. Aimed right at Li Wei's head. What, you here today to fix your regret from last time? But this time, Li Wei looked like a man on a suicide mission. He didn't dodge or flinch. His eyes were steady, fearless, as he stared at Luce and calmly said, I'm just here to tell you one thing. Or rather, one sentence. Danzō sends you greetings. Also, Danzō sincerely invites you to join. Chapter 122, Isolation, Alliance, Trap. As soon as those words came out, the entire room fell silent. This was already who knows how many times that everyone's eyes turned to the center of the room, staring at the two people there. Danzō. During this whole game period, the name of this organization had grown from somewhat known to thunderously famous. But fame doesn't necessarily mean a good reputation. From the very first game, the name Danzō appeared out of nowhere. No one knew which rock it had crawled out from. The organization was massive, seemingly Hueco's largest civilian group. Even the viewers were familiar with it, because as long as they were watching the game footage, Danzō members were constantly popping up in the comment feed. And that's just the viewers. In the real world, Danzō had also been constantly showing up and stealing the spotlight across the country. Just like with Luce back then, during that incident at the campus. It wasn't exactly a terrorist attack, they didn't go around actively hurting people, but they were always doing crazy stuff in busy city areas, shouting slogans like maniacs. Stuff like the world belongs to Danzō, and so on. Then charging through the streets, destroying public property, or dancing like lunatics, streaking naked. You could say their tactics were completely disgraceful and undignified, but the result was that from the very first day this game began until now, Danzō had become the #1 organization to emerge from the game. Maybe only when the official organization goes public in the future will there be a chance to surpass its notoriety. And now, Yan Hong, who had originally planned to leave, turned back when he heard the name Danzō. His brows furrowed tightly, staring at Li Wei in front of him. Danzō. Actually, the official organization had been aware of the chaos Danzō stirred up for a while now. But everyone had already mentally prepared themselves. A game that involved the entire population was bound to bring massive social unrest. Although Danzō operated flamboyantly, they hadn't committed any real large-scale terrorist attacks or murdered anyone in the real world. And after the peak ranking was released, that self-proclaimed Danzō leader turned out to be a top 10 player. So considering the influence and all the follow-up complications, no one had figured out how to officially define Danzō yet. But in Yan Hong's eyes, Danzō was far from positive. Labeling them a terrorist group wouldn't even be an exaggeration. A Danzō guy? What are you trying to pull? I'm just representing the organization to show respect to the strongest player and to offer him an invitation. What's the problem? Li Wei shrugged, looking playfully at Yan Hong. I'm warning you. And your organization. Don't try anything stupid. Uh-oh, the long arm of the police, huh? What do you mean, stupid? Do you want to comment on whether this game counts as stupid? Yan Hong. No response. The world has changed. The traditionalists will only realize after countless failures that reform is meaningless. It's revolution that's needed. Li Wei continued speaking, and just then, Luce finally opened his mouth. Looking at Li Wei, he said, Join you? Why would I join some ragtag bunch full of inferior creatures? What is this, the underachievers support group? Your boss? What's his rank? 8th place, Li Wei replied calmly. Barely acceptable. Luce rinsed his mouth, turned, and walked away. If he challenges me, I'll accept. Li Wei watched Luce's back as he walked away, lips curling into a smile, then turned and left as well, not lingering any longer. Jiao Tian also rushed over, grabbed the irritated Yan Hong, and pulled him back. He whispered, Don't go around making enemies. That guy Li Wei isn't simple. Besides, the organization still hasn't figured out how to define Danzō yet. Yan Hong swallowed his anger and replied, "Good thing the strongest player didn't actually join them." "You were worried about that?" Jiao Tian looked genuinely shocked, turning his head to stare at Yan Hong. "With that guy's personality, there's no way he'd join anyone." "You're overthinking it. You mean even our attempts to recruit him are pointless?" Yan Hong's mouth twitched. "Jiao Tian." In the distance, Xiantong, who had been recording everything with the all-seeing guy, also turned away with a frown. Tandui. She might have been among the very first people in the world to come into contact with them. The danger back at school was still vivid in her mind. By now, she was pretty sure that those crazed people screaming Danzō were being influenced by in-game power or some kind of drug. And then there was Luce, her desk mate back then. When that giant rushed in, he spun out of sight and pretended to be unconscious against the wall. She had thought he wasn't simple even back then, but didn't have time to investigate further. In the last game, after her emotional defenses were shattered by Sin exposing her feelings, she had been avoiding thoughts of Luce. But now, remembering all this made the world feel strangely small. Like everything was strung together. And it left her feeling kinda emo. Whatever. Gotta win some stars first. Luce felt the same way. Hearing the name Danzō again deepened his impression of the group. After that little interruption, everyone resumed doing their own thing around the main hall. But observant players would notice. No one stood near Luce anymore. Thanks to Yan Hong's reaction and Li Wei fanning the flames, people who were already scared of Luce now avoided him even more. Luce, on the other hand, seemed totally chill. Too lazy to find someone to bet with, he just walked over to a game machine and started playing solo. And he went straight for the highest payout options. The ones with the lowest odds of winning. Just for the thrill. The 2 stars he won from Yan Hong were gone in a flash, making Yan Hong grit his teeth in pain. And Xiantong, who had kept an eye on everything, now seemed to understand what Li Wei was doing. On the surface, it looked like praise and flattery. But in reality, it created isolation. That isolation ensured no one would gamble with Luce, forcing him to use the site's machines. And even a fool could see. The site's facilities were way too fair, fully protected by the game's core rules. Winning or losing came down to pure luck. Which meant Sin would have a hard time gaining more stars. Xiantong was starting to get Li Wei's angle. Even though we know you're strong, even though we know this game probably can't kill you, even though beating you may be impossible. But you can't be the best. What Li Wei was doing was breaking Sin's streak of perfect completion runs. Perfection might not matter to others, but for someone like Sin, how could he not pursue perfection? What a sneaky move. What a soft stab. Chapter 123, Central Roulette. You really think you wouldn't get called? After realizing all this, Xiantong slightly furrowed her brows. If that's the case, it seemed like she couldn't think of a good solution either. And even if Sin really had the power to break the rules and forcefully kill Li Wei, it didn't seem to make much of a difference. Because aside from possibly being punished by the game, it would only make everyone even more terrified of him, and there'd be no way to make any bets. That would turn into a deadlock. Unless he could find some loophole in the existing setup of the casino. Or was he really just counting on luck? Could a hell mode game truly be decided purely by luck? There was no time to overthink it. Besides, after last time, her impression of Sin wasn't great either. After keeping an eye on Li Wei, she went back to her star-earning plan in full force. And now, Li Wei wasn't even playing any of the games. He had quite a few stars on him. 5, to be exact. But he didn't seem the least bit anxious, wandering around the field chatting with people. "Friend, wanna set up a game?" "What?" The person he approached looked wary, staring at the Danzō member in front of them. The built-in games here are pointless. Winning or losing is all up to luck. And this is hell mode. You don't seriously think just playing the games here is gonna get you out, do you? Leaning against a wall, Li Wei looked completely at ease, like he had the rules of this game memorized. Everyone he approached was at a loss for words. They all knew how hell mode worked, and judging by the identity guessing from the first game, one slip-up without seeing the truth could get you wrecked. So what? So the whole point of this game is to make us turn on each other. Gamble, kill. The loser is damned forever, the winner gets everything. Did you forget what the strongest player said? If you stick around, he's not gonna go easy. In this game, everyone's your competition. Kill or be killed. The moment he mentioned the strongest player, people always flinched. They weren't like Li Wei. None of them wanted to mess with that guy. Li Wei continued, "That's why the key to this game is alliance. Look over there. Those two are clearly teamed up." He pointed to Jiao Tian and Yan Hong in the distance. "I think we should try forming a private alliance. I'll set up a bigger game in a bit, and we can work together behind the scenes to profit off others. But the person Li Wei approached clearly hesitated. But Li Wei was calm and persuasive. He wasn't in any rush. Even if they didn't bite, he'd just wander around the area and look for the next one. He cast a wide net and had a sharp eye for people. He mostly picked those with only 1 or 0 stars. People in despair. Or he went for the ones with over 3 stars, who thought highly of themselves but were still cautious and afraid to lose. Basically, he targeted both the top and bottom ends. Most of the middle group. Those who started with 2 stars and were too afraid to quit, or those with 3 trying to win big. Had little interest in high-stakes betting. They were like little stars scattered across the place, gambling on luck. Like that guy in green at the start, who kept pinning his hopes on the slot machine. They were the main users of the casino's game machines. And the one playing with this group was loose. Don't get it twisted. It wasn't a gamble, just playing on one of the machines. Loose was on his own at the moment. All 8 fake humans had scattered, roaming freely. His previous bet was on unwavering love, but that didn't mean he had turned them into private property. In other words, they were still fakes. Fake humans with stars who could participate in the game. Sin didn't need them to protect anything anyway. Right now, Loose was in front of the largest machine in the center of the hall. It was one of those really common casino games, just an upgraded version. Basically, a massive roulette wheel with hundreds of grooves. Each groove had its own complex multiplier formula. When the wheel spun, a small ball would drop and bounce between the grooves. Where it landed would determine a result. At the moment, there were 6 or 7 people standing in front of the roulette wheel, Loose included. But the others were all trying to keep their distance from him. Click. The spring inside Loose's arm brace snapped out in an instant, piercing through his arm. Chosen of Agony, pain points +3, the Chosen of Agony activated again. Normally it would be a wonderful sound, but Loose wasn't thrilled this time. Because the blood oozing out made him super uncomfortable, and the side effect of his OCD kicked in hard. He kept wiping and wiping. Ugh, what a hassle. Can't you make this thing a little more leak-proof? He muttered irritably while glancing at the slime in the distance. Seeing Loose fail and get a nail through the arm gave the other players a strange sense of satisfaction. Even if they didn't dare show it on the surface. There's nothing people love more than watching a god fall from grace. And it gave them confidence. If the casino's machines were fair, then even the strongest player couldn't cheat. So before the next round began, 5 or 6 players were nervously fidgeting, mentally praying to win big. Loose casually picked another groove. Then, he looked over at a chubby guy nearby. Someone who had tried, and failed, to hide a smirk earlier when Loose got hurt. Loose grinned, looked right at him, and casually pointed at a groove. He said, "Next time, the ball's gonna land here. Bet on this one. Fatty?" He gave Sin a confused look, then quickly lowered his head and muttered something incoherent, placing his bets on 2 other grooves. He didn't follow Loose's advice. Like hell he would. Did Loose forget he just got nailed in the hand? Plus, if Loose wasn't betting on that groove himself, why the hell should he? When Fatty didn't follow his tip, the smile behind the lust mask grew wider and wider. The wheel started spinning, the ball dropped, and bounced around, making a rhythmic ding-ding-ding sound that hit everyone right in the nerves. Everyone who placed a bet stared at the roulette wheel, faces all twisted in anxiety, hearts pounding. Gradually, the wheel slowed down. The ball bounced a few more times, and finally landed in a groove. The exact groove Loose had told Fatty to bet on. Fatty. Chapter 124, Emotion Control. The strongest player recruiting watching the ball came to a stop, the smile on Loose's mask turned downright twisted. Tapping the roulette wheel lightly with one hand, to him, the fat guy in front looked like a puppet, countless strings on his body all held in Loose's grasp. Like with just a flick, he could control the guy's joy, anger, sorrow, and delight. Lust mask ability, emotion control. After adapting to the mask for this long and enduring its side effects, it was finally time to start using its powers. At this moment, the fat guy's eyeballs looked like they were about to pop out. His body kept twitching slightly as he stared at the ball, mumbling, "No way. No fucking way." Of the 3 stars he had, 2 had already drifted away like dust in the wind. Just 1 left now. Forget him, no one won that round. Other nearby players who'd also heard what Sin said earlier were just as stunned, staring at the ball in disbelief. He really knew? He knew why he didn't bet? What the hell is he doing? Everyone's bet stars scattered in the wind, while on Loose's side, a new bloody hole appeared on his arm. But he didn't care at all, smiling as he said to the fat guy, "Damn, that you're feeling like smashing your head into a wall, huh? I already told you which one was the right one. Then why didn't you bet on it? How did you know?" The fat guy looked completely lost. "Do I owe you an explanation for how I think?" The expression on the lust mask turned cold in an instant. Now his fists were clenched, face turning purple from holding it in, brain nearly short-circuiting. He'd been watching the board forever, picked the 2 lowest odds tracks. There were lots of grooves in that color, so the chances were higher. And yet, nothing. Now he was down to 1 last star. His inner greed and fear tangled together. If he lost one more time, it'd be all over. He didn't want nails driven through his hands and feet like that. He wasn't a freak like Sin. He couldn't take it. He should have just exited earlier. Dripping with sweat, the fat guy suddenly seemed to have an idea. He turned back towards Sin and asked in a shaky voice, "B-boss. Can you tell me where it'll land next time?" "Oh? What's in it for me? I'll serve you for life once I'm out of here. I'll sell everything. My house, my stuff. And give you all my money." The fat guy started rambling nonsense, all about things after the game, not mentioning a word about in-game items or points. Luce had seen plenty of guys like this in the first game. So many of them offering worthless real-world promises when faced with consequences. "I'll even give you my wife and daughter, whatever you want, please save me." Luce's mouth twitched, then the lust mask returned to that familiar grin. "Oh? Why not throw in your mom too?" "Sure. Take them all. Such a good son." Luce shook his head, looked at the completely broken gambler in front of him, pointed at one of the tracts, and said, "That one. Bet on that." That groove had relatively high odds, which meant the success rate was really low. If he put in 1 star and hit the mark, he'd win 3 back instantly. Full recovery, everything he lost before wouldn't matter anymore. The fat guy's eyes lit up immediately. He stammered, "Are you really serious? Believe it or don't." "I'm betting on it myself," Luce said, placing his own bet on that track. The fat guy bit down hard, took a deep breath, and threw his last star onto the same groove. A few of the others nearby also started getting tempted, thinking about betting on the same groove. The fat guy panicked. He instantly exploded, yelling to stop them. "What the fuck? What the fuck? I traded my wife, daughter, and mom for this. What's that gotta do with us? We want to bet too." Right away, people started shoving, grabbing at each other. And Sin just stood there watching coldly, like a young master enjoying a show. The wheel began to spin. As everyone's hearts pounded like crazy, the seconds dragged on like centuries until the ball finally stopped bouncing. It landed nowhere near the spot Sin pointed out. Everyone was stunned. No one reacted right away. As the last star vanished from the fat guy's chest, forget turning red. He was turning black with rage. "Ha ha 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 ha. You guys really believed me? I just pointed at a random one. You seriously thought I knew? Come on, it's just a game. Why so serious? Fun, right?" The fat guy looked up, hollow-eyed, and let out a guttural roar as he lunged at Luce. He actually tried to fight him. But the slime smacked him back with one quick slap, probably saving his life. "You." Luce was a little surprised. Guess his emotion control had finally started to work. Rage, greed, inhumanity, blind trust, willing to lash out. Controlling emotions was way easier than reasoning with people. He wiped the blood off his arm again, looked down at the broken gambler with disdain, and said, "Ever heard the phrase, gamblers never die a good death? Also, before you step up to the table, you're supposed to bet your life. Not your family's. Thanks for the entertainment. And don't forget your promise." What happened around Sin only made the other players even more terrified. Even if you didn't bet against him, just being near him meant bad luck. Anyone who tried that roulette wheel ended up losing more than they won. Sin could mess with their emotions with just a few words. An hour and a half passed, and nobody dared step up to that giant roulette anymore. But here's the kicker, Sin hadn't won either. His arm had several new bloody holes, and there was even a nail stuck in his left eardrum. Still, he was having a blast. Always choosing the highest odds bets and dragging others into the same misery. In this field, the so-called strongest player didn't look strong at all. He wasn't even in the top ranks. He was dead last. The players with the most stars now were Jiao Tian, Li Wei, and Yan Hong. All with 5 or more. At the same time, no one was really approaching Xiantong to bet either. She'd become increasingly noticeable and still held the record for the most stars in the field. At the moment, she was sitting at a table, a deck of cards in front of her. Behind her, a gloomy voice spoke up. "Looks like out of the remaining players, you're at the top. Wanna team up? I've got a plan." Chapter 125, Unexpected Variables. This is the interesting game you came up with. Xiantong didn't even need to turn around to know it was that guy named Li Wei. "Wanna chat for a bit? I believe anyone confident in their own strength wouldn't want to play second fiddle to others," Li Wei said with a grin. He'd already chatted with a bunch of people, And now he was just playing the game of socializing like a seasoned pro. Sit down for a round. We'll talk while we play. Xiantong replied calmly. She hadn't found anyone willing to gamble with her for a while now. Someone walking up to her like this? Of course she had to seize the chance. Li Wei glanced at her 13 stars and couldn't help the twitch in the corner of his mouth. To be honest, he hadn't heard much about this contestant before. The fact that she was ranked number 1 really caught him off guard. Ever since the last game she played with Sin, Xiantong had changed the appearance and color of her all-seeing eye helmet. It worked great. Everyone's attention was on Sin anyway. Except for a few observant folks, the general public didn't recognize her much. A beam of light from above enveloped the two of them. The game began. Blackjack. The fake human had already started dealing cards. Impressive, winning this much. Li Wei started up a conversation. Yeah. Xiantong replied. Li Wei. Since the beginning of the game, she only played games that involved calculation and deduction. Her win rate obviously exceeded 50%. As time passed, the stars naturally piled up. Surely, in this game setting, you don't think you're weaker than anyone else, do you? I'm obviously weaker than him. You don't seriously think you can beat him, do you? Xiantong glanced at Li Wei. Their eyes met, and Li Wei was a bit speechless. Why didn't this go the way he imagined? But he's won fewer times than you. A lot fewer. Yeah, you did a great job pointing that out. Thanks. Xiantong nodded at him. Li Wei? What kind of nonsense is this? Hit? The skeletal fake human next to them asked. Li Wei, a little irritated, glanced at his cards. His total wasn't high. Hit. Then, he continued talking to Xiantong. Actually, my plan is all ready. Your plan's almost done, right? Xiantong said while checking her own cards, responding casually. Let me say it for you. You got everyone to avoid betting against Sin, and then went around convincing people, whether through lies or bribery, to join a multiplayer game. And some of them don't even know they're being set up to go against Sin. At the end, you plan to get Sin to join the multiplayer round. Given his personality, there's no way he'd say no. But you won't mention how many people are in it. Once he agrees, the game starts immediately. No one can back out. And in the end, it turns into everyone versus Sin. Li Wei's eyes froze. He clearly hadn't expected his plan to be laid bare like this. Then he stopped pretending and said directly, smart. No wonder you're the one with the most stars. This isn't a fight. It's a gamble. And in gambling games, when multiple parties team up, their win rate skyrockets. Take Danzō, for example. If 2 players secretly team up, the third pretty much has no chance. Xiantong looked at Li Wei and said, theoretically, yeah, the odds are very good. So what? You're not planning to join? Don't have confidence in yourself? Li Wei tried provoking her. You ever heard of drawing legs on a snake? What? Li Wei didn't quite get it. He suddenly felt like the woman across from him was looking at him with disdain. And a strange sense of disappointment. At first, when she saw Li Wei break loose his perfect completion streak, Xiantong thought he was pretty talented. Now seeing him scrambling to gather people to gamble against Sin, she just found it boring. You were doing just fine. Why throw it away like this? Even if the odds of winning are high on paper, someone like Sin could easily come up with some bizarre way to win. As long as you're gambling, you're giving him a shot. This Li Wei. She really overestimated him. And Li Wei, too, was now looking at her with a scrutinizing gaze. He didn't know why, but this woman's way of speaking was strange. As if she could see the future. Like she had zero faith in their actions. As if they were already sentenced to death. You seem to know him well? Or maybe you're one of his fans? You busted. Xiantong didn't answer him. She just replied blandly and pointed at the cards in front of him. Li Wei looked down and realized he'd kept hitting. His total was 23. But when he looked up again, her revealed cards already totaled 20. And she hadn't even flipped her hidden card. You didn't bust. Xiantong ignored him and flipped her card. A spade ace appeared on the table. Hey. Li Wei was a bit dumbfounded. One of the stars on his chest vanished, while Xiantong's total increased to 14. Still wanna play? Li Wei. He felt like he'd just swallowed a fly. Originally, he planned to recruit a top-tier player to gain a better edge in the game. But after just a couple minutes of talking, he didn't achieve anything. The other person wasn't interested at all. And it felt like he got dissed. And to top it off, he lost a star. He hadn't even taken a loss against the strongest player yet, but here he was. Already getting beat down by this woman? He gave Xiantong a long, meaningful look, then stood up. He knew there was no point in staying. Then let's wait and see. Xiantong shook her head. Suddenly, she looked at Li Wei and said, "Since you gave me a star, I'll give you a tip. Out of all the choices you can make right now, the best one is to do nothing." Li Wei didn't reply. Without looking back, he walked off in the direction where Sin was. Xiantong sighed. She was genuinely curious how Sin would break through this setup. And now? People were lining up to hand him wins again. So? Come up with something interesting yet? Luce was still playing with the small balls at the roulette table. He glanced at Li Wei walking over, clearly not surprised. "Let the game randomly assign us something. It's a multiplayer game. Not just the two of us. This is your idea of interesting?" The lust mask showed a mocking expression. "Fine. All right." Li Wei replied immediately, raising his right hand without giving any extra time to think. A beam of light shot down from the ceiling, enveloping multiple silhouettes in the room. Above everyone's heads, a massive number lit up in an instant. 20. Chapter 126, Life or Death Steps. I'm first. Oh. It's finally starting, the largest game in the casino. Life or Death Steps. Begins. Players, 20-person round. As the light above Slime lit up, it instantly assumed the role of game host, jumped to the center of the field, and began wiggling its body. Luce glanced at the spotlight where it stood. Slime trembled slightly, then shifted its body to the side, seemingly suggesting whether Sin should come over. "You just read it out." Luce glanced at it. He didn't seem very interested now. He didn't need to be in the spotlight anymore, and yet he was still the center of attention. 8, thanks, Slime had just said that when it almost slapped itself. What the hell am I thanking him for? Then, it continued speaking, "This game is a 20-person round. The rules of life or death steps are as follows." With a wave of Slime's big hand, the entire room began shaking violently. The ship that served as the casino platform opened a massive gap below, revealing a crack nearly 100 meters long. Beneath it was pitch black seawater. Only the crashing waves gave away the fact that it was actually the sea. Otherwise, that inky blackness made people question whether there was something wrong with their eyes. The real issue was, why was there a gap between the ship's bottom and the seawater? This is supposed to be a fucking ship. And above the massive crack, 40 virtual light platforms had already been laid out. 2 in each row, leading straight to the finish line. Alright, that's the basic setup. Not too complicated. Please watch the demonstration. As it spoke, Slime signaled a fake human to walk to the start of the gap. With a command, it jumped forward onto the first light platform. Then it began hopping left and right across each row of 2 platforms, making it through all 20 rows and reaching the end. That counts as a win, but the path it took was the correct path. The other 20 platforms are fake, if you guess even one wrong. Well, sorry to say, falling down would be a pretty unfortunate outcome. Also, flying is forbidden, though no one knew if any of the 20 players could fly. Everyone suddenly felt their bodies grow heavier. Like some restriction had been applied. Luce looked at the gap, the expression on his lust mask a bit odd. It was only about 100 meters. Even not counting the diameter of the platforms, the distance between each row was over 3 meters. That's already far for a normal person. But no one here was normal, least of all him. With a running start and full effort, a 100-meter leap was still possible, right? Could it be that no one here had physical enhancement abilities? As if sensing what he was thinking, Slime looked directly at Luce and said, "For players who can jump straight across in one go, we've already set a restriction. You must step on all 20 platforms to complete the challenge." Luce. You really went all out just to design a game that limits me. Alright, that's the basic setup. Anyone want to quit? Slime twisted its body mischievously, asking everyone. Instantly, it caused a huge uproar. I'm out. Why is it a 20-person game? I thought this was just a regular multiplayer round. Why the hell is Sin in here too? Exit failed. The game has already started. No quitting now, Slime replied with complete seriousness, but everyone was already fuming. Why the fuck even ask if we can't quit? Hey, what the hell? This isn't what we agreed to. What's your deal? So you're just helping him now? Hey. We agreed to take down Sin together, and now you're saying there's no way to gang up on him? The game hadn't even started, and the 20 players were already arguing. A bunch of them began grilling Li Wei. Some just wanted to earn stars. They didn't even know Li Wei had come here to go after Luce. Some had been crushed by Luce at the roulette wheel and wanted revenge, but didn't have the power to do it alone. Now, seeing these rules, they were stunned. If you wanted to succeed in one go, the probability was 1 in 2 to the 20th power. That's astronomical. Basically means the first few players are guaranteed to fall. They didn't know what would happen if they fell, but let's be real. It probably means death. What is this, a death match? And just like that, Li Wei instantly became the target of everyone's outrage. But he didn't care. He smiled and said, "Everyone, it's too late to talk about this now. I didn't expect the 20-player game to be like this either. Must have been random. Now, the real question is how we survive, and how to maximize our rewards." As he spoke, he ignored the crowd's cursing, looked up at Slime, and asked, "Excuse me, how is the crossing order determined?" As he asked, the corner of his eye kept sneaking glances at Sin. "Wow, you're even saying excuse me. Very polite, kid. The crossing order is simple. Let me think." Then Slime started pretending to think, like it had never considered this before. "Alright, here's how we'll do it. It'll depend on how many stars you bet. The more you bet, the later your turn. The fewer you bet, the earlier you go. All stars go into the total prize pool and will be awarded to the person who clears the challenge. You can start placing bets now. I'll calculate the reward split." After speaking, Slime extended two chubby tentacles, waving them in the air as if doing complex calculations. The crowd was furious. This game host was insane. Making up rules on the fly, improvising rewards, and throwing players into life or death games. But after the rules were explained, no one placed any bets. Everyone's eyes shifted in sync. Not even needing Li Wei's nudging. They all looked at Sin. "That guy's still here. Push him out. Make him go first. Let the strongest scout the path." It's an unspoken rule of human nature. In group survival, they always want the strongest to fall first so others have a shot. Of course, Luce wearing the lust mask was already disliked. That's a whole other story. So, how much they bet depended entirely on how much Sin bet. "What are you all looking at, huh? A bunch of cowards." Luce cursed impatiently, not even glancing at them, just staring silently at the sea beneath the ship. "I'm betting nothing. I'll go first." Chapter 127, "In my opinion, you're just too honest and conservative." As Luce's voice fell, he casually began wandering around the field, like he didn't think this game involved any death at all. The other players, on the other hand, were all stunned right after he finished speaking, like they had just punched into cotton. The whole point of gathering these 20 people together was to deal with the strongest player. Of course, not everyone had a grudge against him, but being the strongest was enough to make you a target. But now, Sin had taken the initiative to say he'd go first. What's the point of anyone else's plans now? Is there even any other way to restrict him in this game? Li Wei's eyes darkened slightly as he looked ahead, at the relaxed and amused Sin, his brows furrowing a little. From the corner of his eye, he could see the 14-star woman was also focused on watching. Thinking of what she had said earlier, he had a bad feeling. Choosing to go first like that. Either he doesn't care about the punishment for failure, or he's confident that he can't possibly lose. Which possibility seems more likely? Li Wei's gaze turned sharper. He knew this guy wasn't some harmless pushover. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and said, "Is the bet we just talked about already confirmed? Or can it still be changed any time?" He was asking this to the slime. The slime didn't care at all whether it was a 20-player round or not. It just silently stared at Sin. Like the most interesting thing in the world was happening on him. And everyone else's games were boring. "TSK, why are you so nosy?" The slime glanced at Li Wei, sounding a little unwilling. "What you discuss among yourselves doesn't count, it can be changed at any time. The final official bet has to be verified by me, and the bet must be placed directly with me." Everyone felt a tight grip on their hearts again when they heard this. Li Wei thought, just as expected. This guy clearly uses his usual craziness and indifference as a persona, but in key moments he'll talk nonsense and then go back on his word. If that restriction wasn't in place and no one knew, once everyone else finalized their bets, Sin could just change his at will. Wouldn't that give Sin the perfect opportunity to pick the best position? Promises are the most worthless and profitless contracts in the world, aren't they? Li Wei said, but he couldn't get another word out. Because Sin had already spoken again. "Then I'll tell you directly. I bet nothing. I'm going first." Luce said this straight to the slime, a clean and decisive move that cut off his own retreat. "All this scheming, why can't anyone believe I actually want to go first?" "Oh? You sure? Our glorious strongest player, once you agree, there's no backing out." In the blink of an eye, the slime teleported right in front of Luce with an unimaginable speed, looking extremely excited. "Sure. Also, back off a little." The expression on the lust mask looked at the slime like it was a big glob of snot coming at him. The slime backed up 2 steps, looking heartbroken like it had just been rejected, but quickly got excited again and shouted, "Good. Very good. That's the right attitude for a game. Alright, I've decided to. The first person to reach the finish line will receive 70% of the final reward. Starting from second place onward, the rewards will decrease in an arithmetic sequence. Depending on the number of players who clear the level, then, a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Luce's body, like a contract had been signed. Dear players, an exciting game is right in front of you. Don't tell me you want to fall behind? Come on, bet nothing like he did. Then the order of turns will be totally random. Completely random. Isn't that fun? Everyone acted like he was talking nonsense, and someone even asked, if no one bets anything, and they manage to make it through, where do the stars come from? Then there won't be any stars, the slime said with total confidence, as if that was completely normal. Everyone. But you gained happiness. You experienced the thrill of the game. That's the most meaningful and fun part. Why can't you be satisfied? The slime shouted angrily, but no one paid him any attention. Now that Sin had already committed to being the first to die, it had become a game between the rest of them. Their alliance crumbled instantly, and the tension flared up. After all, nobody wanted to go second either. You guys go ahead and talk. It's pointless, but I know you'll waste a ton of time anyway. Luce said with a smile, then casually walked over to Li Wei. Li Wei had confusion and self-doubt written all over his face, but when he saw Sin walking toward him, he forced himself to stay calm and met his eyes. A huge smile spread across the lust mask as Luce reached out and touched Li Wei's face. Li Wei. His instincts told him to dodge, but there was no way he was fast enough. Luce's hand landed right on his cheek, and a voice whispered in his ear. I'm guessing, in your daily life, a lot of people probably say you're a scheming, ruthless, and insane guy. So much so, you might have even started believing it yourself. Maybe even feeling kinda proud of it. But, in my opinion, you're honestly just a bit too honest and conservative. Hearing that voice in his ear, Li Wei felt like he'd turned to stone. A chill swept over his whole body, and he couldn't say a word in response. He even started to wonder. Don't tell me this guy's gonna try to rape me. Luckily, that didn't happen. After teasing Li Wei a bit, Luce ignored the remaining 19 players and turned to walk back to the gambling table. TNN, this lust disorder seems a little off, huh? As the 20-player challenge kicked off, nearly half of them had already been pulled in, making the hall feel a bit empty. Luce figured the remaining 19 would argue for a long time, so he headed for the roulette wheel and started playing again. No time wasted. Watching his chill attitude, Yan Hong was already getting anxious. No way. Is he seriously looking to die? That's like a 1 in a million chance. As he spoke, he leaned forward to look down at the black sea below. What's the deal with this seawater? If you fall in, do you die? Chapter 128, Life is a curse, and so is love. Even though from the very beginning, Yan Hong had chosen to have a go at Luce, he still felt that Sin was, in some sense, one of us. After all, he did smash that little SSH ball not long ago. Consider that bringing honor to the nation, right? Though now the country of Shibal had denied Park Buching's nationality with Han country, and even claimed that Sin was actually the Han countryman. Watching his teammate beside him babble on non-stop, Jiao Tian couldn't help but feel speechless. He opened his mouth and asked, what? Why don't you jump down and try it for him? See if people really die. But what if I do die? Yan Hong said dumbly. I'll help you apply for a martyr certificate, Jiao Tian replied. Yan Hong? Do I absolutely have to get that martyr certificate? Alright, just focus more on your own stuff. Didn't you lose again just now? You're down to only 3 stars now. Not much game time left. Better figure something out for yourself quick. Jiao Tian advised wisely, not wanting him to waste any more time. Huh? Show off guy in red, last time you only cleared a hell mode game because you leeched off him. You even said he basically saved your life. And now you're being so heartless, not caring whether he lives or dies? First of all, by his standards, you're also a show-off guy in red. Jiao Tian said with complete seriousness. That was the key point. Second, panicking won't help. You can't help him, and he clearly doesn't want your help. You think he's looking to die. You think he's done for. Let me tell you. Every game of his, people always think that. So just wait and see. He must have some kind of plan. After saying that, Jiao Tian started his own gamble. He completely ignored Yan Hong, who obviously was dealing with Sin for the first time. Panicking over nothing. Even though half the people didn't join the game, their curiosity was just as strong. In the hall, the number of people in front of all the machines had dropped noticeably. Everyone's eyes were darting around. On one side was Sin, casually playing in front of the roulette wheel. On the other was a crowd that was about to come to blows. People were arguing like crazy, and Li Wei found everything spiraling out of control. Especially after Sin voluntarily went first. He'd somehow become the new public enemy. Nobody wanted to draw an early slot. Second or third was basically the same as straight up dying. But they couldn't bet carelessly either. Most didn't have many stars left, and even if they wanted to increase the penalty tier, it wasn't something you could just add freely. From a safety standpoint, later positions were obviously better. But no one joined this game just to stay safe. They came to win. Whoever clears it first gets 70% of the reward. It could be said that everyone after them is just along for the ride. If you're the last one, you might survive. But you get nothing. So from a reward standpoint, being placed at positions like 11 or 12 might be the sweet spot. All at once, everyone wanted to bet a little more. But no one wanted to bet the most and end up the sucker. The chaos gave everyone a massive headache. Plus, just before Luce left, he casually used his own ability again, which only stirred everyone's emotions even further. As a result, people started fighting. Minute by minute, time passed. When the game started, the 3-hour timer had just reached halfway. But now, there was less than 1 hour left, and people were still arguing. It made Xiantong wonder. Had Sin calculated all of this from the start? Did he never even plan to play? Was his plan just to let these 19 people tear each other apart until time ran out, and the game ended on its own? What about perfect completion then? Finally, with the slime urging them along and Li Wei negotiating and compromising all over the place, everyone eventually placed their bets. Some bet 2 stars, some 3, some 4. In short, a portion of them placed the same number of stars, which meant their order would be randomized. That slight randomness gave people just enough hope. Otherwise, the arguing really might have gone on forever. A light beam enveloped all the players. The bet was set. The game began. Luce finished up at the roulette table and walked over as promised. Under the gaze of everyone, it was like a king's coronation. With lines of soldiers on either side. It made the last mask ridiculously pleased. Peak main character treatment. Even those who weren't playing the game all stopped what they were doing to watch Sin stride toward the starting line. Luce raised his hand and fired 2 shots, each hitting a light screen in the front row. But the energy bullets were completely blocked. 2 booms sounded, but no marks were left behind. Only when a player passes through will there be a change between illusion and reality. The slime's voice came from nearby. Just then, while everyone was watching, the 8 fake humans that had blended into the crowd began slowly converging again. They hadn't followed Sin for 2 whole hours. Li Wei had even momentarily forgotten about those guys. His heart instantly dropped. He quickly said to the slime, "You said earlier, only when a player passes through will there be a change, right? Fake humans don't count." "Correct," the slime responded, and only then did the weight in his heart start to lift. Thank goodness. But as fake human number 1 passed by him, it looked him in the eye. Then the 8 fake humans gathered one by one from different spots and regrouped beside Sin. "Hey, love is about undying loyalty and going through hell for someone. But from the start, I just gave the order to maximize utility. Am I kind of a scumbag?" A pervy expression appeared on the lost mask, grave accent pre-comma as he reached out and exposed the fake human's ribcage, then said, a flicker of ghostly flame danced in the eyes of fake human number 1, and it suddenly spoke to Luce. "I know. I can't possibly love you. But I also know that right now, I truly do love you. This is a curse, isn't it?" Wearing the lust mask, Luce shrugged and said, "Love itself is a curse, isn't it?" The fake human didn't respond. But Luce could clearly read layers of complex, painful emotion from those long-decayed white bones. There are many curses in this world. Life is one of them. Especially eternal life. Life is a curse, and love is also a curse. If one curse can put an end to another, then I thank you for coming. Chapter 129, The Meaning of the Life or Death Steps. Luce looked at the white skeleton in front of him and suddenly thought of the last time, inside the demon asylum, Long Wu, Long Liu and the others. Are these beings really just NPCs? Data characters designed in the game? If they're data characters, why do they have emotions that can be manipulated by him? If not, but they're clearly already reduced to bones, there's no way they have any vital signs to sustain something like emotions. Or could it be that they were once players too? Life is a curse. Immortality now is a real curse. Maybe what the other party said wasn't just metaphorical, but literal. His current life and love both exist because of the form of a curse. Luce thought a lot, but he didn't say anything. He just smiled, and that smile grew wider and more obvious. He took a step forward. No one needed to teach him. He wrapped an arm around the other's waist with a courtly gesture. Of course, there was no waist anymore. He was just grasping at air, as if holding onto a body that once existed there. "It's an honor to spend this wonderful evening with you." The purple mask slowly leaned in, as if about to touch the skull in front of him, like they were about to kiss. At the center of the grand ballroom, In front of the two was a black sea like an abyss. One wore a mask, the other's face no longer existed. If there's anything you want to say it now. The skeletal hand was raised and pressed against the mask on Luce's face, like stopping the kiss, or pushing him away. Stick to your judgment and guesswork. I'm going to fulfill my final value to you. After saying that, it turned around and faced the 100-meter-long crack in front of it, took a step, ignored the black sea below, and walked toward the somewhat ethereal light screen. With one step forward, it stood firmly on top. Earlier, that cryptic back and forth between Sin and it had already made the crowd unable to follow. Now that it was up there, they understood even less. Wasn't it said that nothing would happen when others stepped up? As spectators, Jiao Tian, Xiantong, and the others couldn't see clearly for a moment and didn't quite understand how to proceed. But based on the conversation between the two, it seemed they were using the fake human's life in exchange for Sin to pass the level. But wasn't it already stated from the beginning that using a fake human to scout the path wasn't viable? Wanna make a choice? Take a gamble on your luck. You can play this game too. Luce still had that devil-may-care tone, looking at the fake human stepping onto the first row and said with a smile. No need, the fake human replied calmly, then stepped aside a bit, signaling for Sin to come stand beside it. Luce barely tapped the ground with his toe and soared lightly through the air, landing beside the fake human. His feet stood firm, steady without a wobble, and the platform beneath showed no reaction at all. Oh, looks like you picked the right spot. Seems today's my lucky day. Luce looked at the fake human and said. It's my lucky day too, fake human number 1 replied. At this moment, its skull, which usually looked terrifying, appeared almost gentle. Without much hesitation, the fake human jumped to the next step down. There was no doubt in its movement. In fact, judging by the white bone's motion, it even seemed a bit eager. Li Wei and the others stared dumbly, still not quite understanding what was happening. And just then, when Luce also jumped to the next step and landed beside fake human number 1. An accident suddenly occurred. The moment his feet touched the light screen, it turned out the screen really was just a light screen. It had never been solid. Meaning, only now were the true rules of the game revealed. When non-players stepped on the light screen, it was solid. They could walk across it smoothly, like a bridge. But when a player stepped on it, each rose screen would instantly become one virtual, one solid. Just like Schrödinger's cat. The process took no time at all. For Luce, it was as if he had jumped into thin air. There wasn't any footing. In normal circumstances. But now, fake human number 1 was standing right next to him, giving him something to push off of. Both began to fall. Inside the no-flight zone, fake human number 1 extended its white skeletal arm and gave Luce a shove. No force needed. No angle required. Just a simple push to give Luce a foothold. With that single push, Luce could now show the world what top-tier physical capability looked like. With a burst of strength in midair, his body twisted like a swallow's tail in flight. Unpredictable. Before soaring upward, like a swallow taking flight in a rainstorm. At the same time, that skeleton's falling speed suddenly accelerated and plunged into the sea with a splash. Meanwhile, Luce spun once in the air and landed on the next platform on the other side. He looked down at the dark, inky sea below, like a giant beast swallowing the fallen skeleton whole. Silent, without even a splash, wrapped in the crushing weight of the sea. Smashed and devoured. Luce looked down in silence. His mask still bore that unreadable smile, making it impossible to tell what emotion he was feeling. He bowed slightly to the sea, showing his thanks. Everyone was stunned. That midair one-up one-down sequence between the two had been an incredible show. Movements they wouldn't even dare imagine. It was like a rocket taking off, one life falling to lift another to the skies. Wah wah wah. Amazing, amazing. That was incredible. Thanks to the strongest player for this thrilling performance, the life or death steps. This is the real meaning of the game. A death game, a life or death assist. That's what makes a puzzle level fun. You guys keep dragging things out, calculating who goes first. It's just boring. Come on, take notes, give them a hand. After saying that, the slime stretched out its hands and clapped hard in front of itself, but due to its gooey body, it couldn't make any sound. So it had to dub itself, going pa 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 with its mouth. But aside from it, no one else seemed to think the scene was fun. Why are you always so noisy, fatty? Then why don't you come up? Luce slightly turned his head, looking at the slime with a blank expression. Chapter 130, Everything here is a game, and I am the only player. Luce's current blank expression was the blank expression on the mask. The smile from before vanished in an instant. A sharp emotional cliff dive. And the mask's glow completely faded as he stared at the disgusting body of the slime. The slime shut up immediately, looking like a total coward, mumbling at Sin in a low voice, "Can't even get a little cheer?" seriously, but it really didn't say anything else, as if genuinely scared of making Luz angry. It waddled to the side with a doang and stood quietly to watch. Seeing the scene before them, the few who had been observing Luz finally understood why the condition Luz had given from the very beginning was undying love. That condition had too high of a priority, and it granted an extremely high degree of freedom. And that freedom likely resulted in a positive form of autonomy. Take Xiantong for example. In the first round of the game, she also guessed the fake human's identity correctly. But what she asked for was all the stars on the other party. At the time, the thing she couldn't understand about Sin was, why use love, instead of something like you must obey me in this game? Back then, she simply assumed it was the effect of the mask, so she didn't overthink it. But now, it seemed the core issue was autonomy. A command like you must obey me actually has very little force. Because there are countless ways to obey a command. Pretend to listen, go against it in secret. It's easy to undermine. But Sin's command essentially gave him 8 fiercely loyal helpers. It was a perfect use of autonomy. At this moment, Jiao Tian also understood what Sin was doing, and nodded in admiration, muttering to himself, so that's where the real benefit lies. He had known it. On the surface, the strongest player looked carefree and playful, but every move he made had a purpose. What benefit? What are you talking about? Said Yan Hong, still reeling from Luz's mid-air double jump, turning back in confusion. Jiao Tian. None of your business. Go eat some sunflower seeds or something. Jiao Tian waved him off. I didn't bring any. Yan Hong said. Even though these people finally understood the situation in front of them, and realized since previous calculations, there was still an odd discomfort in their hearts. Even though it was just a skeleton. Terrifying, sinister, creepy. But doing it all in the name of love just felt off. Only, what Luz felt was even more than what everyone else did. All this time adapting to the mask, going along with its side effects. It was to familiarize himself with the process and attempt to harness the mask's ability. At this point, he had become a true master of emotional manipulation. Though in the game scenes he never said much or asked a lot, and his communication with the fake human was minimal. He still had a few guesses based on things said. Things like, life is a curse. Love is also a curse. I hope one curse can cancel out another. That line clearly hinted at a death wish. But at the time, Luz didn't realize the other party's actions weren't just because of his command. But when the two met in midair and completed the life exchange, he instantly sensed a powerful emotion from the other party. It was a profound sense of relief, and it carried a deep, burning hatred. And that hatred didn't seem to be aimed at him. That's why just now, he had been staring down at the Black Sea below, grinning like a lunatic. He was thinking. Just like back in the demon asylum, he was thinking about the same thing again. For now, though, he focused on the present. Sin had already passed 2 rows of steps without anyone even noticing. Now, 7 more fake humans were silently walking toward him, and Li Wei and the others were panicking. At this pace, Sin really might be the first to walk through and clear the game with just 1 life. Whether he cleared it or not wasn't the issue. The 19 people present had all bet everything they owned. Some even still owed torture devices. Right away, with Li Wei's subtle instigation, the crowd turned into a mob again. They even started blocking the fake humans from stepping onto the steps. Saying stuff like, you don't need to listen to him. There's no enforcement here. Some even started preaching about the ethics of love, which nearly made Luz laugh out loud. Luz didn't do much. Just stood there watching, like he was enjoying a show. But really, he was gathering the fake humans' emotional states. In trying to stop them, these red-eyed gamblers were way out of their depth. The fake humans had come with a sense of release to begin with, even a hint of eagerness. Luz had simply given them a convenient excuse. Now someone was trying to stop them. One by one, these skeletal figures were clearly not amateurs. A casual shove sent someone flying, landing near the edge of the crack. He nearly fell. Seeing how close he was to the brink, the guy nearly pissed himself and shouted, "Didn't you say players can't be harmed in the game?" Host. The slime responded impatiently, "If a player trips and falls on their own, it doesn't count, okay? That was me tripping. But at times like this, logic wouldn't save you. In a hell mode game, just staying alive was already a blessing." So everyone quickly quieted down. The fake humans stepped onto the life or death steps one after another, approaching Luz. Under his elegant smile, they bowed their heads slightly. Like spirits about to cross into the underworld, paying respects to the king of hell. Then, one by one, they did aerial relays. Every time, the people behind hoped Luz would slip up, but he never did. The strongest in the world. How could he possibly fail at a moment like this? Life or death steps. Lives lifting lives. Sin advanced with an ease that was hard to believe. Different people felt different emotions as they watched. In that moment, the entire hall and casino went silent. Only the sound of the waves and time quietly ticking away remained. Once again, the slime excitedly shouted, "Look, look! Why is no one excited? Common love can pave the way to heaven. Life is the cost of a game. The strongest player really is the strongest." What a thrilling playstyle, nah nah nah. Almost at the same time, Luz stopped walking. The smile on his mask grew wider. Until he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey hey. Ha ha ha. That blob really doesn't need to be so serious. Luz turned his head. The two men locked eyes. Everything here is a game. And I am the only player. Chapter 131, One Last Step, Vile Human Nature Behind the Mask. Luz stared intensely at the slime's jiggling body, as if trying to see straight through it. With the use of the lust mask, his ability to read people's emotions had become sharper and sharper, even gaining a sense of insight into their true selves. But as time passed, every time he looked at the slime again, there was always this strange, inexplicable sense of familiarity. It felt like déjà vu, yet also like an illusion. He couldn't find a match for it anywhere in his mind. Until just now. Feeling that over-the-top excitement and that malicious joy from the other person. He suddenly remembered where that feeling came from. That exposed female doctor in his newbie game. Originally, as the game host, Luz had instinctively been comparing the slime to Tom from before. But as time went on, he realized the two were very different. As for that female doctor, although their outward appearances and personalities seemed completely unlike, at their core, there was that same twisted obsession with pleasure, that godlike superiority, that disregard for others. It was exactly the same. Ah, that's right, everyone should think of yourselves as players. Having fun is what matters most, otherwise, look. Our strongest player doesn't even consider you guys players anymore. Slime seemed a little guilty under Luz's stare, laughing it off, like he was trying to change the subject. But clearly, Luz wasn't someone easy to deal with. He immediately cut in and mocked, "Hey, so you don't think you, with that ugly face and non-stop yapping, are the biggest buzzkill? Can you shut up when other people are playing?" Just as Slime was at a loss for words and trying to say something, Luz suddenly said again, "Also, you know what? I think I've recognized you." Luz's words seemed to have some kind of magical power. Slime instantly went silent, like his whole body froze. The all-seeing eye enveloped the area, and in that moment, Xiantong felt a powerful sense of discord filling the space. Slime seemed like a completely different person, but when she looked again, it felt like maybe it was just her imagination. Overthinking? Hallucinating? Xiantong frowned, but she turned her focus back onto Sin. Slime Duang hopped off to the side, no more banter, looking a little shut down. Then, the ladder of life continued, one after another. In no time, 7 out of 8 fake humans had already jumped down. The players behind them looked ahead in despair, just hoping that Sin would get unlucky and all the fakes would step into thin air and fall. Especially the last few who were assigned the final spots. Their faces looked like they'd just lost a loved one, each of them pale and grim. They'd placed a bet of 4 stars. At this point, never mind handling the first player. Just the loss alone was enough to gut them. But some were thrilled while others grieved. Not all the players were miserable right now. Those ranked near the top had only one thought. Pulling victory from the jaws of defeat. Especially the second and third in line. Watching Luz walk up more than a dozen steps in one go, their hopeless hearts suddenly reignited. I still have a chance. And not just a chance to survive. Maybe they could even be the first to make it across. What kind of reward would that be? For a moment, those lined up behind Luz started breathing harder. Meanwhile, Luz kept pushing forward steadily. When the last fake human stepped up eagerly, Luz naturally reached out again, trying to grab its rib. "I should remind you, I used to be a man," said fake human number 8. "So what?" Sin looked totally unfazed. Fake human. With the last fake human jumping down, Luz soared over the Black Sea and landed steadily. Now, he was already standing on the 16th row. 8 fake humans sacrificed to get to the 16th row. That actually matched the expected value from a probability standpoint. But the next 4 rows would be steps Luz had to take himself. Luz still had a way forward. In his backpack was someone with autonomy, capable of helping him propel forward. But suddenly, he turned his head and looked over at the slime, chuckled, and said, "You think this is a little too easy? Slime?" It blinked and looked up, unsure what to say. But it didn't need to respond. Luz continued, talking to himself, "Hey, in a game, the unknown and the dangerous. Those are what make things truly fascinating. I think it's time I give everyone what they want to see." With that, the lust mask twisted into a wicked grin, and then, to the shock of many, He jumped forward. He leapt to the next row. Keep in mind, earlier the fake humans had all gone ahead to test the way. If the space beneath his feet turned out to be empty, at least he would have had somewhere to spring off from. But this time, there was none of that. Even with his freakish strength, he couldn't possibly jump off midair. In other words, he was really putting himself on the gambling table as the stake, betting on that 50-50 chance. A totally irrational move. But he won the bet. The floor was solid under his feet. He stood firm, not even a wobble. Before the crowd could even gasp, he moved again. Springing forward onto the next row. Among the spectators, Xiantong and Jiu Tian felt their hearts tighten. They hadn't expected that at the final moment, he'd really start gambling with his own life. And Xiantong had a gut feeling. He wasn't doing this out of desperation. He wanted to do it. Ah, looks like my luck's pretty good, Luce said to himself with a smile. And now, he was already on the 19th row. He jumped 3 steps in a row. A 1 in 8 chance, and Luce actually hit it. Right in front of him was the final row. But just before taking that last step, Luce suddenly stopped, turned around, and sat cross-legged. Looking at the gambler who'd been assigned second, the one right behind him, he spread his hands and smiled. How's it feel? Excited? Wanna play a game? Chapter 132, Greed controls you, then you're its scapegoat. Fall down. Fall down. Fall down. Behind Luce, the player who was right on his heels had red eyes, silently repeating those 3 words in his heart. His emotional state was way more intense than Luce's. Luce treated it like a game. But he looked like he'd staked his entire family's lives, shouting crazily inside his mind. On the outside, his face was red and his neck bulging. But right now, seeing Sin suddenly turn around, it was like his brain blinked out, and he just stood there dumbfounded. Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Luce glanced at the fat guy in front of him and said with disinterest. This was the same guy who gambled at the roulette wheel and listened to Luce's advice, only to lose everything. Down to the last hair. It was because of that loss that he followed Li Wei's suggestion and joined this game. He'd already hit rock bottom, and this was his final chance. To bet it all. He never expected to end up in a game like this, with rules like this. And in his rotten luck, he got assigned to go second. He had already lost all hope, but Luce's performance kept giving him surprise after surprise. Now, he had only one wish. That Luce would misstep on the last step. And fall. Now that Luce had turned around and was looking at him playfully, he felt both scared and full of hate. He lowered his head and said nothing, ignoring Sin. But staying silent didn't mean Luce would. The voice behind the mask was like a devil, slowly drifting into his ears, laced with a hellish kind of temptation. Wanna play something exciting? A 20-player round, but I'm the only one playing. That's no fun. The fat guy still didn't respond, his bloodshot eyes locked on the floor beneath his feet. That floor was very much floor. He didn't want to speak. This man in front of him had already proven how persuasive he could be. Now he just wanted to wait. No matter what, he was already guaranteed to survive. He just hoped the other guy fell on that last step. But in Luce's eyes, this man in front of him looked like a candle about to be snuffed out. A bit of coaxing could stir up all the emotions buried inside. Would you believe me if I said I'm just doing this for fun? In fact, I'm certain I can complete the game. There's an autonomous robot in my backpack that can give me one more boost. Honestly, I've already won. I could take 70% of everyone's rewards and leave right now. But I want to give you a chance. To make the game a bit more interesting. The fat guy's face twitched as sweat rolled down the grooves of his fat cheeks, like he was going through torture. Let's add another bet to this game, just between us. You and I switch places. One last chance. I give it to you. If you make it, you take 70% of everyone's rewards. And I'll throw in my second place share too. If you lose, well, there's no real punishment. Just take a bath down below. Wearing the lust mask, Luce gestured excitedly as if he'd just brought up the most fun thing ever, looking completely thrilled. The fat guy's body trembled. Inside, reason and greed were locked in a vicious battle. Say no. But 70%. No. Life is what matters most. He'd already gotten lucky. Why the hell would he agree? While he struggled, Luce's voice slithered in like that serpent who tempted Eve to sin. 70%. Plus the second place share. That'd make you the top earner in this hell mode game, wouldn't it? Enough that you'd never have to play again, never suffer like this again. To do something great, you can't be afraid to risk your life. The second place fat guy looked up, face twisted, eyes red. Why should I believe you actually have a surefire way to win? No reason. Just that I'm the strongest. I always win. Luce shrugged. Besides, believe it or not. It's up to you. You're free to say no. I'm not forcing you. With that, Luz stood up and turned toward the final row of steps. Sigh, just thought since fate brought us together, I'd give you a shot. Out of so many people, you just happen to be second. You never thought that might be fate? Sometimes, fate gives you a chance, and you just can't see it. That line from Luz, spoken with his back turned, blew up inside the fat guy's heart like a bomb. In an instant, all his body fat felt like it had caught fire, turning into flames that fueled his greed. Yeah. Why was I assigned second? There were 8 of us who bet 2 stars. Everyone thought I was finished. I thought I was done for too. But now, the chance is right here. 50-50 odds aren't even that bad. If I win, I'll soar to the top. I'll be the one who beat the strongest player. The fat guy's eyes went hazy. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. I'll do it. Strongest player, let me switch with you. Luz had his back to them all, and at those words, a twisted grin curled on the purple mask. No. I agree. I agree. The fat guy snapped out of it like he'd been jolted awake, shouting as if afraid someone might steal his chance. Luz turned his head. Sure? There's still a 50-50 chance you'll fail. Sure. The bet was made. A light beam enveloped each of their heads, and the 2 of them swapped places. Good luck. Luz stood smiling in the fat guy's former spot, generously cheering him on. The fat guy looked at the final row ahead. His legs were shaking. As he shut his eyes, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. 50-50. If I win, go home, cash out all the points and rewards, buy a big house, get a young pretty wife, and live out every fantasy I've ever had. Never come back to this cursed game again. The chance is right here. Ignoring Luz's voice behind him, the fat guy's eyes slowly filled with resolve. His body steadied and stopped trembling. His eyes even held calm. And confidence. He could feel it. That voice in his heart. The voice saying fate had chosen him. He would win. A crazed grin twisted his face. He jumped forward. Nothingness. Misstep. Fall. A fat figure plummeted straight into the Black Sea, not even letting out a scream. When a gambler is high, they don't think about what happens if they lose. He forgot to scream. What a shame. Behind him, a hint of pity appeared on the purple mask's face as he lightly clapped his hands. If you control greed, it's your slave. But if greed controls you, then you're its scapegoat. Chapter 133, Highest Star Count. Give me the spotlight splash. The fat guy fell into the water. Unlike the 8 skeletons before him, because of his heavier weight, he actually made a bit of a splash. But soon, his entire body looked like it had been thrown into an asphalt mixer. He tumbled a few times and disappeared, without a scream, without any blood. He just vanished like that, as if water merged into the sea, making everyone's heart skip a beat. As expected. Although it was never clearly stated, the slime had never explained what would happen if someone fell. But death clearly had already become the final price any of them might pay. Thinking of this, those ranked higher actually felt a strange sense of gratitude. Luckily, the first player ahead of them still had some way to survive. If Luz had fallen early on, the rest of them probably wouldn't have made it either. It was a brush with death. What a pity. Turns out the hardest thing in life is recognizing whether that sudden surge in your heart is courage or stupidity. Luz stood on the edge, looking at the churning Black Sea below, spreading his hands and smiling as he spoke. He'd just realized. The moment he put on the lust mask, it somehow gave him a bit of a philosopher's aura. The guy lost his bet, and honestly, Luz hadn't pulled any strings. He wasn't even qualified to. He only hoped he could raise the stakes of this game, make things more uncertain. Only then would it be fun. If the guy had actually won, Luz wouldn't have cared either. So what if he created a dumbass with the most stars? It's all just play. It's all for fun. Still. Whether that guy behind the scenes had a hand in this, who knows? As he thought about it, Luz glanced toward the distant slime. At that moment, it was standing quietly. Despite the drama unfolding, it was completely calm. Hey! Why aren't you saying anything? Luz shouted at it from afar. Slime? The slime trembled, then looked at Luz with a bunch of question marks over its head, completely speechless. Weren't you the one who told me not to talk? Ah, well done. This game is getting more and more exciting, I hope everyone, right then. Something unexpected happened. Luz suddenly felt a gust of wind blow past him. It was a fierce gale. Definitely not natural sea breeze. And after being here for so long, he could still tell the difference between real wind and this. He turned his head and saw the guy who had drawn number 3 earlier. The one who voluntarily asked to switch spots with him. Was already rushing forward. Blue currents wrapped around his entire body. He looked like he was soaring on clouds, silver lightning crackling around his feet. Clearly using some kind of supernatural power. That was a special ability he'd gotten in the game. But up till now, he'd never used it in any previous game, and no one even knew who he was. Who would have thought he'd suddenly strike now? No warning at all. He just shot out like a lightning bolt. Even the people who'd been watching closely didn't have time to cry out in surprise. At that moment, number 3's eyes gleamed with a sick light. He'd already made it to the 20th tile. Thanks to the fat guy who helped eliminate the wrong option earlier, he now stood on a solid platform. I am going to win. His eyes were bulging like he wanted to pop them right out of his sockets. In the casino-like atmosphere, in the face of massive rewards, human nature gets amplified to the point of destruction. His face now twisted into something no longer human. To others, he looked fast as lightning. But in Luce's expertise, the guy was still too slow. In the final leap toward victory, number 3 was just one step away from clearing the game. When suddenly, his body twisted and lost balance. It was like a race car speeding out of control, about to fly off the track. He looked down and saw a blade tip bursting out from his groin, skewering him straight through. All his momentum vanished in that instant. His body jerked sideways and missed the final platform by just a bit. The sharpened blade had flown in from behind and caught up with him mid-motion. Didn't they say players couldn't be harmed? That was the only thought left in number 3's head. Then, without a sound, he fell. Just as pain flooded his senses, he dropped into the water. Fortune favors the bold. But the bold fall just as hard. Trying to snatch a reward from Luce's hand. Well, gotta admit, it took guts. Clap. 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 Behind him, Luce slowly applauded, his tone cold as he said, amazing. So now die. He didn't really care about winning or losing. Right now, he was lust. Not greed. Winning didn't mean much to him. But that didn't mean others could snatch it from him. Looking back at the crowd behind him, everyone instinctively stepped back, avoiding his gaze, afraid to confront him. Then, straightening his collar, Luce walked the final 2 steps without any resistance and arrived at the goal. He pressed a button lightly. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted. The entire gambling ship lit up brightly, and a voice screamed at the top of its lungs, nice. Congratulations to our 20-player game. The first successful player has emerged, let's give a warm celebration. It was the slime itself, screaming like a maniac. The voice was so loud it gave everyone a fright. The crowd glared furiously, but the slime didn't care. It kept shouting. Now beginning reward settlement, total prize pool, 8 2-star bets, 6 3-star bets, 5 4-star bets. Total of 54 stars, based on a 70% share, that's 38 stars, subtracting the 9-point debt from Sin for temporary usage of torture devices. After clearing all dues, there are 29 left. Making him the first player, the slime went full suck-up mode like some corporate lackey after a big win, clapping and cheering like crazy. The whole scene was intense. On Luce's chest, a colorful star glowed. Beside it, the number 29 was displayed. It represented his current star count. Li Wei stood in the crowd, feeling weak all over, stiffly frozen in place. He scanned the crowd, trying to spot the previous number 1. At that moment, Xiantong was also looking at him. Their eyes met briefly, and Xiantong's lips twitched as she quickly looked away. What a stupid pig, just rushing to die. She'd been winning all night, scheming carefully, and then Sin just ended it all in one move. Damn it, Li Wei, you're too damn good. Meanwhile, Luce wasn't stopping. He kept walking forward and said, give me some lights. Aim the spotlight right here. Chapter 134, a gamble that gripped everyone's heartbeat. Give me a bit more attention. Next up, take a good look at some real high-level moves. Most of the dozen or so people behind him looked like their mom just died, frozen in place, except for a few in the front who managed to barely recover a little. And the further back they were, the more stars they had bet before. This one move completely wiped everyone out. Some of them still owed around with the torture devices, and now they were wailing like babies. But the slime didn't care at all. Its eyes seemed locked only on the first player, the one who'd always been the dazzling Sin. Even though the rest were supposed to get some rewards too, some even started pushing and shoving on the floating bridge to fight for rankings. But the slime didn't give a damn. Who cares about you lot? Instead, it was Sin who said give me some spotlight, and immediately, all the stage lights gathered on him. The slime even played the bootlicker and said, what would you like to say? Should I prepare you a microphone? Just make the lights brighter. And I want purple lights. Sure thing. Adjusting that now, the slime followed step by step. Under everyone's gaze, Luce once again walked to the center in front of the roulette wheel. By now, game time was nearly up. Sin had already become the first player. And not just first. A massive gap between him and second, and an even bigger one between second and the rest. Everyone wanted to see what the hell this guy was planning next. I told you, none of you belong here. Suddenly, he looked up again, turning to the players in the game. Eyes on me. Or rather, what you've been playing with isn't even fun. Time to watch something truly interesting. Maybe. You'll even get to satisfy those dark little thoughts of yours, and hope I lose. Saying that, Luz spread his hands, the expression on the lust mask full of smug superiority. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto someone in the center of the crowd. Well, you've got quite a few stars too. Wanna come play? He said, patting the roulette wheel in front of him. And the person he was looking at was Xiantong. At this point, she had 15 stars. Because of the high number, she too had a glowing colorful star on her chest, with a 15 beside it. Being singled out in the crowd, Xiantong trembled all over. It felt like all eyes instantly snapped to her. It was not a good feeling. And she knew why Sen suddenly picked her out. Maybe he'd recognized her. But so what? No way the strongest player would care about a former teammate like her, especially when their last round together didn't end pleasantly. Being targeted by him probably wasn't a good thing. For a moment, she felt like she was being eyed by a venomous snake. She quickly lowered her head, took a few steps back, and casually said, "No thanks." Then, using the all-seeing eye to keep watching him, she ran to a hidden corner and played dead. Can't see me, can't see me." Luz didn't say anything else. He tried to lift his arm, only to find his left hand couldn't really move. The earlier piercings from the torture devices had left some damage in the muscle. TCH, annoying. Switching hands, Luz took the colorful star off his chest and placed it on the roulette wheel's single red groove in the center. "I'm betting this. Let's go. Don't waste time." The slime hesitated beside him. "How many are you betting?" "All of them." "How many? Are you deaf?" The slime locked eyes with Luz, and suddenly started trembling all over. Like it was totally high. Then, the spotlight above Luz flared up with dazzling brilliance, and the slime shouted, "All right. No more bets. The highest star player of this round, Sin, has chosen to place all 29 of his stars into the one and only red groove on the central roulette wheel. Everyone. Watch closely." Its voice cracked from excitement. And really, it didn't even need to announce it. Everyone was already watching. The red groove. Just 1 out of 180. A 5 times multiplier. The highest in the entire round. But the chance of hitting it was insanely low. No one could understand. Their eyes were full of disbelief as they looked over, wondering why he'd do something like this. Wasn't he already in first place? 1 out of 180 odds. What was he thinking? Even Xiantong, who was hiding near the slot machine, looked over in confusion. Did the mask take over his mind? Why? With so little game time left, why take such a meaningless risk? That didn't match the way he'd been acting before. She'd always been curious. How would Sin, who didn't care about winning or losing, flip things around after being isolated? Now that he already flipped it. He's going again? Start. The slime's voice trembled, so excited it couldn't speak properly. Without any delay, the game began. The roulette wheel started to spin. The small ball began to bounce. The sharp clicking sounds echoed straight into everyone's hearts. Everyone stopped what they were doing. All eyes locked onto the spotlight below, watching the purple-masked man smiling beneath it. One man's gamble held the hearts of everyone present. The ball's speed slowly began to drop. And it really was heading toward the red groove. Everyone held their breath, afraid to even blink and miss the result. Even someone like Xiantong, with the all-seeing eye and cold logic, felt her heart skip a beat. Her pupil shrinking. As the final few bounces landed, time seemed to freeze. The ball slowed. And finally came to a stop. Clack. Red. In that moment. That final click. It sounded like the world cracked apart. The entire space seemed to fall silent. On Luz's chest, a glowing colorful star appeared, and beside it, 145. Just as the slime was about to scream its lungs out and break the silence, Luz spoke first, cutting off its words and breaking the stillness. He took the colorful star from his chest again, and placed it right back on the red groove. His voice was calm, his tone so steady it made you feel like his heart rate never went above 70. One more. Chapter 135, You Don't Think It's Boring? The never-ending bets. Again, the slime's entire green body was trembling like crazy. He had never even considered that things would unfold like this. What the hell? Again? How much are you betting this time? If I don't go all in, what's the point? Luz shot him a glance. Be quicker about it, don't ask every damn time. I always go all in. Got it, sir, no more bets. The player with the highest star count this round, Sin, has chosen to once again place all 145 of his stars on the only red groove of the central roulette wheel. Once again, the slime shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice already completely breaking. The massive roulette wheel began spinning once more. 145 stars. What kind of number was that? No one knew. Once the quantity exceeds a certain threshold, people's brains just go numb. At this point, no one else even wanted to bet anymore. Everyone had become just spectators. In this gamble, the highest level Luz had achieved wasn't about how much he won or lost. It was that in this very moment, he had shattered everyone's psychological defenses. Everyone had the same thought. He's betting over 100 stars each time, what's even the point of risking your life for one or two? Once the psychological barrier breaks, the entire game suddenly becomes incredibly meaningless. 145 stars. If he actually won this round, they couldn't even imagine what kind of number that would be. They had no concept of it. Almost everyone stared at the spinning wheel and the small ball bouncing across it, all silently hoping Luz would lose. And yet, at the same time, they couldn't help themselves. They were also wondering if a miracle might happen again. Would a miracle happen? At this point, Xiantong could no longer focus on two things at once. She had originally intended to monitor Sin's moves with the all-seeing eye while still playing the slot machine on the side. The slot machine's images spun at hyperspeed. Normal human eyes obviously couldn't follow, but her skill set focused entirely on vision and data processing. So she could barely make out the strip patterns and figure out some kind of rhythm. She didn't rely purely on luck when playing this game. Her win rate was over 50%. But even she had stopped what she was doing, turned around, and with shaking hands, focused completely on watching this insane gamble. The Lust Mask's desire for attention was absolutely off the charts. From the beginning, Sin never cared about hiding his identity or being targeted. He'd always put himself right in the eye of the storm. And now, he didn't even have to do anything anymore. Just standing in front of the roulette wheel made him the center of attention. That thing he said earlier seemed to be coming true, I'm the only player here. At this moment, Xiantong's mental defenses had also crumbled. She felt herself start to give up. Originally, this ocean casino-style game should have been her area of expertise, and she'd been doing everything she could to chase the highest score. But now, even if she bet like her life depended on it, there was no way she'd ever surpass Luz's 145 stars. And those behind her probably couldn't catch up to her own 15 stars either. The gap between 15 and 145. Thinking about that made her gaze go a little blank. Right at that moment, a voice appeared beside her. It was so quiet she hadn't even noticed it until now. Which was insane, considering her whole body was rigged with detection gear, fully armed to the teeth. Don't you think? This is kind of boring too? Xiantong practically sprang up like a coil, jumping a few steps back, staring at the slime who had suddenly appeared so close. This guy. Boring how? Xiantong asked cautiously. I've been watching you for a long time, before he suddenly blew up with that crazy score, you had the highest star count. But the way you play is really boring, card counting, probability machines, only playing games with a win rate over 50%, stacking one star at a time, let me see. Oh? Not bad, you're up to 15 stars. Among the many mediocre people here, you're kind of outstanding, the slime spoke in a bizarrely sarcastic tone. It sounded like praise, but every emphasis fell on the words mediocre people. It was basically just mockery. Seeing that Xiantong didn't respond, the slime went on, seriously, compared to the other losers, you're less of a loser, but this is a casino, you really give off this boring vibe. You've been watching him this whole time, haven't you? These little metal balls in the air keep circling around him. As he spoke, the slime turned around and pointed toward Luz standing at the roulette wheel. At that moment, as the spinning slowed down, everyone's eyes seemed glued to the wheel. No one even noticed the conversation happening between Xiantong and the slime. Xiantong's expression didn't change. She kept calmly observing the slime in front of her and said, I know my own place and abilities. I don't think Lady Luck favors me. In a casino, the more afraid someone is, the more they'll keep losing. And the ones who fear nothing? They're the ones who end up losing everything. It doesn't make any damn sense, but that's how it is sometimes. Just because one path is wrong doesn't mean the opposite is right. I chose my way. At least I haven't lost. Haven't lost? The slime just laughed, turned around, and said nothing more. Little lady, sometimes. If you haven't won, that means you've already lost. By now, the central roulette wheel had gradually stopped spinning, and only a few minutes remained in this 3-hour game. The small ball bounced a few times above the groove before wobbling and finally settling in the red slot. No one cheered. No one shouted. Everyone just sucked in a breath of cold air. It was like being in a dream. Utterly unreal. What just happened? He won again. Are we really just NPCs in this game? Xiantong stared at the result in disbelief. Her logic told her this was an impossible event. Almost instinctively, she turned to look at the slime. Did you rig this outcome? I know what you're about to ask, little lady. The slime twisted his head around, a creepy smile contorting his green body. Had nothing to do with me, don't waste time. There's still a few minutes left. Hurry up and start the next one. Luce had no intention of letting the gambling stop. He took the colorful star off his chest. The one that represented 725 stars. And once again placed it on the red groove. Chapter 136, Complete Failure. Is he deliberately trying to lose? 2 times in a row, a 1 in 180 chance. He actually pulled it off? Even though each event was independently distributed, this kind of game result was clearly unacceptable to everyone. Especially the audience. Especially the millions watching the strongest player. No way, bro. Can someone explain what the hell this means? This luck is insane. Luck? Are you stupid, dude? How could this be luck? Was there cheating? Or did Sin figure out some kind of trick? Any hidden info? Anyone got a microscope? Check if there's anything we missed when they explained the rules earlier. Almost no one believed that Sin had really done this just by luck. 2 times in a row, 1 in 180 odds. And not just them. Inside the arena, over 40 players realized Luce had won again and finally started making noise. Everyone was saying something different, and the once luxurious hall turned into something like a marketplace. As they watched Luce once again place his entire fortune. An unimaginable number of stars. Onto red, everyone's brains began to glitch. What gives him the nerve? Why does he dare? Does he really have a guaranteed win? In that moment, people even started loudly questioning the slime about the fairness of the game, but the slime didn't respond at all. He just felt annoyed by the noise. Let me tell you all a secret. In front of the roulette wheel, amid everyone's doubts, Luce suddenly spoke. On the purple mask, a chilling smile reflected in the light, and the voice behind the mask said loudly, "Actually, I've got magician hands. I can control air, luck, and probability. When I play this game, I always win. If you want to win too, I suggest betting with me. Time's running out. The game's almost over. Come on, bet on red. Wager everything you've got. Trust me." Luce's voice was loud, echoing through the entire space, riling everyone up. But at this moment, no one moved. Everyone's minds were completely maxed out. Now, no one could think, judge, or make any kind of decision. Over 700 stars. Just thinking about it made their brains crash. No one could keep playing the game. Remember, everyone started with 3 stars. Even if you counted all 100 fake humans, even 200 people together wouldn't add up to 700. And he had 700 by himself? Their overloaded brains froze. Nobody knew if they could believe Sin anymore or what to do next. 3. 2. Xiantong's gaze was dazed. A strange impulse suddenly rose in her heart. She suddenly felt like she should rush up. She took 2 steps forward, but her enhanced brain snapped her back to awareness. She froze in place, cold sweat soaking her back. What the hell? Just now. Why did I feel that way? That wasn't me. Someone was controlling me? 1. Everything happened in an instant. Even though a lot went through her head, in reality, Luce had just finished counting 1 second. Ah, no one dares, huh? Looks like none of you really want to seize the opportunity. Luce looked bored. In the end, it was still just him playing the final game. The entire roulette wheel still only had 1 bet. His. The wheel began to spin. Xiantong instinctively looked up, and her whole body trembled when she locked eyes with Sin. On the purple mask, a teasing smile appeared, then he turned back around. Xiantong suddenly felt something was really wrong. Like she'd missed something in her reasoning. That feeling earlier. Was it him? Xiantong suddenly realized she'd been watching the whole game, yet she still didn't understand what Sin was really trying to do. Every time she thought she had him figured out, she'd realize she was completely wrong. There was no pattern at all. And now, the game had started again. He had once more placed all his fortune on a 1 in 180 shot. 725. If the slime couldn't manipulate probability, and he couldn't either, then did he have some luck-boosting item? That theory seemed way too busted, but it was the only explanation that made sense. Right now, Luce had total control over everyone in the room. Every heartbeat followed his gamble, every breath was ruled by that tiny little ball. Luce stood with his arms crossed, smiling at the roulette wheel. It seemed like he was the only person there not feeling tense. The only player involved. Even the slime was trembling all over, like he was about to climax. As the ball began to slow down, it was like lightning flashed through Xiantong's mind, lighting up all the darkness and unanswered questions. Maybe. The truth was, there was no secret at all. Probability can't be controlled. Sin never had any guarantee to win. He was really just playing. The 2 previous wins? Just pure luck. And the reason he kept going wasn't because he was certain of winning or had some kind of trick. It was. He just wanted to keep playing. Playing the lowest odds, with everyone's heartbeats on the line. Keep playing until he lost everything? He wanted to play until he lost everything? So, in the end, he wanted to lose? The moment that thought entered her mind, Xiantong felt like everything around her suddenly made sense. Like a pitch-black window had shattered and all the answers were clear. Except, the idea itself was completely absurd. He entered the Hell Mode game. He was the strongest player. He'd always chased perfect completion. Why would he want to lose? Xiantong was frozen. At that moment, she felt like her whole body had been paralyzed, stuck in this hall full of madness, disconnected from everyone else. Only a few seconds remained. The roulette wheel, almost like it was on purpose, slowed down together with the last seconds of game time. The ball landed on the red groove, but then bounced. And landed next to it. The wheel stopped. Everything ended. 725 stars, lost at the last second. Back to 0. The moment Xiantong saw the result, her brain felt like it exploded. She looked down at the 15 stars on her chest. A strange, icy chill wrapped around her. Chapter 137, Instant Death. No time to exit suppose, and I mean suppose, he played this game just to lose all his stars. Then is there something wrong with my current situation? Xiantong was a bit petrified as she thought. After Sin's terrifying 725 star count instantly dropped to 0, her 15 stars would now put her in first place again. But she didn't feel the least bit of relief or joy. Only an indescribable sense of dread, like she'd overlooked something important again. If you interpreted this normally, the only way to explain Sin's actions was that he'd lost his mind. Or gone completely insane. But history had already proven, it's the people who think that way who are actually crazy. Alright. Game time's up. All games end immediately. Any ongoing bets stop right now. As the little ball finally came to rest in a groove, the 3-hour game time happened to end right then. The slime controlled the timer to hit 0, then loudly announced it, doing his part as the game host. Afterward, his chubby green body doang a couple times, then turned to Sin and said, "What a pity. Our player Sin wasn't chosen by Lady Luck at the last moment, but although he lost 725 stars, he gained joy. He is undoubtedly the best player in the world, so far, even though his stars are gone. It's clear he was the first here to chase thrills and fun. Let's all give him a round of applause." With that, it started clapping and cheering, as if praising Sin for his performance. But at this moment, many of the audience misinterpreted what it said. As mockery, is this what they call the true master of sarcasm? That sarcasm is on another level. This slime's got away with words, ha. Totally crashed and burned. Still wanted to play with 725 stars? Became the strongest player and let it get to his head. Regret it now, huh? The only ones clapping with the slime were the skeletal fakes. The other players remained silent. Of course, one more person clapped. Lose himself. Hee, what a shame. How did I not pull it off again? Such a pity. Points down to 0. Luce clapped while speaking, but though his words sounded regretful, his face didn't show it at all. The smile beneath the purple mask only grew wider. What, no one's cheering? Shouldn't we be a little happy? Luce glanced around the room, smiling as he spoke. I lost, and no one's gloating? What's wrong with all of you? As he spoke, he even seemed a little annoyed. The brows on his purple mask furrowed as he scanned the crowd, even locking on to Li Wei at one point. It was like he was waiting for him to kick him while he was down. Li Wei. Finally, after a few rounds of back and forth from the slime and Luce, the numb crowd slowly emerged from the abyss of the gamble. And in that instant, everyone's emotions exploded like a time bomb. Some finally realized Sin had failed at the last step, and pumped their fists like they'd won a war. Others were filled with deep regret for losing everything over those 3 hours. Some even collapsed to the ground in tears. No one knew exactly why they cried. Only a handful quietly let out a sigh of relief. They hadn't gotten involved in any of Sin's games, nor had they been roped into anything by people like Xiantong. They'd played cautiously. Some didn't even play at all. Now, their star count still hovered around 3. Compared to most people who'd lost everything, their situation was actually pretty good. Alright, please control your emotions. We're moving on to the next segment. Seeing the crowd more or less settled, the slime didn't waste time and spoke again. After all, if he dragged it out, he was afraid Sin would start roasting him again. Originally, this game was supposed to be a welfare round. Something to bring you joy and excitement, but look at you guys. Not taking the game seriously, and now you're either full of resentment or totally on edge. Not fun at all, hee. Of course I don't mean you. That last line was directed at Luz. Everyone stayed silent. No one responded to what the slime said, mostly because there was nothing to say. But right after that, everyone froze. The slime's tone suddenly turned eerie and deranged as he continued. So, I'm quite disappointed in most of you, now, the 10 players who participated in the fewest games. I might have to ask you to leave. As his words fell, before anyone could react, the floor beneath 9 people suddenly opened up. Without a single word, they plummeted into the pitch-black depths below. There was no warning, no prior signal. Those 9 people had zero mental preparation, not even an exit token ready. And during the fall, trying to use one was just too hard. Just like that, they were silently swallowed by the Black Sea. No one knew what happened to them. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected such an instant death punishment. The first person to feel dread was Xiantong. She had clearly seen that those 9 weren't the ones with the lowest star counts. One of them even had 4 stars. That meant the game's criteria might not be based solely on star count. Right now, with her holding the highest count at 15 stars, it felt like a hot potato. A bad omen. Why only 9? The slime looked a bit confused, scanning the room before locking eyes with Li Wei. Oh right, there's you too. But you're under protection at the moment. Li Wei paused, not quite understanding what that meant, but the slime didn't explain further. Well then, we'll move on. 11th person with the fewest games. Goodbye. The floor under another player cracked open. But after what had just happened, he was mentally prepared. His exit token flashed, and he left the game. He lost everything. But at least he kept his life. Now can we say? People with more than 3 stars should exit. In the dead silence, a trembling voice asked. Chapter 138, Vote Off. Oh? What's this, you want to leave? The slime turned its head, voice tinged with amusement, and spoke to the person who had just asked. Why yes. Worst case, I lose something. I'll bet on it. The speaker had 2 stars on him, looking like he'd just been dragged out of the ocean. Completely soaked. He was simply scared stiff. He hadn't played many games total. Those 2 stars came from the Ladder of Life game with Luz, where he earned them by placing high. He had absolutely no desire to keep playing. This game had scared him to his core. In here, it was either insanely powerful lunatics, skeletons scarier than ghosts, or scheming top-tier players. It was filled with madness, death, pain. And now that the game had finally ended, he couldn't take any more. Last time he had no stars and was too afraid to exit. Now, with 2 stars, he didn't want to stay even a second longer. Oh? You want to leave? The slime asked. Why yeah. Before he could even finish the last yeah, the floor vanished beneath his feet, and he dropped down. Whether or not he had time to use his exit token, nobody knew. The exit I mentioned earlier was for the previous segment. As for now, I haven't said anything yet. Why is everyone so impatient? Anyone else want to leave right now? Not a single person spoke up. The slime's sudden personality shift and cruel methods stunned everyone into silence. Of course, someone it couldn't intimidate was never planning to leave anyway. Alright, no one's speaking up. Haha. But honestly, I can tell most of you are already getting bored. If you want to leave, fine by me. I'm too lazy to stop you. But before we end the game, there's one final little segment, let's play it together. As it spoke, it waved its hand, and 5 beams of light descended from the sky, enveloping 5 people on the scene. Because of how brutally it had done the 0-frame starter move earlier, 4 of them immediately pulled out their exit tokens, nearly bailing on the spot. But this time, things were different from before. Relax, we're already in the next phase now, the slime continued, and everyone's eyes sharpened. Among the 5 light beams, Sin was one of those caught in the light. Also caught was Li Wei, the one previously said to be under protection by the slime. Alright, like I said at the very start. If you're truly here to play, then even if you lose in this game, that doesn't mean it's all bad. I stand by my words. You 5 are the players who spent the most stars in the previous games, those willing to take risks in the game. Even if they fail, are respectable players. So in the next phase, you are protected. You won't be chosen in the vote. Luz didn't react much to that. He glanced around. No need to explain his case. He'd lost 725 stars, not to mention others before that. Li Wei started with 5 stars, now had 0. He just had to arm wrestle with Luce, and lost in a hilariously tragic way. The other 3. Either long-time unluckies, reckless high-stake gamblers, or folks who just went too far. Each of them wore expressions of surprise. None of them expected to get a bonus like this. Luce, however, frowned, looked up at the lights, and the purple mask showed a very displeased expression. Closing parenthesis caret closing parenthesis, the slime caught on instantly, quickly waved a hand to turn the light covering Luce into purple, and fawningly said, "How's this? Your light is unique in the entire venue." Luce nodded with satisfaction. Seeing the big boss was pleased, the slime let out a breath of relief and continued, "Alright, next comes the game rules. Listen up, everyone. It's a very simple game, voting, how's that? Pretty simple, right? No minigame, no bet. In just a few seconds, each of you will see a number appear above your head, then, each of you will submit a number. Your vote. For the person you find the most boring and annoying in this game. After all, this is a joyful casino. Anyone who brings down the vibe doesn't belong here." Before the slime even finished its sentence, nearly everyone turned their eyes towards Sin. Their meaning was practically written across their faces. Hey, did you all forget what I just said? Those 5. Because they spent the most stars. Are protected in this round of voting. No numbers will appear over their heads, of course, they still get to vote. Once all votes are tallied, the 5 players with the most votes. Might have to say goodbye. The sea is waiting for you. The slime grinned nastily, then looked at everyone. Got the rules? Countdown, 5 minutes. Begin. The moment the game began, based on each player's current star count, a number appeared over each person's head. Well now. It was clear at a glance who had many stars and who had few. It all happened too fast. As the game's start sound dropped, Xiantong was completely numb. What kind of wild plot twist was this? Who the hell would come up with rules like these? Well, okay, the slime wasn't human anyway. But this kind of vote. It didn't match the name of the game at all. Ocean Casino. Voting out the 5 most disliked people. Honestly, who had personal grudges at this point? Especially when Sin was under protection. Everyone here was a competitor from the same phase. There weren't deep connections. So who would they vote out? The answer was obvious. They'd definitely vote out the players with the most stars. Let's not forget, her 15 stars were mostly won from these same people. The numbers were oh so helpfully arranged by star count. That big glowing one floated above her head, like it was afraid people wouldn't notice. Xiantong realized at least a dozen people had turned their gaze toward her. And without hiding it, started writing down a number. 5 minutes. In a moment like this, the all-seeing eye was utterly useless. She couldn't think of any way to escape this. Blankly, she took out her exit token. Chapter 139, a twist, then another twist. Despair after hope. The 5-minute time limit was just way too short. Compared to the previous absolute death rounds, this voting system really wasn't much better. If the game time were extended to an hour, maybe there would have been room to play things out. Everyone was just after more stars. Aside from Sin, who had offended people frequently in previous games, there wasn't really much bad blood among the others. If more time had been given, there'd be room to maneuver. The high-star players could team up and try to win others over by giving away stars, trying to split alliances and get themselves out of the crosshairs. Worst-case scenario, give away all 15 stars, as long as you don't get voted out. But that kind of possibility was completely shut down by the slime's game rules. Because you only had 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, there was no time to think, to plan, and the worst part? The people voting didn't even want to think about it. If the time was longer, maybe people would wait and talk it out. But now, no one was waiting. Plenty of them had already voted. Sigh, everyone. Right now, because Jiao Tian had never done anything reckless, he actually had the second highest star count. Just as he was about to struggle to say something, he realized something was off. It was like everything was already too late. Yan Hong's star count was more mid-range. He wasn't in a position that usually got targeted. But watching Jiao Tian's situation spiral, he could only feel helpless. In the outside world, the staff constantly monitoring them couldn't help either. All they could do was rely on the players' own judgment. The top-ranked players were all pale, wanting to say it was unfair. They were told this was a gamble. No one expected the rules would protect the ones who lost more and screw over the winners. Seeing the protected ones with smug expressions like they were enjoying the drama, the top players could only stew in silent anger, turning it into bitter frustration. All they could say was, "Hell mode games really are impossible to predict." As time ticked on, Jiao Tian couldn't think of a better plan, so he took out his exit token too. The other top-ranked players were about the same, Pretty much ready. Anyone who could rank top 5 at this point obviously had skill and played carefully. But faced with this kind of scripted elimination, no one could accept it. But Xiantong wasn't thinking about that anymore. She was just wondering how Sin had figured all this out. Just from that one line the slime said at the start. As long as you're still in the game, failure isn't necessarily a bad thing? And he just went all in against 725 stars without even blinking? Alright, time's up, everyone, stop writing. The 5 minutes had passed in the blink of an eye. The slime's voice, which was starting to get on everyone's nerves, rang out again. Now, let's tally up the votes. Let me take a good look. Who's the most hated here? The slime waved its 2 chubby hands in the air, like it was trying to pull something out of thin air. Alright. It's you 5. As the words dropped, 5 special beams of light shone down, covering 5 people, including Xiantong. They were the top 4 ranked players, plus 1 person from around 10th place. Most people had voted for those in the lead. The lower-ranked players didn't get many votes. That 10th place guy? Just pissed someone off and got hit with 2 votes. Instantly eliminated. As for Xiantong, being first meant she got more than half the votes. She was locked in. What a shame. Looks like everybody really hates you guys, huh? Well, too bad. Rules are rules, everyone, now, Just kidding. Surprise, huh? Halfway through the sentence, just as everyone had lost all hope, the slime flipped the script. Xiantong had been clutching her exit token this whole time, ready to quit the moment the weightlessness kicked in. But now, this sudden breath of relief made her chest rise and fall violently. She nearly lost her balance. She had been hoping for a twist, but didn't expect there really would be one. Haha, just joking. If no one's jealous of you, you're probably a nobody. How could I let you get eliminated just from votes? Besides, I made it super clear earlier, didn't I? Okay, the 5 of you who got voted and the 5 who were protected. Everyone else can leave, same rule as before. You've got 10 seconds. If you don't walk out yourselves, I'll help you out. The slime waved at the remaining 20-something players like it was shooing away garbage, telling them to get lost. Didn't even spare them a glance. Those 20 players hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. After a short moment of processing, they quickly disappeared. Of course, there are always unlucky ones. A few stray organs appeared again on the polished floor. Next second, everything on the floor vanished, and the area became quiet again. Only the 5 who'd spent the most and the 5 who were voted out remained. Alright, the useless ones are gone. Let's move on to the next phase. You 10 are both the strong and the losers, so, the 10 of you will take part in a special redemption round. After speaking, the slime let out a cackling laugh, clearly proud of its arrangement. It really made you wonder if it just came up with this on the spot. Is it a 5v5 match? Having narrowly dodged elimination, Xiantong asked with a grim expression. Oh, nope, the slime replied, then gave Xiantong a huge grin. 1v1, deathmatch. As for the matchups, don't worry your pretty little heads. I already set them up for you. No need to thank me, just match your opponent by the color of the light. After that, 5 color beams descended from the sky, 2 of each color, bearing up 2 people each. When Xiantong saw that her light was purple, her heart dropped. Then she looked around. And sure enough, the other person bathed in purple was Sin. Her vision darkened. Since entering this game, she felt like some unseen force was constantly targeting her. So much for a twist. It was no different than before. This was despair after hope. Chapter 140, Provocation. Seeking a worthy opponent, 10 people were paired up in twos. Everyone turned to look at their opponent. Once both sides confirmed, the slime laughed and started bouncing around. Alright, interesting, very interesting. Then it's settled. I'm sure you all understand. Now, in order to ensure the games are independent and don't interfere with each other, we'll be opening up individual rooms. Are you all ready? Okay, if you're ready, let's change locations. As the words fell, a flash crossed the eyes of the 10 people, and they vanished from the spot. Luz and Xiantong entered a purple room. The 2 stood facing each other, roughly 10 meters apart. The room's furnishings were very simple. Just a table in the middle, 2 chairs, and the rest. You could say it was completely bare. A very minimalist design, purely a space opened up for the purpose of gambling. But the entire room, the walls, the furnishings, everything was purple. The same shade of purple as the lost mask on Luz's face, clearly a case of special treatment without the slightest attempt to hide it. Looks like we're going to have a match, Luz said casually, showing no sign of unease. He strolled toward the table. Long time no see. Why'd you rush off in such a hurry last time? Pulling out the purple chair on his side, Luz sat down with complete ease. Xiantong, however, was clearly filled with a sense of fear. Her brows were tightly furrowed as if lost in thought, and she still hadn't moved toward the table. Oh, looks like the two of you are ready." Just as the atmosphere between them started getting awkward, a ridiculously cheeky voice piped up. Slime appeared in the room out of nowhere. "Excellent. The person with the highest star count going up against the one with the highest star consumption. I really nailed this pairing." Xiantong twitched at the corner of her mouth, looking speechless as she stared at Slime. "Do you perhaps have some fundamental misunderstanding of the words excellent pairing? I just want to ask. Is the game's rules set in stone from the start, or can you adjust them on the fly depending on the situation?" Xiantong asked. "What are you saying? What kind of question is that?" Slime instantly got flustered. "All the rules and setups in the game follow the principle of fairness and impartiality. But not transparency. There's absolutely no problem. Alright, go ahead and sit down. I'm about to explain the rules, or do you have some special request?" "Not planning to sit?" Xiantong stepped forward, pulled out the chair, took a deep breath, and sat at the gambling table. Seeing the two seated, Slime nodded in satisfaction. Then he said, "The game between you two is actually very simple, rock paper scissors." As he spoke, 9 cards appeared in front of both players. Luce looked down and noticed the 9 cards on his side were face down, while the 9 on the opposite side were face up. They each had different symbols on them, clearly showing rock, scissors, and paper. The order was completely random, with no discernible pattern, but each had 3 cards. "Alright, you both should see it clearly now, and I'm sure you've noticed something. Why are your own cards face down, while your opponents are face up?" "Simple. Because from the other side's perspective, it's the same. There's no difference. It's my special setup. You can both see your opponent's cards, but not your own. Play will be alternated. The rules are just standard rock paper scissors, which I'm sure you're both familiar with. Whoever wins 5 rounds first wins the overall game. Alright, take a moment to think. Once you're ready, you can begin." As the voice faded, both of them looked down to examine their cards. This version of rock paper scissors was pretty weird. Since they alternated turns, each person could see what the other was going to play, but had no idea what their own card would be. Which meant it was highly likely to be a psychological game, or perhaps strategy based on the distribution of rocks, papers, and scissors. Sitting at the table, Xiantong's brow had twisted into a literal character. In Luce's memory, his old desk mate had never shown such a distressed expression. And through the lust mask, he could clearly sense that her emotions were now completely engulfed by fear, hesitation, and tension. Luce furrowed his brow. "I don't think there's much need to think about rules or strategy." Luce was the first to break the silence, sliding his chair half a meter back and lounging against the backrest lazily. "This game doesn't need to continue. You've already lost. Use the exit token. It's pointless. Anyone who steps up to the gambling table with fear in their heart will never get a pleasant surprise." The lust mask showed a trace of a mocking smile. Facing Xiantong, it was as if Luce didn't regard her as a threat at all. But hearing those words, Xiantong actually calmed down a little, straightened up slightly, and said, "You're right. Losing courage before the battle. There's no point in fighting anymore. But fear is something humans inherently need. When a sheep faces a lion, the one that doesn't know fear is always the first to die." So, Luce leaned back again, almost putting his feet up on the table. "If you know you're a sheep, then just get lost." "I think you've misunderstood something." Xiantong took a deep breath, like she'd made some kind of decision. "What I meant was, I need to become another lion." With that, she pulled out several syringes again and injected them into her neck and temples. This was clearly an even heavier dose than last time. At the same time, she took out 2 golden discs and stuck them onto her temples. She fiddled with her helmet, and the all-seeing eye shifted form. The back of her head was now completely exposed. Her waterfall-like black hair floated freely in the air, moving without wind as if she were submerged in the ocean. It even seemed to have grown longer. Through the lost mask's perception, Luce noticed her emotional aura vanish in an instant like melting snow. Now completely undetectable. Luce gave a slight smile and sat up a little straighter, leaning over the gambling table. It was still the same person, but her expression and gaze had changed completely. Facing the smiling purple mask, she now wore a matching smile. "Apologies, Mr. Sin. Thank you for your goading tactic, and your patiently delivered mockery. That little girl from earlier probably disappointed you, huh? Let's reintroduce ourselves. Shall we begin now?" Chapter 141, Clash. "Have we met before?" Luce looked with some surprise at Xiantong, who now seemed like a completely different person. Under the current conditions, the lust mask's emotional manipulation had become extremely difficult, nearly impossible to sense. Was that drug really that effective? If it worked that instantly, he kind of wanted it too. Moreover, just in terms of aura and presence, her overall level had risen by a whole tier. At the very least, at this gambling table where fists and firearms were sealed, she was now someone qualified to sit across from him. Hey, what's this? Switched out to someone else? You got split personalities? Luce looked at Xiantong across the table and sat a bit more upright as he spoke. Not quite switching to someone else. Xiantong tried her best to keep her flying hair under control. She still had no idea why her hair turned like this every time. Just like when you were 10 years old. Same person, but naturally your thoughts and mindset were totally different from now. Oh. Luce nodded. So basically, you're saying you've aged quite a bit. Xiantong. You sure have a talent for analogies. With that, she stopped exchanging jabs with Sin and lifted her gaze to take in the purple room, her eyes unfocusing as her mind began to rewind everything. In that brief moment, she had completely forgotten that the person sitting across from her was the terrifying world number one. She was simply enjoying the sudden surge of power. It was just like when Luce first broke through his genetic lock and added points to his strength. That euphoric rush of power far beyond his comprehension. But Luce's power was permanent and constantly increasing, so he eventually adapted. Her current mental strength, however, hadn't adapted yet. Unadapted power was the most exhilarating. Looking around at the purple room, it felt like the perfect mental shield, cutting off all external information from the world. But as soon as her mind began to recall, the entire timeline started replaying in her head. The whole world surged toward her like crashing waves. Every person's image, every frame that had once flashed through her mind but hadn't been paid attention to, was now crystal clear. Smiles at the corners of people's mouths, furrowed brows, colors on the bones of the fake humans, walking gaits, the surging black sea, a beam of light, a gust of wind. They all echoed through her mind. Every connection that could have been missed was now extremely obvious. She realized that Jiao Tian must have come from a violent authority but definitely not the military, that Li Wei's one-sided disc herniation might be an occupational illness from truck driving, that his bone structure was off. Probably had cosmetic surgery recently. She remembered the suspicions about classmates in her class. Luce's ability definitely related to physical enhancement. The classmate by the window was probably a chosen one too. Just no one had said anything. Even more chaotic, incomprehensible information poured in. But instead of pain, she let out a low moan of pleasure and opened her eyes. In that instant, the flood of information was instantly cut off and locked onto one target. The man before her. He was the key to everything. The most important thing at this moment. The moment Xiantong's gaze refocused and landed on him, Luce felt for a second like his underwear had just been seen through. Good thing he had the lust mask on. It wasn't just for covering his face. Otherwise, he'd wonder if he'd just been recognized. And then, the first clash between the two had already begun. Nothing to do with the cards. Not used to it, huh? Xiantong looked at Sin and smiled. That mask of yours is lust. Doesn't suit you, does it? You don't handle it nearly as smoothly as the previous masks. Luce's index finger was tapping lightly on the table. At her words, it suddenly stopped. Xiantong twirled her long hair around a finger and continued, your masks represent the 7 deadly sins. Each one gives a different ability bonus, and also a side effect. The stronger the side effect, the stronger the bonus. So every time, you deliberately dive into the side effects in exchange for more power. But this time, it's obvious you're not comfortable. Which proves that this whole lust, OCD, vanity thing. It's way too far from your true personality. You're absolutely not like this in real life. But the masks you handled so well before. That proves those qualities were already part of your nature, wrath, greed, chaos, madness. You're used to those. Gang member? Underworld? Or maybe you just had a really tragic life. She kept dissecting from an information standpoint, her eyes fixed on Sin's hand that was drumming on the table. She knew he must also be using some kind of mental ability, trying to disturb her emotions. They were doing the same thing. Both trying to disrupt the other's mind and gain a mental edge. But when she saw the hand, Xiantong was truly shocked. Before, she hadn't been sure. Now she realized. This world's number one was terrifyingly young. Right now, major organizations had profile sketches of Sen pegged as a 30 to 40-year-old with either a mental illness history or criminal background. But this hand. She remembered clearly. It was original, not some regenerated product from the game. You're actually this young. Xiantong stared hard at that hand. Suddenly, a flood of inexplicable information surged into her brain, and even in her current state, she felt mentally overloaded. Why did this hand feel so strangely familiar? Huh? She felt weird. A stabbing pain pricked inside her head. She suddenly had an urge wanted to pull another injection from her backpack, to push her limits even further. But right now, her body was already nearing its threshold. Bang! Suddenly, an unpleasant sound snapped her out of her mental world. She realized Sin had slammed his index finger down hard on the table. A dent had formed on the purple table. That's how much force was behind that one tap. Luz leaned back slightly in his chair, clapped slowly, and smiled. Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. Looks like I finally gave myself a halfway decent opponent. Good analysis. You almost stripped me bare. But I only have one question. What's the cost? Chapter 142, Emotion Perception versus Mind Perception. What's the price? There wasn't the slightest trace of emotion on the purple mask. It still wore that same devil-may-care expression. Even having so many personal thoughts laid bare didn't seem to affect him one bit. With one hand supporting his chin, he watched the girl across from him with a look of playful interest. Xiantong had been smiling too, but the corners of her mouth twitched a bit unnaturally. Though she quickly returned to normal. Thinking back to that sinking feeling every time her brainwaves got amplified, she felt like she'd just had a social death. It was like posting a late-night emo story on your feed, then seeing it the next morning. Ah. Can't help it, good times are always short-lived. Xiantong quickly adjusted her mindset. Of course, she wasn't the kind to get mentally wrecked by just a few words from Luz. Like it was nothing, she casually asked, by the way, have we met before? Of course. What, did you lose some memories after unlocking your brain? Luz's expression didn't change at all. Weren't we just teammates in the last game? Xiantong stayed silent. That sentence felt off. Why would he say we were just teammates in the last game? Isn't that a little too specific? Whenever someone gets too specific with their words, it always feels like they're trying to shift your attention. And this line was clearly trying to say that the last game was the first time they met. Why emphasize that? TCH. But judging by his micro-expressions and movements, Luz gave absolutely nothing away. Xiantong couldn't figure out anything. She suddenly felt like she might be draining too much mental energy on this. What if that was exactly his trap? To exhaust her? Hard to say. Excuse me, you two? On the other side, the slime was sweating nervously at the heavy atmosphere between the two. It carefully chimed in. How about we play while we talk? Can we start the game now? It was speaking to Luz, but the corner of its eye kept darting toward Xiantong. TCH. Something's off. Why does this girl feel like a completely different person now? She's nothing like earlier. Sure. Luz and Xiantong said in unison. Then, the 9 demonstration cards in front of each of them disappeared. The slime shuffled the deck again and started dealing. The rules had already been explained. 9 cards per person. Each player could see the other's cards but not their own. In other words, you knew what your opponent played, but not what you yourself would play. As the cards were being dealt, Xiantong suddenly looked up at the slime like something had clicked. By the way, you seem really familiar with him. Then her gaze turned to Luz. And you also seem familiar with it. Have you two met before? Xiantong found it odd. After all, she'd watched every single game of Sin, and had never seen this slime before. Luz showed no reaction, but the slime's gelatinous green body visibly shuddered. It hurriedly responded. Met? Haha, haven't we been together for hours in this game already? I've been watching him the whole time, haha, Xiantong. Luz. Could you at least try to hide your guilt better? Both of them shot the slime a look of contempt at the same time. And Xiantong was feeling more and more that something was seriously off. That line from the slime really reminded her of what Sin had just said. Weren't we teammates in the last game? The tone was suspiciously similar. Hiss. Why did it feel like after expanding her brain, there were even more things she couldn't see clearly? Alright, cards have been dealt, you may begin. There's no countdown in this game. Play at your leisure. With that, the slime went doing and hopped off to the side, staying out of it. Luz's finger kept tapping rhythmically on the table. The sound wasn't loud. More like the tick of a grandfather clock. According to the game rules, it was Xiantong's turn to play first. Before she could move, Luz spoke up first. This finger of mine is meant to mess with your mood. Hope you keep an eye on it. A completely open tactic. From this moment on, whether she paid attention to it or not, her emotions would inevitably be disrupted. Immediately after, the lust mask displayed a wicked smile and said mischievously, also, this state of yours has a time limit, right? Our game doesn't have a time limit, though. So tell me. If I just drag this out until your time runs out, what kind of view do you think I'll get to see? Through the lust mask's senses, he could clearly detect a change in Xiantong's heart rate. But she adjusted quickly, smiling as she replied, if that's what you want, go ahead. You'd only be winning against me, after all. It's just that you'll probably find it boring. Otherwise, you wouldn't have tried to make me pop a pill. As she spoke, Xiantong pointed at her first card. Then, her fingers slid across the surface of each card. Without even looking at them. She kept her eyes locked on Luz instead. Even though she couldn't see his eyes, his heartbeat, pulse, and the shimmering light on his mask were enough for her to read. The 9 cards in front of her were 3 rocks, 3 scissors, and 3 papers. She didn't know which were which. But judging from Sin's reactions, she could more or less guess which 3 were the same. After scanning through them once, Xiantong casually picked a card and tossed it. Paper. Once played, the card flipped over and became visible to both players. Seeing it was paper, Xiantong knew where she stood. But her eyes didn't linger anywhere. She calmly looked at Sin. Hey. Luz chuckled. His turn. He only needed to play scissors to win this round. The only problem, nobody could see their own 9 cards, or which one was scissors. You know who you're dealing with? Suddenly, he looked up at Xiantong. You're facing the strongest player. The one who's never lost. So you'd better keep every eye you have on me. Focus up. Xiantong's expression didn't change. She knew that from this moment, his psychological games had already begun. Luz reached out and pointed to his first card. The purple mask was full of smiles as he stared at Xiantong's eyes. Tell me. This card of mine, is it scissors? Xiantong. No answer needed. Then Luz moved his finger to the second card. This one. Scissors.